ಜಾಕ್ ಹೆಲೋ ಬ್ರದರ್ಸ್, ಹೆಂಗದಿರಿಪ್ಪ ಎಲ್ರು? ಆತಿಲ್ ಊಟ? ಆಯ್ ಕಾಳಿ ಬಾಯ್, ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಮುಕೋ ಗದೆ ಮುಕೋ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಕೋ, ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಹೋಗ್. ಮಳ್ಯಾಗ ಎದಕ್ಕೆ ತೂಸ್ಕೊಳತಿ? ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹತ್ತೋಗಿ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹತ್ತೋ ನಡಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹತ್ತು ನಡಿ ನಡಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ನಡಿ, ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಹಾಂ ಮುಕೋ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಕೋ ತಾನ ಯಾಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಟ್ ಹಾಂ ನೋಡಿ ಮಳೆ ಗಿಡ ಹೋಯ್ತು ನಾಟಕ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನ ಮಳೆ ಆಗತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನಾನು ಕರಿಯ ಕರಿ ನಿನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕುಂದ್ರಂದ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಹತ್ತು ಬೇಡ ನಾ ತೊಗೊಳಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಸಣ್ಣ ಮುದುಕು ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹತ್ತು ಹತ್ತು ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಹತ್ತು ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅವ್ ಕಳಗಿರ್ಲಿ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಮುಕ್ಕು ಮುಕ್ಕು ಸಣ್ಣ 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 ಸಿಡಿಕೆ. ಹಾಯ್ ಆನಂದ್ ಬಾಯ್, ಹಾಯ್ ಕಾಳಿ ಬ್ರೋ, ಹಾಯ್ ಡ್ರ್ಯಾಗೋ ಬ್ರೋ. ಗೈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊರಿ ಬೇಗ, 100 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್. ಏನ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಫುಲ್ ಮಳೆ? ಹ್ಞೂ ಬೈ ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಬೈಲ್ ಮಳೆ ಹಂಗ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಐತೆ ಧಾರವಾಡ. ಹಾಯ್ ಜಾದವ್ ಬ್ರೋ. ಸ್ಟೋಮ್ ಬ್ರೋ, ಡೇ 1 ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಓಜಿ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗಾಡಲ್. ಬೈ ಡೇ 1 ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ನಾನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮುಗಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಡ ಬೈ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಬಿಡೋಣ, ಥರ್ಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಥರ್ಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ನಿಮಗಿಂತ ನಾಯಿನೇ ಚಂದ ಅದ ಗಜಮೆ. ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತ, ಇಡೀ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಣಿನ ಚಂದ ಅದಾವ. ಆ ನಾಯಿ ಹೇರ್ ನೋಡಿ ನೀನು ಟಾಪ್. ಹೆಲೋ ಸಂಪ್ರೀತ್ ಬಾಯ್, ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್. ಗೈಸ್ ನೀವು ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾ? ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಆ ವ್ಯೂ ಅದಾವ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್. मैं असली हूँ नो कैप बीट पे. ओ ಟಾಪ್ 3 ಟುಡೇ ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಬೈ. ಬೈ 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮುಗಿಲಿ, ಬೈ 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮುಗಿಲಿ. ಸಾರಿ ನಾ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ನೋಡಕ್ ಆಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇರ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಆನಂದ್ ಬಾಯ್. ವಿಕಾಸ್ ಹಾಯ್ ಬ್ರೋ. ಬ್ರೋ ಧಾರವಾಡ ಅವ್ರ ನೀವು? ಎಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ. ಗೈಸ್ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾದಾಗ ಯಾರು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಹೊಸ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಹಾಕಿನಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಶೇರ್ ಬೇರೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ನಡೀತೈತಿ. ನಂದು ಹೋರಿ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾದಾಗ ಅದ ಒಂದು ರೀಲ್ ಹಾಕೀನಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು. ಹಂಡ್ರೆಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಬೇಗ. ಕರಿಯಾ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್? ಏ ಮಳೆಯಾಗ ಆತ ತಂಡ ಬಿದ್ಕೋ ಅಡೇನ ಮಗನ. ಏ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಬೇಡ ಯಾಕಲೆ ಒದಿವ ಕಣ್ಣಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತ ಆಮೇಲೆ ವರ್ಷಕ್ ಬಂದ್ರ ಮಗನ್ ನನಗ ಗುರತ್ತಿ. ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ ಈ ಚಪ್ಪಲ್ ಹರಿತಾವ ಮಗನಿಗೆ. ಖರಿಯ ಹಸಿ ಆಗತ್ಲಿ, ಹಸಿ ಆಗತ್ಲಿ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಹಸಿ ಆಗ್ಯಾನ. ನಿನಗೆ ಮಳ್ಯಾಗ ಯಾಕೆ ಕುಸಡಿ ಮಗ ಹೋಗನಂತಲ್ಲಿ? ಮುಖಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಗಡೆ ಮುಖಂಡ್. ಟಪ್ಪ್ಯಾ ನೋಡಲ್ಲ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಕುಂತಾನ ಅವನು. ಮ್ಯಾಗತ್ತು ಮ್ಯಾಗತ್ತು. ಸಕ್ಯಾ ಏ ನೋಡಿ ಓ ಗಾಂಡು. ಮಳೆ ಆಗತೈತಿ, ಮಳೆ ತೋರ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಕುಂತಾರಲ್ಲಿ. ಏ ಮ್ಯಾಗತ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನ ಬೇಕಳ ಒಟ್ಟ ನಾಚಿಗೆ ಅನ್ನದ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗ. ಬ್ರೋ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಸಿಕ್ತು ಬ್ರೋ EWC ವಾಚ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ? ಜಡ್ಜ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಅವ್ನ್ ಕರಿಯಮ್ಮ ಭಾಳ ಡೇಂಜರ್ ಅದ ನೋಬ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನ್ಯಾಗ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತಂಬೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ಹೆದರ್ತಾರ ಅವಂಗ, ನಾನು ಹೆದರ್ತೀನಿ. ಏನಾಗತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ ಕಡೆಯಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಹೋಬಯ್, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ ಹೆದರ್ಸ್ಕೊಂತಾನ. ಗುಳಿಗೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೇನೆ ನನ್ನ ಸಂಕಟಕ್ಕೆ. ಅವ ನನ್ನ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾ ಏನೋ ಒಂದ್ ತಿನ್ನ ಐಟಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ರು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಜಾಕ್ ತಿನ್ಬೇಕ. ಅದಾದ್ಮ್ಯಾಗ ನೆಲಕ್ ಹೋಗಿತಾನ, ಅದನ್ನ ಮೂಗಿಲಿ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಕ್ತಾನ ಬಾ, ಹಿಂಗ ತಿವಿತಾನ, ಅದನ್ನ ಹಿಂಗ ತಿವಿತಾನ. ತಿವಿದಾದ್ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಅದ ಕಡೆಲಾಗಿರ್ಬೇಕ. ಮತ್ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಜಾಕ್ ಬಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಿನ್ನ ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಿಂತಾನ ಅದನ್ನ. ಅಷ್ಟ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ನಾವು ಜೊತೆ. 100 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್. ಪಮರಿಯನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಭಯ, ಪಮರಿಯನ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಭಯ, ಅದ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ ಕೂಲಿ, ಅದ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್, ಅದ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ ಕೂಲಿ, ಲೈಕ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಯ್ತದ. ಈ ಸಲ ಕಪ್ ನಮ್ದೇ, ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಾದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕ್ಬೇಕಪ್ಪ. ಬಟ್ ಕಪ್ ಈ ಸತ ನಮ್ದು ಡೌಟ್. ಬಟ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಡಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಈ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗ. ನಾಯಿ ಹೊಡೆದಂಗ್ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ. 60 ಮೂವಿ ಇದಾವೆ ಭಯ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ 60 ಮೂವಿ ಗೈಸ್. ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅದಾವ? ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಇದಾವ? ಜುವೆಲ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ. ಅವ್ನು ಚಾಯ್, ಸಮೋಸ, ಪಾನಿಪುರಿ ಏನಿರ್ತಾವ ನೋಡ ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಕಳಿಸ್ರ. ಅವ್ನು ಲಪಡ ಅಟ್ಲಾನ್ ಪಕ್ಕ ಬೈ, ಪಕ್ಕಾ ರೋ ಬೈ, ಪಕ್ಕಾ ರೋ ಬೈ, ಡೌಟ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ. ಒಂದ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ ನೋಡೋಣ ಬೈ, ನೋಡೋಣ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದೇನು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಯಾವ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಡ್ತಾನ ಅನ್ನೋದು ನನಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಅವ್ನ ಇದ್ರ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗತ್ತೆ. ಹೇ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬಾಯ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. 76 ಮಂದಿ ನೋಡತ್ತೀರಿ, ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋರಿ. ನಿಮ್ ಕಡೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಅದನ್ನ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಚಾಟ್ ಒಳಗ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಅವನು. ಸ್ಟೋಮ್ ಬ್ರೋ, ಡಾಗ್ದು ಪಾರ್ಟ್ 2 ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ. ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾದಾಗ ಫಾಲೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ ಅವನಂಗೆ. ಪಕ್ಕಾನೆ 100% ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾದಾಗ ಫಾಲೋ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಹೊಸಾದ್ ಹಾಕೇನೋ ಬೈ ವಿಡಿಯೋ, ಹೋರಿ ಅದನ್ನ ರೀಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಪಾರ್ಟ್ 2 ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಹೋರಿ, ಹೊಸ ರೀಲ್ ಹಾಕೇನ. ಅದನ್ನ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬೇ, ಅದನ್ನ ರೀಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್. ಹೇಳ್ರಿ, ಅದನ್ನ ಲಿಂಕ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ರೀಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಬ್ಯಾರೆ ಯಾವ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೂ ನಡೀತೈತಿ, ಬಟ್ ಇದನ್ನ ರೀಶೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಏ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬಾಯ್, ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬಾಯ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಗೈಸ್. ನಾವು ಜುವೆಲ್ಸ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿಪ್ಪ. ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ? 4 ರೀ ಬೈ. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಟ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ. ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡು, ನನ್ನ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ದಾಗ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, ಬೇರೆ ಏನ್ ಬೇಡ. ಬ್ರೋ ನಿಮ್ದು ಯಾವ ರೂಲ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಬ್ರೋ ನಂದು ಐಜಲ್ ಬ್ರೋ, ಐಜಲ್ ಪ್ಲಸ್ ಅಸಲ್ಟಿಂಗ್. ಡೇ 1 ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಆಯ್ತೀನಿ ಬ್ರೋ. ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಪಾಕ್ಸ್ ನೋಡೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಡ್ರಿ, ನಮ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಬಾಯ್ ಇದೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಇವತ್ತ. ಮತ್ತೀಗ ಮತ್ತೀಗ ನೀವು ಬೈ ನಿಮ್ ಕಡೆ ಅದಾವಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ? ಜೋಜೋ ಅಂತೂರಮ್ ಅಂತೂರಮ್ ಬೈ, ಏನೋ ಬೈ ಅದ ಹೆಸರ. ನೀವು ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ದಾಗ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬರ್ತೀರಿ, ನಾವು ಮೊದ್ಲ ಅನ್ಪಡ್ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ದಾಗ. ಬಾಸ್ಗೆ ಕರಿಯೋ ಮರ. ಮಹೇಶ್ ಬ್ರೋ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಫಾರ್ 20 ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್. ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಇಂದ ಚಾಟ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೋ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಖಾಲಿ ಆಗ್ಯಾವ ಬೈ. ನೀ ಪಕ್ಕ ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡಿ, 100% ನೀ ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಿ. ಅಸಾಲ್ಟ್ರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ರಷ್ಯರ ಮಾಲಕ. ಅಸಾಲ್ಟ್ರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅನ್ಕೋ ಬೈ, ಹಂಗ ಅನ್ಕೋ ಬ್ರೋ. ಓಜಿ ಬದಲು ಸೋಲ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ರೆ ಹೇಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು? ಡಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ನೋಡೋಣ ಬೈ, ಓಜಿನೂ ಮಾಡತ್ ಕಮ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ಆಂಟ್ರಮ್ ಓಕೆ, ಹಿಂಗ ಓದು ಬೈ. ಈಗ ಏನ್ ಟೀರಮ್ ಅಂತ ಓದ್ಲಿನ ಮತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಯ್ ಮ್ಯೂಟನ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಗೈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬಾಯ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಎರಡೆರಡೆ ಹತ್ತಾಕೆ ನಾವು ಅಷ್ಟು ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು 1000 ಇರ್ತಾವ ಹೇ ಜಾದವ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಬಾಯ್ ಹೇಳ್ರಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮಹೇಶ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೊ ಮಚ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ 20 ಹಾಯ್ ಶಣ್ಣೂರು ಬಾಯ್ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಯಾರಿಸಿಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ಯಾನ ಎಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಬೈ ವಾಚ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಯಾರ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತಗೋಲಾರ್ದಂಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ನೋಡಿ ಬೈ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಬಂದವು ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 4 ಚಾನಲ್ ಅಂಕರು ಡಮ್ ಅದು ಬಾಕಿ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ನಂಗೆ ಅಂಕರು ಮೇಲ್ ಬಂದೈತಿ ಸೊ ನಮ್ಮ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸಬ್ಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಮಾಡೀನಿ ಲ್ಯಾಂಗ್ವೇಜ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳಿಸೀನಿ ಸೊ ನನಗೆ ಹಿಂದಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ಹಿಂದಿ ಇಂಗ್ಲೀಷ್ ಎರಡು ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ಐತಿ ಎರಡು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ VLT ಅಥವಾ ಅರೋರಾ ಬೈ ಅವರು ಸೈಲೆಂಟಾಗಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಬಂದಾರ ಬೈ ಅಂತ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಲಾಬಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಸೊ ನೋಡೋಣ ತಡಿ ಬೈ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಯಾರಿಸ್ ಹೋದ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ನು ಹೋಗಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ದುಬೈನೂ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದವ ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ ವೆಂಕಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೋ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಗೈಸ್ ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ ವೆಂಕಿ ಹಾಕತ್ತ ನೋಡಿ ಸಮೋಸ ಅಂತ ಹಾಕ್ರಿಪ್ಪ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಓ ಮಾರೆ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಅಷ್ಟು ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ವೆಂಕಿ ಬಾಯ್ ಹಾಕೋಣ ಹಾಯ್ ಐಶ್ವರ್ಯ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಐಶ್ವರ್ಯ ಹುಡುಗಿದೆ ಬ್ರೋ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಸರ್ 40 ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ವಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ನಂದು 10K ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಅವೆಂಜರ್ ಫುಲ್ ಸೀರೀಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ಹಂಗೆ ಸ್ಟೋರಿ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕು ಆನಂದ್ ಬಾಯ್ ನಾ ಅವೆಂಜರ್ಸ್ ಪೂರ ನೋಡೀನಿ ಒಂದು ಬಿಟ್ಟಲ್ಲ ಯಾವುದು ಮಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿ ನಾ ಪವನ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ವೆಂಕಿ ಬಾಯ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಬಾಯ್ ಹತ್ತತ್ತು ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು 1000 ಇರ್ತಾವೆ ಹಾಕರು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹೆಸರು ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ದಾಗ ಬರ್ತೈತಲ್ಲಿ ಖಿಲಾಡಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಖೈದಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಸಾರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ 4 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಈಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಟ ಏನು ಮಾಡೋಣ ಹೇಳ್ಬೇ ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಚಾಟ್ ಕಾಣಿಸತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಆನಂದ್ ನವೀನ್ ಅಣ್ಣ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ನಿಮ್ದು ಚಾಟ್ ಕಾಣಿಸತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀವು ಚಾಟ್ ಈಗ ಮಾಡಿ ನೋಡಿ ನವೀನ್ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಶಿಪ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ನೀವು ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಅದ್ ಹೆಂಗೆ ತಗೊಂಡೋದು ಗಿಫ್ಟ್ ಕಾಯಿನ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಪ್ರಜ್ವಲ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಐತಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡ್ಕೋರಿ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಇತ್ತಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಚಾಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಸೂಪರ್ ಚಾಟ್ ಅದ್ರ ಬಾಜು ಒಂದು ಗಿಫ್ಟ್ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ತಿರ್ಗಾದಿರ್ತದೆ ಗಿರ ಅದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಟ್ಯಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ನಿನ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಅದ ನೋಡ್ಬೈ 1000 ಇದ್ರೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ 50 ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ನೀನು ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೋದು ಹಂಗೆ ಫ್ರೀ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ರಶರ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡರಿ ರಶರ್ ಬೈ ನಾ ಐಜಲ್ ಅದನು ಬೈ ಇನ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಲೀಡರ್ ಅದನಿ ರೂಮ್ ಇಸ್ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬರ್ ಬೇಡ ಬೈ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ ಅಕ್ಬರ್ ಹಾಯ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಹಾಯ್ ರಮೇಶ್ ಬ್ರೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಚಾಟ್ ಕಾಣ ಜಾದವ್ ಬೈ ನಿನ್ ಚಾಟ್ ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳಸಪ್ಪ ಹಾಕಿ ಪಟ್ಟನ್ ಹಾಕ ಭಾಳ ಆಯ್ತು ಇವಾಗ ದಿಸ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಡಾಕ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಯಾಕೋ ಫೀಲ್ ಬರತ್ತದ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಬೈ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ 20 ಅಗೇನ್ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಗಾಯ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಹೇಶ್ ಇಂದ ಚಾಟ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬಾಯ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮುಕ್ಕುಳಾರ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ಕೋರಿ ವೆಂಕಿ ಬಾಯ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಹಾಕೋ ಬಾಯ್ ಮೇಲ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅದ್ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ರಿ ಜಾದವ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಪಟ್ಟನ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಕನ್ನಡಿಗ ಬಾಯ್ ಹಾಯ್ ಹನುಮಂತ ಬ್ರೋ ಗಾಡ್ಲೈಕ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಕ್ಲಾಶ್ ನೋಡುವ ಸ್ಪಾರ್ಕಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೆಂಬರ್ಶಿಪ್ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿನಿ ಕ್ಲೈಮ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ भाई मेंबरशिप हंगार रिटर्न ಆಗತ್ತದ जादव भाई आपको रिटर्न हो जाएगा जी पैसा अकाउंट पे एमईपी प्रिडिक्शन एस्पोर ಬರ್ತಾನ भाई एस्पोर ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿನ್ ಇವರಿಬ್ಬರದಾಗ ಒಬ್ಬ ಬಂದ ಬರ್ತಾನ मैं असली हूं नो ಕ್ಯಾಪ್ ಹಾಕತ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು भाई ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಹಾಕ भाई ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ भाई ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ನೀವು 200 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಪಟ್ಟನ हेलो प्रज्वल ब्रो हाय मुत्तु भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम हाय शरण भाई वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम आद गाइस यार कಡೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅದಾವ ಹಾಕ್ರಿಪ್ಪ ಅವನೇ ಹಾಕ್ರವನ ಮುತ್ತು ಶರಣ ಬಾಯಿ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಬಾಯಿ ತಡ್ರಿ ಒಂದ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಬಳಿ ನಿಂತ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಹುಡುಗರ ತಿಂಡಿಗದ್ದ ಮಳ್ಯಾಗ ಆಡೋದ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಬರ್ರಿ ಒಳಗ್ ಹೋಗ್ ನಿಮ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಮೆಂಬರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಪ್ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಮಾಡು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಾಯ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನ್ ಹೇಳ್ಯಾನ ಕನ್ನಡ ಹಾಯ್ ಬ್ರೋ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಅಣ್ಣ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ ಅಕ್ಬರ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಿಗುತ್ತದ ಒಂದೆಡೆ ನಿಮಗೆ ಅದು ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಬರತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗಿಫ್ಟ್ ಅದ ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸನು ಯಾಕೋ 500K ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನ ಅನಿಸ್ತದ ಬೈ. ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಯಾಕೆ ವಾಚಿಂಗ್ ಗೊತ್ತವ್ರ. ಕಾಸ್ಟರ್ಕಿಂತ ಹೆಚ್ಚ ಅವ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡತಾನ ಬ್ರೋ. ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೋಡಿ ನೋಡೇನ್ ಬಾಯ್, ನೋಡೇನಿ. ಸ್ಟೋನ್ 0 ಅದಾವ. ಓಕೆ, ನಿಮ್ದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಬೈ. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ. ಹಾಯ್ ಮುತ್ತು ಬ್ರೋ, ಮಾರುತಿ ಬ್ರೋ. ಓ ಚಾಯ್ ಸಮಯ. ಅಣ್ಣ ಸಮ್ ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಅಬೌಟ್ ಗಾಡ್ಲೈಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಓಜಿ. ಗಾಡಲ್ಲ ಪೋಡಿಯಂ ಅಂಕರ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಓಜಿದ ಕಾಂಟ್ ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಟ್ ಬ್ರೋ. ಶಾಕ್ ಆಗೋವಂಥದ್ದು ಹೇಳಬಯ್ಯ. ಹೋಗೇ ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕಂಬೈ ಎದೆ ಹೊಡ್ಕೊಂಡೆ. ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಕೊಡತ್ತಾರ ಇವತ್ತು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಅಂತ ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೇನಪ್ಪ ಬೈ, ಅದೇನು ಪರಕ ಬೆಳಗಿರೋ ಬಯಸ್ಸು. ಹೌದಾ ಬ್ರೋ ಅಂತಾರಷ್ಟೇ. ಪವನ್ ಹಾಯ್ ಬೈ, ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಬ್ರೋ. ಚಾಟ್ ಭರತ್ ಬೈ ಚಾಟ್. ನಂಗೆ ಸಾಕಾಗೈತಿ ಬೇರೆ ಟೀಮ್ ಒಂದು ಆಫರ್ ಬಂದೈತಿ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಮಾಡು ಬ್ರೋ. ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತ ಬ್ರೋ, ಲಾಕ್-ಇನ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಐತಿ. ಅವ್ರು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಚೇಂಜಸ್. भाई स्नैक्स का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ना भाई आप। स्नैक्स का अभी देखो स्टार्ट होने से पहले उसका 5,000 तो लाइक हुआ होगा, 5,000 10,000। मेरा 1K लाइक हुआ तो वो एक अचीवमेंट ही दे भाई। 1K लाइक वो तो नहीं होगा लेकिन फिर भी। गॉडल मैच ಇದೆ ना? यस ब्रो, गॉडल मैच ಐತಿ. हाय महेश ब्रो. ಏ ಕ್ಯಾಗೆ ಲೋಡಿ, ಸಾರಿ ನೋಡಿ. ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಒಬ್ಬರೇ ಏನಾದರೂ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ. ಹಾ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಅಂತ. ಹಾ ರಮೇಶ್ ಭಾಯ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಏ ನೋಡಿ ब्रो, अमाउंट ಎಷ್ಟು ಅದ ವಿನ್ ಆದ್ರೆ 5 ಕೋಟಿ. वो खाएगा, वो तू खाना, वो तेरा चीज है, वो चीज तेरी है खाने की। क्यों नहीं होगा? आप अपकमिंग एमवीपी हो। हाँ 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 भाई, ले 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 ले, मजा ले ले अखिल भाई, मजा ले ले। PMWC प्राइस ಎಷ್ಟೈತೆ ಅಣ್ಣ ನೋಡಿ. ಈ PMWC का ये प्राइस पूल क्या है बे ओवरऑल? ಕ್ರಾಫ್ಟನ್ ಇಂದ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ, ಹಳೆ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಪ್ರ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಾಯ್, ಅದ ನಿನ್ನೆನ ಆಗಿತ್ತದ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸೊ ಬಟ್ ಅದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತ. ಕೂದಲ ಎಷ್ಟು ಜಲ್ದಿ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾವ ಉಪ್ಪ. ಹೆಗಡೆ ಎಂತ ಮಾರಾಯ, ಮಂಡೆ ಬಿಸಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು ನೀನು. ನಿಕ್ಕು ಮರ್ಲಾ ಎಷ್ಟೊತ್ತಿಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಬ್ರೋ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 15 ನಿಮಿಷ ಆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು ಈಗ. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ನು ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ 4:00 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್. ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೈಕಿ ಕರ್ನಾಡು ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಅಂತ ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳು ಬೈ. ನೀವು ಟೀಮ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬಿಡು ಬೈ. ಟೀಮ್ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಏನೂ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಲಾಕ್-ಇನ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಐತಿ. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತೈತಿ, ಏನು ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೂ ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. स्टोन हस्तगुन हैया। हाँ अनुराग भाई हाय, वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। हेगड़े पता नहीं मेरे को भी बहुत सड़ी के। हाँ ಬ್ರೋ, ಹೌ ಟು ಗೆಟ್ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ? ಕೆಳಗ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಸೂಪರ್ ಚಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಲ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್, ಒಂದು ಗಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಬರ್ತೈತಿ. ರೌಂಡಾಗಿ ತಿರುಗುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಅದು ತಡ್ರಿ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಅದು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಬರತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ YT ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಬ್ರೋ. ನೀವು ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಕರ್ಲೋ ಬ್ರೋ. असली हूँ नो क्या? ಓ ಇದು ನಂದು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ ಬಾಯ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ತಿರ್ಗಾತೈತೆ ನೋಡಿ ಸೂಪರ್ ಚಾಟ್ ಕಡೆ. ಹೌದಾ, ಗಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಈ ಗಿಫ್ಟ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಟ್ಯಾಪ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಕಾಣ್ತೈತಿ. ಆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಸುಮಿತ್ ಐಕೋ और आईफोन भाई, आईफोन आईफोन आईफोन। थैंक यू पवन भाई। ನೀನು ಏನಾರ ಮಾಡಪ್ಪ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳ ಬೆಲ್ಲಿ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಬಾ 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 ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಲೈಕ್ 65K ಅಂತ ಚಲೋ ನಾವು ಸ್ಕ್ರೀನ್ ಮಿರರಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ನೋಡೋಣ ಹಿಂದಿ ನೋಡೋಣ ಬ್ರದರ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ನೋಡುವ ಅಂಗ್ರೇಜಿ
You know what, guys? I got this one. I'll do it myself and qualify us into the grand final. So, Ulf, right now I would say I got that glimmer of hope, just like we had at PMGC last year, or even PMGO Season 1 this year in Jakarta, that they can be on the podium and maybe break that second place curse.
And that's just a few of the world-class teams that are going to be representing here in the final for PMWC at EWC 26. You want to stay tuned. You want to see all of these teams fight for that grand prize pool.
Thank you, special reporter Kalar is coming in with the information now. Let's talk about the club championship. AGAL got eliminated.
They did.
They are no longer in.
Lace, don't forget that we still have Vitality and we still have Aurora that if they finish in the top 8 or if they end up winning, I mean, they'll get a cool 1,000 points for that CC.
Never interrupt me again,
Hindi.
7.
By Hindi clarity.
But that's fine.
Pakistan
with our CC update is going to interrupt and on standby to bring us the club championship update.
As we head into finals for PUBG Mobile, and as we prepare for the penultimate championship weekend here at EWC, as is tradition, it's time for another club championship update. Because this is what all of our clubs are fighting for. The title, the honor, the ability to etch their names in the history books of the EWC. So let's talk about what that means for this weekend. Over on the Allianz Vault, we have the likes of Liquid, Falcons, AGAL, all fighting for points in their respective games, and honestly, they're going into semifinals today. Whittling it down to top 4, it's going to be a big one. Then at the STC Arena, a little bit of a repeat here because we also have Falcons in the running, and we're also keeping our eyes on Vitality, which could be a big one, as Vitality is in 4th overall in our CC leaderboard. But as we take a look towards our stage at PUBG Mobile, we get Vitality yet again. They are one of our big teams expected to do well, but the real question is, will the likes of Fourth Tribes, Orangutan, or even Tiamba take those points away from them? Will Vitality be able to usurp Falcons or AGAL? This is the perfect week and opportunity for them to do so. We're going to have a lot of updates coming your way over the next couple days, and as we know more, of course, we'll make sure to let you know.
Thank you to our special reporting, being able to cut class and just do that CC update. Thank you, Glitter. But we gotta talk about Sony's story of the day here, because this is the finals, and there's some teams, Lace, that have just been outperforming like crazy. Vitality being one of those.
Of course, Vitality, they were able to get the exact same score that Fourth Thrives did over 2 days. So if you don't understand how much of a juggernaut team this is, well, then you better wait and lock in.
Yeah, another one that we saw there as well is Godlike. I personally have Godlike finishing in the top 5. This team, for a first international event from India, they have been performing so well. And is that Snacks Gaming that I see? Bye. Turn left. Can I say hello? Bye. It's good. Maybe we'll get a chance to talk to him later on. But we do have some more special reporters, none other than Maxman and Amatura. Let's see what they're up to.
And here we have it. We are here at the Analyst Corner for some good old PMWC 2026 at EWC 2026 breakdown. And I'm going to be joined by some co-analysts here to break down everything that might be happening this following weekend. First of all, we got Michael Niptura Jackson right here at the stage. How are we doing, Niptura?
Very well indeed. I'm not going to do what you want me to do for later. I'll save that for later. But for now, yeah, we're looking very good. Excited for the finals. We all dressed up for the occasion. We are ready to go.
Yeah, with that said, looking at the teams, I know that Nipchara, you really want to jump in on Godlike because this team came out of nowhere in Group B and made it straight into the finals.
I mean, out of nowhere is a pretty good description of it. We were not expecting too much simply because of the lack of experience compared to the other groups, right? The other players, the other teams, but they performed very, very well. I mean, we had them coming in second in the groups overall, only by 1 point ahead of Aurora, you know, a few points behind For Thrives, who had a big group stage, and the back-to-back wins on Miramar and Rondo over the span of both days was just really, really nice. I really enjoyed how they've been playing. They play more compact, they look for those positions, and in a lobby like this is working out very well. So yeah, I'm excited to see what they got today.
I feel like a lot of people, especially when it comes to highlighting, you know, they're looking at S-Power, they're looking at Admino. I want to say Some in particular has been doing absolutely fantastic for the entirety of Godlike. So you can see a little bit of a B shot there, them getting ready for this event. But you know what? Godlike is one of the many teams that are going to be here trying to compete for that trophy this weekend. But you know what? I feel like we need an extra analyst possibly to join the desk right here. But we have to summon him.
Oh, yes.
Nipchara, so you're ready? 3, 2, 1. Vitality. Oh, no. Oh, didn't work. Okay, wait. Time 2, okay? Wait, we're going to do it one more time.
Yeah.
Vitality!
Vitality!
Hey! So Vitality, what are we thinking, Blank?
Hi there, my name is Blank, special reporter coming in for Vitality so far, doing incredibly well. Razy and Razak, my boy Ray, as well as Federales and Axel, looking fantastic at the moment. I think Axel's been in a huge amount of work, as has Federales, opening up a completely new style of shotgun play, which looks completely ridiculous in Game 2. But that's my special report for Vitality.
Oh, thank you for the insight. Also, Axel, by the way, the IGL doing some big numbers, especially on that one game against Hora on the beaches west of George Pole. So this team, with how impressive they were in the opening day of their respective group, which was Group B, right, Nipchara and Blank, can we see something similar going into this one, Blank, Mr. Vitality?
Ooh, Mr. Vitality. Yeah, I do think that Vitality is going to do very well here. The spiritual successors, of course, but I do think they're going to do very, very well. I think that there's not a player on that team that doesn't look incredibly good at the moment. And the funny thing for me right now, Neptura, is that Razy and Razak aren't particularly the guys that are stepping up their heat, despite so much talk about them. Axel and Federales have come in looking very hot, and I think that's the most promising thing.
Absolutely. I think if you look at any of the stronger teams in globally, just the global circuit, you're going to see players that all have very, very aggressive gunplay skill despite their various roles, right? You don't have just one or two. It's very, very nice to see that come through for them. So, yeah, it's very, very strong looking. And also the fact that they can get so many wins, we were talking about that in the group stage, right? We get so many of those wins, it makes it interesting for that Smash rule that we actually could have a lot of hope for this team to actually come through the pressure and get that win.
Yeah, it's very nice to like For Thrives, they can actually get wins, because if they do gain contention for the Smash ruling and the trophy, actually that could put them in a really good contention to be crowned your PMWC 2026 champions. Now, we already talked about one of the Indian teams. I think it's time to focus on the other Indian team, which is going to be Orangutan. Nipchara, you already talked about them, so Blank, Orangutan, what are we thinking today?
You know what? I think Orangutan, for them, I think right now they're looking very, very good. I think a lot of the emphasis, though, has to be on Aru, though. I got to talk to him a fair few times this event. Lovely guy. I could just sit there and listen to him all day, but he's bringing a lot of the eliminations. He's also bringing a lot of the guidance to the squad. Now, there were a couple of moments, I think we're actually seeing on screen now one of those moments, which was a little bit difficult right now. Orangutan, they moved up on this one versus Flash. They struggled a little bit on the gunfight. However, they ended up winning that game. It looked a little bit shaky. I think that they solved a lot of the issues coming after that. But yeah, I do think the rest of the team needs to develop around Aru, essentially.
Yeah, I think Aru's got some great ideas and he's got some great direction. It's just that synergy that has to come through. I think probably there's a little bit of, I don't want to say the word panic, that's a very strong word, but when you are in these high pressure situations, it's your first PMWC, whatever, you are going to go, oh my god, they're everywhere, and you're going to have a little bit of a freak out, and they've really worked on that. They've solved so much of that, and so yeah, it is looking really, really nice for them. So very, very hopeful for this squad to actually do big things here.
Yeah, very hopeful. We'll see how high they can actually rank up in the final. But with that said, the final team I'd like to talk about here is actually the team I predicted to be the champion. So I'm sorry guys, but I'm going to go for Team Flash. Team Flash, I think, is a team that has been getting better and better and better every time we see them play. And I feel like now they're at level, Blank, where maybe a trophy is in the cards for these guys.
Womp womp.
Yeah.
Wait.
Predicted by Max. Womp womp.
Sorry. So they're going to be in 16th place.
Yeah, probably. To be fair though, for Flash, I think that they did quite well, all things considered. Because last time we saw them this year, they looked fairly unconvincing. They looked scared. They looked like they didn't have it in them. From what was basically a rookie upstart squad, who were testing a lot of other squads, right? Poking at them, nipping at their heels. They suddenly play this really passive game. I think some of that aggression's coming back now, and that's good news going in towards the finals.
Yep. Go for it.
No, I do. I agree. I want to see more from them, though. I think in the group stage, they've been heralded as a very, very aggressive, forward-playing team, and I think in the group stages we didn't see that as much as I was expecting to. I would like to see more of that in the finals, but you know what? It could be just a simple thing of, like a lot of teams do, they saving it for the finals. And so I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm not going to hold that against them. I want to see what they got here today.
But you kind of remind me of Fourth Rights in the sense that every player has that clutch factor, and it's especially interesting. They go from PMGC last year to qualifying because barely able to squeak their way into the finals. So now, actually being a team that consistently are able to qualify straight into the finals of these big international events. So Flash, I feel like, could be a big surprise, especially if they picked up the mantle of Deep Xavier earlier this year, right?
Yeah.
Could be.
Could be happening.
Also, last thing, chicken.
Whoa, chicken right there. There you go. Check him out. He's very cool. Check out the booth right here at EWC 2026. With that said, thanks so much for joining the analyst corner here for PMWC 2026. We'll throw it right back to Lace and 7WG.
Yes, thank you so much to our special reporters, Max and Neptura. I don't know where we got the budget to fit Blank in there. I thought we spent it on him saying Vitality 100 times. However, our players are now arriving and getting ready for the show. 7, I do believe we are missing one caster.
Oh, not again. Not again. He ended up missing last year on the final day of PMGC. We cannot have that happen again. Let's send our special reporter, Kalares, who's going to be looking for none other than John Allen.
Here, reporter for PUBG Mobile here at PMWC, and a major problem has occurred. It seems we've let one of our commentators out in the wild here, and we've got to actually wrangle him and get him back in. So it looks like maybe a little bit of movement's going on here, actually. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to capture him. This is the problem with commentators. A lot of the times, they just go wild. They somehow get it. He's on the move. He's on the move. Okay, no, we've actually got to be able to try and find him as quickly as possible here. He seems to be hiding. I'm not exactly sure if we're going to be able to capture him. He actually has a microphone already. You can see he's dangerous. He's very dangerous. He has a microphone already. That means he's actually ripe for the commentator desk already. They might be able to actually capture him here. They've caught him cornered a little bit. I don't think he's very interested in it, but he might take to it. Let's see if we can place down some bait or something like that. Some bait actually might be able to work. Usually chicken dinners are the prime meal of a commentator here for PUBG Mobile.
Guys, in like 200 like
this is a tense moment. John Allen.
If you talk match, top has one.
They might have it. They might have the John Allen. It looks like
90 points.
Did you see that? Get a close up of that. Get a close up of that.
Apply
I think they've got him. I think they've got him. Unbelievable scenes here at PMWC.
290 become hash 1 team 100. If you next
As an Australian, I would have caught him a lot faster.
Team. That tournament
I'm just glad we caught him. Okay, this man was on a loose. We weren't able to find him yesterday during the day off, and I'm just glad we're able to set some bait to actually find him.
Absolutely, he needs to lock in just as much as our players 7.
They really do, because there is an alert right now going on, and that is that the players are ready. We are ready to rock and roll here at PMWC at EWC 26. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the finals, baby. I'm ready.
Third day, final average score ತೆಗಿತಾರೆ. ಆ ಸ್ಕೋರ್ ಯಾರ ಇರುತ್ತಾರೆ ಅವರು 1 ಚಿಕನ್ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ತೆಗೆದ್ರೆ ಅವರೇ ವಿನ್ನರ್. ಹಬ್ಬ ನೋನ ಹಣ ಆತಲ್ಲ ಗಸ್ಮ. ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಜವೆಲ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೈ, ಏನಿದೆ ಹುಡುಗರು ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಾತಾರನೆ. ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಇವತ್ತಿಗೆ 6 ಬೈ. ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಬೈ ನಾವು 1000 ಇದ್ರೆ ಹಾಕೋ ಬೈ. ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕ್ಯಾರ ನೋಡು ಬೈ. 12 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಡೇ ಫೈನಲ್ ಎವರೇಜ್ ಸ್ಕೋರ್ ತೆಗಿತಾರಂತೆ. ಸ್ಕೋರ್ ಯಾರು ಮುಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರ ಅದೇ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇದ್ದವ್ರದ್ದು ಚಿಕನ್ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ಅವರ ಸ್ಕೋರ್ ಇದ್ದವ್ರು ಚಿಕನ್ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ವಿನ್ನರ್ ಅದರಿಂದ ಗೋಡಲ್ ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಭಾಳ ಐತೆ ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಫೈನಲ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಒಂದು ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಡೇ ಟಾಪ್ 1 ಟೀಮ್ 10+ ಆಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸ್ಕೋರ್ ರೀಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಚಿಕನ್ ಆದರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಹೌದು ಸೋಲೋ ಪ್ರಿವಿಲೇಜ್ ಯಾರು ಸ್ಮ್ಯಾಶ್ ರೋಲಿಂದ ಒಂದು ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಟೂರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್ ಗೆದ್ರದು ಹಾಗೆ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ನನಗೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬೈ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಬೈ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಡ್ರಾಪ್ಲೆಸ್ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಯಾಕೆ ಬ್ರೋ ಈಗ ನೀವು ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ ಸಿಕ್ತಾರೆ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ನಮಗೂ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ತೋರಿಸ್ರಿ ಯಾಕೆ ನೋಡಿ ಹೋಗ್ಯ ಅವನು ಹಂಗೆ ವ್ಯೂಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟರ್ ಆಗಿ ನಾವು ಆ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ಬೈ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಾಗ ಭಾಳ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು 1000 ಮಂದಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಬೈ ನಮ್ಮೊಬ್ಬ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ರು Enigma Galaxy. Thank you Hunter bye. ನಾಳೆ ಇಂದ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಏನು ಬೈ ಡ್ರೀಮ್ ಬೈ ಏನು ನಾಳೆ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಓ ಮಾರೇ ಹಂಡ್ರ್ ಬೈ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಚಿನ್ನ ನೋಡಪ್ಪ 100 ಬೈ ತಗೋರೋ ಮಾರೇ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮಗ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹಾಕಿದಾರೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬೈ 100 ಬೈ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ अच्छा शेरा पूरा रोबा इवर मैगो होप ಈಗ ಕೊರಟೇದಾರೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ ಅದಂದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರು ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಬರ್ತಾರ ನೋಡು ಅವನು ಇವ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಅವ್ರ ಕೊರಟಿದವ್ರು ಐಡಿಯಾ ಏನಿದೆ Orangutan. Vitality ಬಂದ್ರು ಮರ ಇದು ಡೇಂಜರ್ ಐತಿ 40 ವರ್ಸಸ್ ಇವ್ರದಾಗಬೇಕು ಬೈ ಇದನ್ನ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಇವರು ಚಲೋ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಗೆ ಕರ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಕ್ರೇಜ್ ಇರಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಮ್ಯೂಟೆಂಟ್ ಬೈ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಗೆ ಕರ್ಸ್ತಾರ ಅದ We can't emphasize enough the importance of the next like ಮಾಡ್ರಪ್ಪ ನೀವು ಅಂಟರ್ ಬೈ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು look ಇರ್ತಾವ ಇನ್ನೊಂದೇ
absolutely no room for mistake if you want to be the best team in the world you need to prove it from the very first day the PMWC finals at PMWC 2026 starts right now
slide ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಬೇಗ ಟ್ರೆಂಡರ್ भाई ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಲ್ಸಬೇಡ್ರು ಬೈ ಭಾಳ ಡೇಂಜರ್ ಆಯ್ತದ ಅದು ಅಂತ ಡೇಂಜರ್ ಲಾಬಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಡಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋರು
laser focused on one thing the title of PMWC champion fight smarter
in 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್
and deliver when the pressure is at its peak that is what it takes to keep this dream alive
so welcome to the PMWC at EWC 2026
Tiambo, you know that already come back, eh?
Pushing up close and personal. With the name.
Snacks entry 1.6 lakh.
And he's doing this all by himself. It's the Slotway 1v4.
Like my recorder.
Let's put the 11th on the board. Looking for Teasy, is it a self-denial? It might be. Get to double digits on the E-list and burn yourself down to the ground.
What a shutdown. 108 points in 6 matches. Nate misses, Darkin peaks. That's on target. Good shot. Follow-up there. HG takes him away as Turney K falls. Mormon closes the gap in the shotgun standoff, but will he win it? No!
Are you kidding me? What a
finish. It's Ida.
S-Power is just insane. He's been throwing heat-seeking missiles all game long and opening the fight for his team. A full 4v4. S2G tried to catch a couple of their players off guard, but it's S-Power, baby. You can't shut him down that easy.
You can't stop S-Power, and you cannot silence Godlike in this
match time.
Amino for the closing play.
3 minutes. Only 3 minutes.
That is how you do it here, folks. And
Like
you can see
guys.
the look on their faces saying, make some noise, Paris. It's Godlike's time to shine.
You see on Rondo, it is madness in the Ox Factory. A big nade threaded on up, and it's finding 1 and 2. Falak charges on forwards, and they're cutting the rosters in half.
No.
Another one right up in his face. They go wide. Top's moving around the side. Aurora, a difficult beast to handle. The run coming through from India, but it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will not be shut up here. Aru still going strong. A tanky underneath, looking to get the shots in. But Flash moves around the side.
Oh,
But finally, they will hit the last shot. India grabs the back to back. From day 1 to day 2, this team looks clean.
It's time to crush some dreams of 10 teams. Can I get you to press this button and open up the iris? Oh, with a bit of vigor. I like it. I'd like you to pull on this in 3, 2, 1. Send them home. Let's go. There we go.
I don't think we could have set the stage better ourselves. So it's ironic that we were featured in that nice little collection of replays there, Blank. An incredible way to give you a glimpse into what's gone on over the past couple days. But it's going to get even more climactic here. The best of the best return to the lobby, and this is where dreams truly do become reality.
Oh, stage change aata hai.
Hopefully the players aren't.
हाँ, सब change
Because
आएगा maybe.
this is a day, right? Day 1 always gives you the most freedom.
हाँ, change आएगा, change
To
आएगा
get
सब.
a big buffer online without
Like मार guys.
because we saw that come through in survival stage.
Caster
Teams
Pro,
were
Allah,
sweating,
40
teams
वाला
were
था.
shaking in their boots. But it's time to get
Allah,
boots on the
Allah,
ground
Allah,
over
Allah.
on Rondo very, very soon for our first match of the day. Who's going to grab that gargantuan point total? Can someone try and repeat something similar to the arena? Maybe not the same, because that's once in a lifetime type of a deal.
Well, if there was a time to pull it out, try and elevate a world record even
So
further.
PMWC no hinge
There's
irtadalla
no better stage for it, no better crowd, no more excitement and anticipation than right here, right now, live.
Rondo
with
start
the
ಆಗತ್ತೆ, let's
City
go.
Blitz, the PMWC at EWC 2026. 3 years of intense competition, twice we've had brand new champions crowned, and this year we'll get another one.
Never going to be the same year at this rate with Yangon being Yangon. It is time to crown a new victor. Who's going to be the defending champion? But right now, all that matters is getting those points online. Play pass is in the air for day 1 of finals, match 1. Rondo, let's get it started.
चलो गणपति बप्पा मोरया.
To hear you, Paris. Let's keep the energy going throughout the day. We'll set the stage for you.
Palaka
On board for this one. We've had some pretty good games of Rondo, mate. You touched on E-Arena there. That was something to be remembered. But the consistency respective groups was intense.
Actually, recall मान्य बेल्ली कड़े होगा इवर बाकी ESPORTS admin सौम्य इली बोलूँगा.
I mean, they will have to, because there's going to be bodies on the ground shortly. As soon as these players start dropping.
Like matter, guys.
E-Arena here though, and teams do need to be worried. They've been taking this little odd where they've been searching out players from different teams on their respective positions.
Okay, Manya.
Remembering our game versus Alpha 7 just the other day on survival stage day 2, they had a real tough time of it. They were able to hold out, but E-Arena made their lives extremely difficult. But it wasn't just them. Let's see what E-Arena can get done, because a lot of teams are going to be taking those res beacons off towards the northwest side.
Hi Pachi bro, welcome to the stream. Guys, like ಮಾಡ್ಕೊರಿ ಪಾ.
Towards Yulin.
Like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ first.
just how hot are these drops going to be and how much aggression is going to come out.
Oh, Tiamba!
Knock from the side of 4 Thrives as Razy on Vitality starts to let some bullets fly. 2 players on Orangutan instantly being knocked off their feet as well. That's 3 points achieved for Tiamba in a matter of seconds here, Black.
QZZ already.
OG dead. By loading Akbarakatupa.
Hitting the knocks left, right, and center. Milu up to 4. QZZ on 2. 6 eliminations in 1 minute 47.
Oh.
It's an incredible result already for Tiamba, and they should be able to get the easy res peak, and they're already cleared. Now, most of the damn teams in that position.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable start for Tiamba. A powerhouse in the survival stage, and again delivering early into Rondo. Orangutan being forced out as well as Hora look to try and claim a few more points for themselves. 3 points for Hora, 3 in the back pocket for Nonshin Red Force, and that big 6 total for Tiamba already.
Oh my days, I mean, just coming through, Milu was just slashing at them. He pretty much cut through the entirety of 4 Thrives there, left them in ribbons by the end of it. I'm pretty sure he was up against guns as well, but he just brought the knife close quarters outside the pagoda. Real samurai here on Rondo.
Start as you mean to proceed, it seems, then, for Tiamba on today's games. Sleepy taking the clash back over to Zizzy there from Nonshin. Going to be able to force him out early.
Nice.
Ooh, that's a great lineup, bud. Lord coming swiftly in with that one onto S2G.
Gorgeous stuff here. But for S2G, got to chat with him for a little bit. My boy was actually getting a haircut when I was talking to him, but they were saying that they have the aggression, and that's what they're bringing here in the finals. It's what Ulf kind of lacked a little bit of. But for their Turkish team, they were looking to bring that aggression in the group stages, so they can bring it again here. They've had a lot of time to study those teams, but Lost moves up and already is down. It's Kamikaze, the man with it all to give. 1 nade, 1 dream.
Ooh.
Good damn.
Chip damage on the peak. Oh wow, Lord trying to lean into it, but the pre-fire back from Kamikaze on low HP will at least secure that one. Ralph goes in aggro though with the shotty and absolutely pumps them full of buckshot.
Good stuff there. Solke, at least at distance, is able to recall the team back into action. We do have a Western circle. We didn't get to talk about too much. Flash already has tops in that region, so Jiao Ting currently covered, but that place can hold a lot of teams game.
Oh, nice, babe.
There is the mark, HP, but
nice,
Milu once again. Tiamba up to 8 probably after this.
Tiamba though, you know, boy, 6 kill, 8 kill, wow. By China team is young aditru bala idu aditru panic passive
off back in the games we'd seen previously.
Admin finish episode banda
and you can keep this going throughout the whole day. Good luck.
It's the buffer that we were talking about. And there's no luck involved, but there is luck involved.
Like madre guys, like madre bega.
You can join in with us in game right now for the 2026 PMWC, for the exclusive 2026.
Guys, yaar kada diamonds adava hakre avana diamonds hakre pani puri shiva puri Jewels adala. Wadi. Oh, nice be. You China the ring adakatru lo. Ba danger adatara.
We are looking at 2 eliminations per minute.
Unreal reactions as well. Coming out swinging today. We know mechanically they're very gifted as individuals, but they're putting it all on the line. And hey man, that's the way to do it, right? We were 3-day finals environment like this. You gotta get in for the thick of it, and Tiamba doing just that.
Again for Tiamba, their biggest success in the survival stage was the fact that they started incredibly hot, where it felt like all the weight was off them a lot of times. That Milu making that 1v4 look real easy, I think that came from the fact that they had nothing to lose at that point. They were already in.
We had to excel.
Pushing a little bit further there. We haven't talked about it too much so far on the cast, but we do have Smash ruling this event. And not only does that mean that, yes, you can win.
China team artidare anta shock agide ivagane tara comeback. No bhai. Aur manne hanga adidare nodidiralla. Guys, like madri guys, like madri.
Similar result to 4 Thrives as well as Vitality in terms of how far they sent themselves ahead in those rankings to make it difficult for any team to catch up, to really engage that Smash ruling on the final day.
might be coming down to match 6, honestly.
GODLIKE recall use ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿಲ್ವಾ?
Yeah, it will be a fun little storyline to see how that affects things going into the last day of competition. How big of a barrier that'll be, and really if other teams will have to rise up to the occasion for it to even be a potential pipeline for them.
Flash ಐತಲ್ಲ.
That's one for the future though, but now it's in the back of your mind. You have that context with just
OG same gameplay ಇರುತ್ತಾ, ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ aggressive ಇರ್ತಾರ ಬೈ, ಸೇಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಬರೋ, ಸೇಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ guys.
They were dominant in both of their respective groups. Easily the best squads we saw when it came to how consistent they looked and how aggressive they were. Yeah. Vitality even kind of completely blowing away what we thought was the upper limit when they then played their group, right?
I think they knocked it out by 1 point, but even that 1 point is a hard point to squeeze out in such a short amount of games. For Tiamba, it's a little...
Yes, like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ guys, like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. Diamonds ಯಾರ್ ಕಡೆ ಅದಾವ ಅದನ್ನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಇದರ. ಕಾಳಿ ಬೈ. ಏನದ ಮುಚ್ಚಿದ ಕಣ್ಣು ಯಾಕೆ ಏನತ್ತ? ಕಿಕ್ ಬೈ ಬಿಡು ಬೈ ಬೇಡ, ಸುಳ್ಳ ವೇಸ್ಟ್. ಯಾರ?
Tiamba still look very strong, and for them it was more a case of switching it on in those moments. And they've done exactly that. It looks like all the lights are on at home right now for Tiamba. They are burning the midnight fuel. It's crazy. Actually wild. Speed at which he
like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ guys, like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಬೇಗ.
Which he was like, was that 1v4 again actually? Now I'm thinking about it. Technically
it feels like it is, especially when you
then ಜೊತೆ ಫೈಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಇವ್ರದು.
Clean 1v4 he won. We then had a 1v4 attempt towards the end of survival stage that resulted in a winning free elims and going out as the last guy. Yeah, like the conversion rate we've had on raw 1v4s from him has actually been unbelievable.
I think we're more astonished that might be a 1v4. I mean, we didn't even clock it because it's like, is he just doing
it
bro repeatedly now?
Just
Mania original gameplay start tomorrow. Let's see bro.
Crazy.
Love to see it. Circle goes over towards that northern side. A bit of an awkward res beacon on this one as well, down towards the lake. Definitely possible to go for, but you get caught out on
Solar split
out from that area a fair few times here, Jackie, and also there will be teams playing around that spot, trying to hold teams out. Orangutan, though, nice rotate on the north side, will be able to get them further.
Nice.
Tiamba Vitality all on the back foot here, as well as Ulf. Aurora holding a 2-2 split. I think they've realized because they're so far down towards the south, likely better just try and clear their back angles and then look for maybe a major rotate on the west or the east side later on.
Oh, fight A versus OG. But either fight win आरो बा, either fight win आ रही. आगालो भाई.
And it's easy clean up on the opening 2 players. Aaron Wisgard
ಹೇಳತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಇವ್ರ ಗನ್ ಪವರ್ ಬಹಳ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಐತಿ ಇವ್ರ ಕಡೆ. ಬಟ್ ಗನ್ ಪವರ್ ವೀಕ್ ಐತಿ.
Leaves Orangutan just on one singular player, AKOP, who is sending for a res beacon. I think he might go far Bailey on this actually, Jackie. I don't think he's going to stop off early over towards the lake. Like we said before, you get a res off there, teams know it's happening, they will
go
for the long rotate. But honestly, for Orangutan, it's not terrible because they can just swing back in from that northern side.
Gun power andre malaka, gun power andre bhai padiyadu bhai. Practice scrims olaga aggressive aadode. Close range bhal kammi aadtare bhai avaru.
Further out as well, hedges his bets, he goes up towards the top of the north side, going to get that recall in. See Vitality on screen here as well. Just the one elim to start us off with, Razy. I mean, you said it yourself, mate, doing your little special report on Vitality. Razak and Razy, that's been a hell of a duo. They're like the Cray twins, bro. You're just terrified when you see them coming at you.
Yeah, you are. I mean, one of them bringing the double hammers as well. It's a bit of a nightmare, honestly, and they are always looking for a proper shot. But it's nice to see Axel as well as Federalis. I mean, Axel really astonished me. Because there had been so much talk about Razy and Razak, and Federalis has also had...
Guys, like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ guys, ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ ಅದ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಪಾನಿಪುರಿ ಶಿವಪುರಿ ಹಾಕರೋಣ. OG solo man alive. Yes.
Swinging and not missing.
Mostly ಆರು ರಿಕಾಲ್ ಆಗದ, ಆರು ರಿಕಾಲ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗಿರಲ್ಲ.
A lot of hope, and I'm very, very excited to see this team perform.
ಅದ ಆರು ರಿಕಾಲ್ ಅದ.
As this tournament goes on, just because of how good all of them have been playing individually and as a unit. Take a look at Godlike though. They're over towards that center side. I think Godlike
like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ guys. 300 like ಮಾಡಿ fast. ಇವತ್ತು 1K ಲೈಕ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ.
They had some great aggression. I think they've been making little
Godal chicken ಹೊಡಿತೈತಿ.
figuring things out they go along.
ಜೋನ್ ಚಲೋ ಐತಿ ಏರಿಯಾ.
Overall we're impressive.
Godal chicken bro. ಬಟ್ ಬಾಳ ಕ್ಲಸ್ಟರ್ ಐತಿ ಏರಿಯಾ ಆಸ್ಪಾಸ್. ಬಾಳ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಬಾಳ UL ಅದರ ಬರಾಕತ್ರೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಳ್ಳೇದ.
Fair play. I mean fair play.
Vitality really did get in there, mate.
Hey, kill chicken akati Godal atandra.
Down the zone here as well, pulling further down. Couple big names amongst the dead center of it all. Godlike, as you touched on, 4 Thrives, Vitality, Enigma Galaxy as well. The representation from Aurora, another side that could have some surprises in store for us the longer this one.
Zone speed and zone damage ball irutte. Zone speed kammi irutte, damage ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's their major issue. Every single player on that team has greatness inside of them. It just seems to dwindle a little bit once we get to a final. And we've been asking for that not to be the case for the longest time. And get to the point now where I just don't believe in it, which is sad. But they are consistently always here, and you can't really put them down too much for that. The fact they're in most of the finals is like that's already a big achievement. Reefus though opening up over towards Yasser from Alula. Numbers cut out on that eastern edge. Now there's a lot of these big pillars involved inside the circle as well as stadium over.
Last round match 30 points ತಗೊಂಡಿದ್ರು Godal ಅದೇ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ.
So if you are here reading and swing
ಮಾಡಬಹುದಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ.
They also know this area very well. It is their drop spot, but 4 Thrives have
Day 1 ಐತೆ ಆರಾಮ್ ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೋಬೇಡ್ರಿ. Day 1 ಮುಗಿಲಿ. 4 zone touch ಆಗತ್ತನ ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ಲ. Third zone
situation again as well. They were massively coming alive, dude. Felt like it was way better in terms of the decision making. The communication was on point. A lot of the fights we witnessed from them. Igor as well, just playing so brilliantly with some of the individual plays.
Guys, like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅದ ಹಾಕ್ರೋ ಮಾರಾಯ. ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ರೋ. Jewels sir. Raj bhai adavel ಹಾಕವನ.
Screens again. Milu scouting around, seeing if he can get a line of sight potentially. Close towards the geometry here at the cliff face. It's Ulf that aren't too far away.
ಯಾರು ಯಾರಪ್ಪ ಹೊರದವರು ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಬಾರ್ಸಾತಾರ.
I mean, man. Every single one over on Milu and QZZ, but these guys are the fraggers on side. A lot of times playing off the back of him. Eagle very, very good at playing that anchor style. Generally is the last player to
ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ ಬೈ.
survivalist very well.
ಜಲಗಾರ್ ಬೈ ಹಾಕೋ ಬೈ ಎಡಡದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೇವನ ಹಾಕೋ ನುಷ್ಟಕ.
You're right, Furia looking good. Egos I think was a big surprise.
Yeah.
We've got big names on that team like Chief, Ayala, Silence also doing a lot of good work, but yeah, Egos was just really giving
border zone bhai.
Squads. Now we're getting in towards
border zone.
Our later circles with quite a lot
border
of teams still involved. We talked about Jaltin earlier on. It can house a ton of teams. It is uncomfortable to play in, and swinging apartment is not always easy. And there's a lot of difficult windows and little places to pitch nades in. We can't quite get those full finishes on. So I'm curious to see how this will play out. I think it's going to be a little bit of a passive game going towards the end, but you do have to get in towards Jaltin.
See over on the side of the stage, the Enigma Galaxy fans getting quite.
Hey, thank you Mystery One bhai, thank you. ಹಾಕ ಬೈ ಹಾಕವನ ಉಷ್ಟ ಹಾಕವನ. ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಆಗಲಿದ್ರ ಬೈ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಬೈ.
On top of them from Nonshin Red Force. The hero of Hyunbin starting it out well. And only one man in line.
ಅಷ್ಟು ಶಾಂತ ಅನ್ಸಾಗತ್ ನೋಡ ಸೊಳ್ಳೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಊರ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಕುಂತು ಬಿಟ್ರ.
Forced to bail out and try and keep their dreams alive as he
Mini vlog super. Thank you.
There's Aurora as well clashing against EWC.
ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಬೈ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ನಿಂಗೆ ಕಳಿಸಿರೋ ಹಂಗ. ಸ್ಕಾರ್ಪೇಸ್ ಬೈ. ಯಾಕೆ ನಗ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು.
They got crunched in by Vitality as well as Aurora. I think you somewhat deserve that coming into this stage of the game. Jaltin is still far on the western side, but because it's such a big amount of landmass with a lot of places to play, you do see a lot of teams confirming here early, but you sort of want to be on that end where Aurora is, Vitality, where there is those clear exit points across the road. A lot of other teams have to take something a little bit more unfortunate. Fourth rise though, Joker stepping up to the plate. He is spraying through the smoke. There's one close. He's giving himself away though, Jackie.
Yeah, this is
really. Hey, BK Gaming, welcome to stream. Like my guys. Hodi. Oh no, nice of it. ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ರ ಮನೆಗೆ.
Hearing it down, but back on ball with Tiamba. Milu finding the first as per usual. Scarface desperate against it, but he's just pushing up. A-King will find another shot. Solus is down. This is looking very, very bad for Ulf. And Tiamba puts up more points.
Tiamba, you not out your child. Yen Thid Mandru, me, Enadi come back your day. By just a passive team there. Other than what Dada Tidro, Vadak, close range.
To tuck his tail and
Hunger grind ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು
finds a lone rock in a field and gets his head down. Turns his attention back up onto him though. Few shots as he dumps the magazine towards Milu. And someone needs to stop him, like.
Milu is just out of control this game.
Aru knock ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಇವೆಲ್ಲದೊಮ್ಮೆ.
QZZ still taking some damage here. I'm kind of curious from where. What if it's Fury actually taking
Aura top knock
towards them. Aaron not letting up. Just
Aurora
over the top of that ridge side. They're going to take the blue for a little bit to try and deny those sightlines. They make their way over towards the pagoda.
China dalli black magic work ಆಗುತ್ತಾ?
Difficult spot to play.
Yes, Deep.
Curious to see how it does work out. Aurora, it seems like both
Top rev makana again alla.
Crossing a couple of curveballs at one another. But everyone does find Eagle. Goodness me, still being a nuisance on that east side.
Fair play, man. He's thinking you want to try and ruin this for us on game one? We'll at least make it uncomfortable. Force out
S2G ಗೆ ಹೊಡೆಯಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಸಫರ್. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಲೇಯಬಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಟ್ಟ ಐತಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್. ಐತಿ ಪ್ಲೇಯಬಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಪೂರಾ ಐತಿ ಇವಂಗ. S2G ಹೊಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕ ಬಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಪವರ್ ನಾಕ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು ಯಾರ್ದು. ನಾಕ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ NS ಇಲ್ಲಂದ್ರೆ ಏದರ ಪಕ್ಕ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Like I said before, it does give them that capability to move out over towards that northeast side of Knees B, but they also
silent ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ಚಿಕನ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ ಬೈ ಚಿಕನ್.
There's one player left remaining from Ida. It is Darkin. He is over on the eastern side of Joutin.
First match grip ಸಿಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ನು. ಮಸ್ತ್
grace for Vitality because they'll hear the shots immediately if someone tries to rock over towards Darkin, just give them a brief opportunity to reassemble.
But ಆರು ಅವರಿಗೆ ದಿಕ್ಕತ್ತಾಗ್ತಿ ಈಗ.
Play off on that eastern side. Replay here for Federales, just instant shots. I think this has been a key factor for Federales throughout the entire tournament as well. Reaction speed. He is quick with it.
Tiamba push. By Europe kade ಹೊಡೆಸ್ಕೊಂತಾರೆ. Federales. Oh!
They turn around back onto it and Federales falls. What's gone on there?
By China team mein ಹೌದಲ್ಲಿದೆ.
Insane push from Tiamba, by the way. They have practically lived it. Only QZZ goes down. I don't know how Tiamba is here. They immediately scarpered from that south side and they took the most bold push. I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down. And I was like, goodness me, Vitality's going down to Tiamba of all teams.
Mate, this is lunacy. Milu's looking for the nade.
14 kill. 8 ಹೊಡೆದನ ಮಿಲ್ಲು. ನಾಕ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಒಳಗ ಇದು ಐತಾ ಪ್ಯಾನಿಕ್ ರೂಮ್ ಟೈಪ್ ಐತ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಯಾರ್ ನೇಡ್ ಬಂದೈತೆ ನೋಡೋಗ ಆ ಕಡೆ ಬಿಲ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಇಂದ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಬಂದೈತೆ ನೇಡ್ ಅದು. ಬಟ್ ಅದೇ ನೇಡ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಹೋಗ ಪ್ರೆಡಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ನೋ ಏನಕ್ಕೆ ಫೈರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ನೋ ಏನೋ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿರೋದು.
Last of a player up, probably the one you want to see as well here for Tiamba. 14 eliminations this game so
ರವಾದ ಹೊಡಿತಾರ. ರವಾದ್ರ ವೇಟಿದರ ಹೊಡಿತಾರ.
Vitality's going to let it happen.
Just like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಪೌಡರ್.
He's going to get it in. The res is going to get him back up. The insane bit was as well, it was the nades from Aurora from all the way in the back line that got that initial knock back over onto Milu. Vitality have just been caught in the middle of it all. Most aggressive game of badminton with nades being bounced over the top of their heads. Molly in round the corner, QZZ with a nade back.
He's just going for it.
Good.
Whoa!
Good night. The shotgun knocks them both out.
ಎರಂಗಲ್ದಾಗೂ ಹಿಂಗ ಆಡ್ತಾರ ನೋಡ್ಬೇ. ಎರಂಗಲ್ದಾಗೂ ಹಿಂಗ ಆಡ್ತಾರ, ಮಿರಾಮಾರ್ದಾಗೂ ಹಿಂಗ ಆಡ್ತಾರ ನೋಡ್ಬೇ. ಇವ್ರು ಅಗ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಆಡ್ತಾರ ಇವ್ರು. ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಇವ್ರ ಚೈನಾ ಒಳಗೆ ಈ ತರ ಆಡಿ ರೂಢ ಆಯ್ತು ಅನ್ಸತ್ತೆ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಬಟ್ ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ಗೆ. ಬ್ಯಾಳೆ ಬಟ್ ಅರೋರಾ ಏನು ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಅವರು ಚಲೋನ ಅದಾರ.
I'm sure you can hear that.
ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಕಿಲ್ ಎಪ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು
A spectacle to start here on game 1 of Rondo, and it's Tiamba that lead the charge. Now out.
But OG त्रास आती है. Godal zone मस्त है. Sexy zone it मस्त. हेरन देना. Godal zone पूरा है.
Flash moving over towards Aura. He's on the south side. They're kind of fighting for nothing.
Godal NS दर ಹೊಡೆದ್ರ ಅಂತೀಕೋ ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಚಿಕನ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾರ. NS ದರ್ ಜೋನಿಗೋಸ್ಕರ Godal में push ಮಾಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಈಗ. ಮಾಡಕತ್ರ push ಆತ.
Inside the warehouse. Hard to pop these off the wall though because of all the concrete inside. Godlike though dealing with Nongshim Red Force. What? Tizzy just lets him run straight.
Godal admin Espoir ibru knock finish admin. Espoir finish.
Blows him away. Godlike
Soumya knock. Manya last man standing है. भाई चौका तो उनके थ्रो आता
They've seen the blood in the water. They want to see if they can roam over. They smell potential points here.
But OG 0 points लगा रहे नो.
Alula sends up Yasser.
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 teams are up. 9 teams. Or team eliminate.
Luckily that Molotov is not on target. Tizzy's just going down.
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಐತೆ 8 ಟೀಮ್ಸ್ ಆ ಓಜಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಸಿಕ್ತೆ ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಗಾಡಲ್ 3 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಆತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 4 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ NS vs ಗಾಡಲ್ ಎಸ್ ಗೈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್ ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಇವ ಅದಾವ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿರವನ 300 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಪಾ ಜೆವೆಲ್ಸ್ ಪಾನಿಪುರಿ ಶೇವಪುರಿ ಟಾಪ್ 600 ಡ್ಯಾಮೇಜ್ ನೈಸ್ 11 ಕಿಲ್ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರ NS eliminate wow
Arena looking to put up another good point here. Aurora playing with our hearts.
Godal eliminate.
Opening up with maybe
4 points. But OG still survival ಐತಿ. OG knock ಮಾಡಿದ ಫ್ಲಾಶ್ ಗೆ. ಏಕೆ ಫ್ಲಾಶ್ ಕಿಲ್ ಚೋರಿ ಆತ. ಆರು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ನಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಬಟ್ ಅದನ್ನು ಚೋರಿ ಆತ. ನೈಸ್ ಬೇ. ಆರು ನಾಕ್ ಆದ ಬಟ್ ಈ ಸತ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಹಾಕನ. Aurora ದರ ಬಹಳ ಚಂದ ಕಿಲ್ ಎಬ್ಸಿದ್ರು. ಗಾಡಲ್ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಗೇಮ್ ಪ್ಲೇ ಆಡ್ಬೇಕು ಬೈ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ವರ್ಕೌಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಬೈ ರಿಕಾಲ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಮೇ ಬಿ
Actually didn't even grab that. Top was able to steal it. But for OG, they live a lot longer than expected. But with 0 eliminations, they will not get a huge amount off this game other than the placement points involved. AKOP inside, has to move soon, might just end up denying the point here. Reefus spraying in, has 217 bullets as well, so they have had a lot of loot crates to
heal battle bhai yendar one sab ಹೊರ ಟ್ರ್ಯಾಪ್ ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಪ್ಪ.
Just trying to keep himself sustained and run the clock down on this one as long as possible. See if he can deny it out to the blue potentially, because if he goes running in there, that's just another point for Aurora.
ಸೋಲ್ ಬರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಇವ್ರ ಜಾಗದಾಗ ಸೋಲ್ ಬರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು.
I think anyone else is going down anytime soon. Still more. He's mistimed it. Yeah, unfortunate. I think he thought that the angle was bad for him, so pulls off the first aid kit there. Sadly, not able to
#6 ಬಂದ್ರು.
once again. If he'd waited a little bit longer, maybe he would have ranked up over E-Arena here. Who
ನೋಡು ಬೈ ಅವರವರ ಜಾಗದಾಗ ಮೂರನೇ ಲಾಭ ಪಡ್ಕೊಂಡಾರೆ.
not able to weather the pressure here from Alula, who have been impressive.
NS ಸತ್ತ ಗಾಡಲು ಸತ್ತ ಬಟ್ ಏದವರು ಮಜಾ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಮಸ್ತ್. ಬಟ್ ಫ್ಯೂರಿಯಾ ಸೋಲೋ ಅದಾನೆ ಇವಲ್ಲಿ ದವ ನಾಕ್ ಐತಿ ರವ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು ಆಗದೇನೆ ಇರ್ಬೋದು ಮೇ ಬಿ ಆಗ್ತಾನ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ. ಅರೋರಾ ಚಿಕನ್ ಬೈದ ಅರೋರಾ ಚಿಕನ್ ಥ್ರೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಬೈ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಥ್ರೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಅರೋರಾ ಚಿಕನ್ ಬೈದ ನೋಡು ಗಾಡಲ್ಗೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಚಲೋ ಜೋನ್ ಏರಿಯಾರು ಬೈ ಅದು ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ಕ್ವಾಡ್ ಹೊಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಅವ್ರು ಬರೀ ಅದು ಒಂದ್ ಸ್ಕ್ವಾಡ್ ನೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾದಾಗ.
Some of the plays he's making. He wants to slam down on the off-angle peak behind the vehicle here. Alila trapped, cowering. One by one, they eat the bullets and they fall. Huge step up from Enigma Galaxy, and enough time to fix their HP as well before any other fights are forced. The only solo player from Furia, Igor, just trapped in the ditch.
Third party bro, Aurora.
Two teams that are going to.
ನಾಳೆ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಇದೆ bro ಇದೆ.
And Top finds that one for an extra elim.
just instantaneous shots coming through. So we're down to Aurora. Reefer swings very wide here, over towards the northern edge. And hold both positions. An awkward angle like that could make them very worried. Has a little bit of
dinner.
He's outside the zone, gonna wrap back.
Aurora dinner.
Onside. Coops tries to hit the shots, has to go for the reload here, gonna go for another as he passes on by. Again, I do think for Nick McGuire,
Aurora kade gun power matte experience baala ಐತಿ. So ಚಾಯತಾ ಸೀಮಾ ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ನಿಮ್ದೆ ಚಾ ಕುಡಿಬೇಕ್ರಿ ಈಗ ಹೋಗಿ ತಳಗ
It works out, but you do need someone else to move forward and back off of one another. So for Nick McGuire, I do think this is the perfect setup right now for
ಡಾಕ್ ಭೈ ಡಾಕ್ ಕಡೆ ಪೀಕ್ ಹಾಕೋರು ಯಾರು ಹಾಕಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಭೈ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪಟ್ಟ ಬರ್ತಾರ ನಾಕ್
a teaser potentially from Aurora.
ಟಾಪ್ ಟಾಪ್ ಇಂದ ಆಡಾಗತ್ತಾರ ಬಹಳ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಐಡಿಯಾಸ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ ಆಯ್ತು ಹೌದಾ ನೋಡಿ ಏನಂದೇನ
It's greatly timed from Joel.
ಮತ್ತೇನಂತೀರಿ ಎಲ್ಲದರ ಬಾಟ
He knows, Jackie.
Look at the lineup. Wants to get it behind the cover flare.
Oh, one need to kill it.
Chip damage. Coops on half.
Knock.
This is annoying.
ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಂದ್ರಬೇಕಿತ್ತ
Quite a bit of time for Aurora to reposition.
Doubling it
this as well because both the front targets have been distracted, discombobulated in the chaos. Thought it might be a little harder for the circle. They also know the north side's free. Ralph had to go back up that angle, but they have all.
By first day weaker than by Pawan. By first day, Marnan weaker than. Day by day come back ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಮಸ್ತ್.
A lot of nades being baited out here by Coops as well. He's down to 2 nades and 1 Molotov. Ralph actually being isolated from his off angle.
ನಾವು ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಸತ್ತಿಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರು ಅದ್ರಾಗ.
In front of him. One Blessing has got a little bit more cover to try peek off of, but no easy rotation.
ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಟೈಟಲ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ ಪ್ರೆಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ಬಿಟ್ರ ಅರೋರಾ ಅನ್ಸಾಗತೈತಿ ಇವ್ರು ಆಡೋ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರ
I do think Aurora beats them out on that.
ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಐಟಿನು ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ಆಡಾತಾರ ಗೇಮ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗೈತಿ ವಿಐಟಿದು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಇದ್ದಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಓಜಿ ಇಲ್ವಾ ಇದೆ ಬ್ರೋ ಓಜಿ ಗಾರ್ಡಲ್ ಎರಡು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ ಆಗಿದೆ
I'm not sure he'll be able to do the same on the next. They both go wide. He's going to push forward into the smoke. We'll have to swing back, but one player goes down the back line.
Bhai choke ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು bhai ಅರೋರಾ choke ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು
Enigma Galaxy is making this happen.
ನಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಪುಷ್ ಯಾಕಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇವ್ರೆ
Want to convert this one into a chicken dinner win on game 1 as 2 of Aurora's players buckle under the pressure. Ruthless falls.
choke ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಥ್ರೋ ಡಬಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಹಾಕಿರ್ತಾವ ಅವಾಗ ಬಿಡಬಾರ್ದಿತ್ತು
The Aurora is gone. That is insane. That is insane, Jackie. I got to eat my words on that one as well. I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, what a good game.
NGX chicken. Advantage ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡ ಅರೋರಾ ಥ್ರೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಈಜಿ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತ
It was probably the most fitting head-to-head of 2 teams we could have. Yeah. Similar contrast of play styles, the way they split off, confident their 2v2s, the off-angle aggression. But I started to get worried, man. Pointing to the map feed, seeing Doc charging in. Slight timing on the nades.
Bhai, Aurora garam hai.
It's the docketing. It's happening again.
Karan Rowe.
Absolutely come alive on that one.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Actually wonderful stuff. I still think Aurora played that game very, very well, though. I think when you watch them in those moments, they are so clean on the shots here and there. I think it's just a little bit of a stumble towards the end there where you're trying to pull yourself out of those buildings. That is hard, getting back across the road. They don't have a huge amount of space to play with. Nick McGuire also has the high ground, so they set up well on this one.
Aurora overconfidence ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಕಮಿಟ ಮಾಡಿರಲ್ಲ ನಾಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಾಗ ಕಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೇಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಸುಳ್ಳ ಯುಟಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಹಾಳು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಗೈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿಪ್ಪ 300
You can see him enjoying it as well. Ralph enjoying the
Diamonds are ಕಡೆನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ also top esports
off with Enigma Galaxy taking game 1. Stay tuned for even more.
ಅವ ಹಂಗ ನೋಡಬ ಹೊಲಸ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾನ ಬಾಡ್ಯಾ ಬ್ರೋ ಫೈನಲ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ? ಫೈನಲ್ 3 days ನಾ? 3 days 18 ಮ್ಯಾಚಸ್. ಏನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಲಾಬಿ ಬಾಯ್ ಅವರು ಬಾಯ್ ಬಿ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ದಾಗಿನ ಲಾಬಿನ ಡಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಾತವ. ಎ ಗ್ರೂಪಿನ ಲಾಬಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ಡಾಮಿನೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಾತಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರೇನು ಬ್ರೋ ಅರೋರ ನುಗ್ಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಏನ ಅವ್ರ ಹಂಗಾರ ಅವ್ರು ಒಂಥರ ಸೈಲೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ತಾರಪ್ಪ ಅವ್ರು. ಗೈಸ್ 300 ಲೈಕ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ರಿಪ್ಪ 300 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಬೇಗ. ಬಟ್ ಡೇ 1 ಹುಲಿಗಳ ಶಾಂತಿನ ಇರ್ತಾವ ಅಂತಾರ. ಇವ್ರು ಹೆಂಗ ಕಂಡಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ.
More than good. There is, I don't know. It's my first time at the World Cup and it feels so good.
It's amazing, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about your team, S2G. Let's talk about the preparations coming to EWC. Were you guys, preparing here on site, or did you boot camp in Turkey? What was the plan?
Just we did boot camp at the Istanbul. We have gaming house at the Istanbul. And before the tournament, we go to China, the PMI, Macau invitation tournament. And I don't know, I feel we're gonna take this.
You feel like we're gonna get this? Well, S2G's run through the group stage was really good. Now we're in the finals. How are the team feeling? Are they nervous? Are they excited? Like, what's the vibe from the team right now?
They seeing me, my players are seeing me. Maybe we're gonna get the first place, maybe we're gonna get the 6th place. They don't know. Yeah, but I think we're gonna handle this.
It's a very strong group of finalists, isn't it? So if you get on a roll, like momentum is a big thing in this game. If you start playing well, you could take it all. But do you have faith in them? Do you think they can do this?
Yeah. I believe them.
I believe too. Badish, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the event, and we'll see you later.
See you.
Back to you guys.
ಬೈ ಚಾಟ ಪೂಜೆ ಅಂಡ್ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಒಂದೊಂದು ಚಿಕನ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾರ ನೋಡು ಬೈ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಬೈ ನೋಡೋಣ ಲಾಕ್ ಏಜ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ 18 ಮ್ಯಾಚಸ್ 3 days ಎಸ್ ಬೈ ವಿನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಬೈ ಓಜಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೋಡಿ ಆಡ್ಬೇಕು ಓಜಿ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು ಬೈ ಬಟ್ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಬೈ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋಲ್ರಿ ಬೈ ಅಟ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡೋಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಹಂಗ ಇರ್ತೈತೆ ಬೈ ಮಾನ್ಯದು ಹಂಗ ಇರ್ತೈತೆ ಬಟ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ
passive like the previous group were too much aggressive, or maybe they were one more chance, that's why they were aggressive and this was a survival stage. But I think Tiamba got the momentum and the top 6 were expected, as we have decided already in the podium thing that we have a fun activity over there.
Hey Pawan bhai, thank you Pawan bhai. Hakriga hashtag Pawan bhai in the chat. Diamond family ge swagata suswagata. Sorry Stone Big family ge
to carry forward the momentum that
Pawan bhai nim kade view adavna diamonds idra avna haak matte
we tried to grab as many things as we
could. Your live ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಾಪಿರೈಟ್ ಏನು ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಬೈ ಅವರು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬೈ
and
ಸ್ಟ್ರೈಕ್ ಸೀದಾ ಪರ್ಮಿಷನ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು ಬೈ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಪಿಕೆ ಬೈ
of the finals lobby would look like, and obviously we don't really fear anyone, but yeah, there are many respectable opponents that we need to respect in game as well, as much as we should, not more not less. So yeah, we are confident coming to the finals and looking at the survival stage. We know that when teams have like only one last chance, it's like they play more in pressure, and yeah that's it.
All right, so I want to ask 23 points question since we've got two fantastic teams here.
Like matter guys 300 like matter faster.
If you had to take a player from Admino's team and add them to your roster, who would you pick and why?
Maybe Espoir, because he's really consistent.
Okay. Same question to you, Admino. Who would you take from Aru's team and why?
Aru insists because he's a good idea.
What do you think about that? You think you're a good IGL? You think that's fair?
ಭಾರಿ ಆಡಿದ್ರು ಬೈ ಭಾರಿ ಆಡಿದ್ರು ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು ಬೈ ನನಗೆ
Final thoughts, final kind
ಹಂಗ
of
ಆಡಬೇಕು ಬೈ
finals as a whole here. I'll start with you, Admino. Well, what's your expectations here for the final? Obviously, it's an amazing lineup of 16 teams, arguably one of the best lineups of all time here at PMWC. So how do you think your chances are here?
Well, I wouldn't be saying anything. I'll just prove it by performing over it.
Perfect. How about you, Aru? What are you thinking for the final?
I'm just here to play and enjoy the 18 games because I love this game. I don't want to feel any pressure or set unnecessary expectations from myself. If we are going to enjoy the game inside the game, then we are definitely going to perform well as well.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck today.
Thank you, Kalaris, for that amazing interview there with Admino and none other than Aru. But it does end up coming down to Aurora at the end. Even though Enigma Galaxy won, congratulations, Enigma Galaxy. I gotta give this team some props because we're finally seeing the MVPs show up for that squad. But Enigma Galaxy, Coops, especially at the end, what a surprise for them being able to come out with a win.
It's so nice. Just in my notes, I just have Coops because that's all you gotta say, really. I do. Can confirm.
NJX #1
I can't read that.
Aurora.
Yeah, my hand.
Ankori avuru 23 Tiamba 16 Godal 4 plus 40 last in the second.
And what I loved particularly here, Max, was their push onto EA was not super aggressive. All they wanted was space inside the zone. They didn't go for that full push and that full clear of the team. They're just like, hey, we want some space. We're going to take it from you, take a couple of points as well, and then wait some more. I really liked that from them.
I have an idea, but this is just pure speculation. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but I'm like, maybe they slowed down the fight into E-Arena, hoping Al-Ula would go for a third party, and then they could let them fight each other and pick off the rest. I don't know if that was the actual reasoning, but it's how it worked out in the end, and because of that fight in particular, they get a 23-pointer tied with Aurora Gaming.
Lace, and we get just pure aggressiveness right off the bat. This feels like a PMWC finals, baby. As 3 teams were able to get 13 or more eliminations. Aurora with the 17. Tiamba started off hot as well.
Man, I did not like, I mean, you know, we came out of that survival. It's just not, I just love the fact, right? I'm just getting so excited, so passionate here, that the fact that they carried on the same momentum that they had. I mean, it was exceptional from them. Obviously took the hot drop seriously, which, you know, shout out, love a hot drop taken seriously, and were able to capitalize and obviously recover the team. And this is, it's just a crazy storyline from them, from bottom to the top. And I mean, I'm so excited to see what they can do next.
Yeah, for Tiamba, they're looking to carry that momentum that we saw out of them in survival. Something that you actually enjoyed watching that game is the plan B, the adjustments that Tiamba was able to do, Max.
Because they had a great hot drop, right? I think it was, what, 9 eliminations after the hot drop? Absolute mad start for these guys. And then they start losing players. They want to go for the
Fujiwara Shogun power this time, yes. I need to yes, bro, not to Game sound ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡು bro. ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಿ bro?
16 eliminations off the back of that. Eagle, definitely, maybe not in terms of elims, but the MVP of the game in terms of what he allowed his teammates to do this match.
Allowing the team to be able to come back, allowing the team to just be able to just be there for support. Allow the other players to just frag out. And for anybody that had Tiamba, Enigma Galaxy, or Aurora in your predictions, congratulations, because those teams have been performing quite well. If you haven't already, make sure you check out the EWC Play app. Go put in your predictions. You could end up getting some rewards there depending on what your predictions are. And no surprise here that it is Milu from Tiamba with the MVP once again. 8 eliminations. This man is just non-stop right now.
He is. You can't stop this man. He's just gonna go from better to better to better performance. Here we go, the head-to-head. You're seeing here 16 eliminations versus 17 of Aura. And if I'm not mistaken, Milu had at least 8 or 9 of those. So
you know how you just had some notes and it was just Coops, just Milu. Man, this man's just chasing that MVP at this point.
He is. He absolutely is. QZZ though, shout out to QZZ at 1v2 onto the rest of Vitality. He was wiped out by Aura like seconds later, but yeah, it's some really, really good stuff there. There's a lot more players on the team than just Milu that are really fragging out.
I mean, I was wondering going to this, are we going to get group stage Chamber? Are we going to get survival stage Chamber? Clearly, with its opening performance 7, it is survival stage Chamber in the finals.
And we're hoping that that's going to be the case. If you're a Tiamba fan, you're going to be looking really happy. If you're a Fourth Rise fan, Fourth Rise, it's looking for a comeback here. Same with OG, but let's see what's going to be happening here on the second game of PMWC at EWC 26 finals.
ಹೋಗಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚಾ ತೊಗೊಂಬರ್ರಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಈಜೋ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೋ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚಾ ತೊಗೊಂಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಹೋಗಿ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರತ್ತ ಬ್ರೋ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಡ್ಸಿದ್ರು ಬೈ ಒಂದ್ ಆತ ಬೈ ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೂ ಅದ ಬೈ ಅವ್ರವ್ರ ಕಿಲ್ ಚೋರಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಹಾ ಹೌದು ಬೈ ಹೌದು
supporting all their teams. I mean, the Enigma Galaxy crowd.
If
they can get louder. As Enigma Galaxy are doing fairly well here so far. It's
ಬಂದೆ guys ಚಾ ತೊಗೊಂಬರ್ತೀನಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಟ
mad props to Coops. first of all, mad props to actually being here. The guy's dodged so many events at this point. Finally gets to play some matches. But yeah, the rest of the team's also looking fantastic. Ralph looking a little bit more reserved, I would say, in the gameplay, which is good to see. Holding those angles. I actually liked where he set himself up. It became a real nuisance. The big thing was, didn't immediately go down either. And I think a lot of times that's all he needs to do, because he knows the layout of the land. He knows where he needs to be playing. It's just sometimes he'll play those spots and then humble. And that's bang. So he's just letting the rest of his team work those angles whilst he plays that off angle in a really, really strong and quite frustrating spot to deal with. But we're heading over to our angle now, so probably a little less action involved, a little bit more calm, chilled out as we head in towards the first portion of the day. Fury at last game did come down to Igor once again.
Yeah. And honestly, mate, you know, normally I think you'd favour him in kind of positions like that, where if he had to step up as a solo, it's just how late in the game it was and how strong everyone else he was up against was looking, right? Uncomfortable position to be left in, but hey, they still squeezed some extra points out of it. So it's better than it could have been. For some of our other talented squads, they're far down the standings, but like you touched on, Rondo is Rondo, and now we get something a little bit more normal. Opening playing path established here, whole way down the middle.
Down on that eastern side, Yaz. Opening here for teams to move into. Gatka a little bit harder to get towards on that western side. North George, as well as South George, probably possible. It's just going to be a little bit more of a long approach on that one. Vital is just out early. I don't really ever mind the Kameshki split, honestly, over towards Stalba on that eastern side. You have a lot of position to loot. Most of the time you are not having a second team come over here, so it's just a really good position to get set up in the early game. But man, Tiamba, we didn't talk about them too much at the end of that game, but there is definitely fire in those bellies today. Because to make that push, to make that decision, to just be like, let's have a straight fight on the central compound when we're playing Edge, I don't know what's gotten into them, but I love it.
It is so good. So many elims already, and they just go, I like the look of that position. Let's take it off them. I'll be having that. Fairly watery circle, mate. Starting off one of these. This has been a consistent trend, at least throughout Survival. We had quite a few very similar to this on our start. Obviously, a little bit worse for Vitality with a late rotate all the way down from Stalba with their instant drop from the plane.
Yeah. It's going to be a little bit more difficult. A lot of the rotational tools will probably be removed as well, so it is going to be a long rotate for Vitality. You are correct. That might end up, or probably will end up, creating a little bit more of a passive game for them, a slower game for them. 4 Thrives though, loving life. You know, they get down towards Ferry Pier, the yellow's on the eastern side, there's no one around here, it's chilled out, it's peaceful. You get yourself set up nice and early on one of the prior compounds as we head into Zone 2. I think the scary thing about this one is it does eke in a little bit of Sosnovka, and there isn't a 0% possibility that this doesn't go down towards Sosnovka in the future. It still can. It could even center up around Bridge. Satan on our screens. You know what, the last game, first time I've seen Satan smile this tournament, by the way. Even when they win, he usually looks like something's gone wrong.
He enjoyed that one.
He did like that one. That was a nice win for him.
Yeah, they were chuffed to bits. And to be fair, it was great. You know, nice head-to-head. Two very talented squads. Lots of contrast of play styles, but Enigma Galaxy proving that it was on the money today in that first game. So low on utility, but made every bit count. Can they keep it going, though? You start well on Rondo. How does it look then moving in here to Arangel? Another chicken dinner, big placements. What are we looking at?
Yeah,
be a nice, I suppose, sort of litmus
drop class
of what the quality of this team's going to be throughout the next 2 days.
Oh, start again.
Ida. These guys kind of crumbled. They made the similar approach to Tiamba actually last game, but I think what Tiamba did very differently was the compound away from Aurora. Kind of came from that north side and just sandwiched themselves. I thought that was a very strange play for Ida to make. I think most of the time most teams would understand that probably don't want to place yourself between those two squads or those two buildings. They're very popular in that location on Rondo. But I don't think Ida had done badly before. They had some really cool clutch moments. Super awesome 1v3s right at the end of the game. They have what it takes to be a champion, but not like that. Or stop making silly mistakes.
ಆಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತ ನಂಗೆ ಬರೀ ಅದು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಲಿ ಫೈಟ್ ಎಂಟು ಗೋಡಲ್ ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಆಗತ್ತದ ಫೈಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾಗದ
towards the end of the day will be in a very different place to where they are in the standings right now would be both 4-5s and Godlike. Two teams that have got so much even just individuals as well. Falak gets some of that old form back out immediately, mate. You won't only see it, you'll hear it from the crowd.
I mean, he looked happy when I saw him this morning. They're ready to go.
Oh, Horazor in a Russian, no?
Cheeky, it is cheeky. But even when I was talking to him yesterday, he seemed like he was ready and raring to go. The rest of the team all looked happy. IQ is in high spirits, which is very, very good news for the team. Be able to give that advice and those crucial bits of information, where the team wants to go, how they want to play it out. You need all of your team to be happy. Though I am like an orangutan.
Okay.
Not because of gameplay we've seen so far, just because this is a finals at EWC. It would be unwise not to say they're under pressure. I think if you're a fan of both these squads, and maybe today looks a little bit rough for them, I would caveat with the tremendous amount weighing down on them right now. It's just finals versus some really damn good squads. Hoping they could probably get back into the run of it, like by match 3 potentially. But if it takes till tomorrow, I think that's fine as well. OG already still showing off that they have the rotations capability to make it happen. They got far into that late game, not a lot of eliminations, that's fine. Godlike similarly, still that aggression in play. I like to see it, but maybe not where we really wanted it to happen during that game.
I think it's also for teams like that, Blank. For our other squads that were forced to play survival stage, you've had to consistently keep grinding and keep that form on the go.
Yeah, exactly.
You come out from your group in those top team spots, you get a few days off, but that does cool you down a little bit. And the thing that's changed is what's going on behind us. The energy in the arena, the noise, the hype. They're getting excited because 4-5s have made the play. That's IQ with an opening takedown. But that's the difference as well. You come back into this area, Blank. Sure, with the noise-cancelling headphones, they might not be hearing it, but I tell you what, they can feel it.
Kumara Spider Bro na kare bro. Tip
I know the floor's trembling under my feet, so it'll be the same down there on the stage for our players. And if you're trying to instantly snap back into that tournament-winning mindset after a few days off with all this going on, it might take a game to try and lock back in.
Yeah. I don't like that though, from Aurora. Because you can scout that a lot easier just by sending over towards the beachhead, having a look over towards Lighthouse and being like, okay, there's a guy. I always think it's an odd maneuver to try and just send someone, slingshot them.
40 points.
We know there's someone. You also just lost a player.
Okay.
So early into the game, could have even just waited for zone 2. I'm curious to hear what the analyst has to say about that, because for me that's just
like my reporter.
Not EWC, PMWC. That's not what that is.
Noise cancellation.
Yeah, the trade of it.
Coming.
One player for one of your squad mates for an information play. Economically, it's not the best trade on it. Especially if we see him get a good run out of this game. Goes down to an awkward fight. One player of difference, Blank.
Hell, I mean, even this circle right now, where it's down towards the eastern side, 4-5s knows that. This is prime time to go for bridge camps.
Yeah.
Like, if this circle is further over towards the northwest, maybe you don't go for that type of thing. But I think this one, it should be a case of, oh, let's check if there's someone there. You should just know.
Hello.
Devil's in the details. And it paints a very pretty picture for some teams. For Aurora, it results in 3 players alive in game 2 to kick us off. One player knocked here, zone crunching. Bridge still in play. There you go, buddy.
Thought that this might be the case. It's very, very awkward on these types of circles, and it can center up around bridge.
No bridge pura kali ide bro. Ellaru battery based bridge ge barata.
This really could go back over towards Sosnovka way. I'm sort of expecting it to head towards the north.
Zone prediction by bridges. Bro, ivrda barsada kelsa agute.
Alula's kind of considering whether we should take an eastern crossing or should we just play over towards the ridge side on the southern edge.
cuts out a massive amount of space though. So much water involved. So teams are just going to be sending safety in that location.
Vitality did thunderfoot their way down from Stolber quite quickly, so you can see there amongst the rest of the pack, everyone else attempting to forge a path into the zone, knowing that play space will be very limited with a decent chunk of it cut out by the water. And either team from each other. Only two squads on the island right now are Alula and Aurora. We've got E-Arena on screen now. This is the POV of Joker.
Hey, lobby only to be there. Tiamba, Uji knock, Vizgod knock. Lakka illo, in the luck illo. Yen luck pound there. Nam dagi drishtige. But you key.
Has been making a name for the DBS.
Adro Tiamba ball chalo adata.
Nerfs that came through, S12K became the more popular. Despite that though, A-King has been consistently winning these.
But our first day, second day, stack Aldila bro, our DBS nodidra de Miramaralli. Choke madidda avanu.
Seems like Aurora fans enjoying this one so far, getting quite loud there. You see the banner flying.
Adar nodidre adar noob team ge invite kotra anisbidutte.
What's the prove? He's the DB best up close and personal onto Schwetz with the opener. Not ideal for his teammates though, as Joker strikes with a shotgun and Tony K outside twists the knife. Another one falls. An orangutan, it all goes down to just Aru.
Without info, anda push madidre guys. Dead age agutte. Aru ನನ್ನ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಒಂದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ ಗೊತ್ತೈತಿ ಯಾರು ನೋಡಿರಿ ಅದ ಹಂಗ ಅವನ ಮಾಡಿದ ಈ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಅವನ ಈ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ನಾ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮಿಸ್ಟೇಕ್ ಆರು ಹಾಕ್ಯಾನ ನೋಡಿರ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ನಾ ಜೈರೋಗಳ ಆಡೋತ್ನಾಗ ಹಾಕ್ಯಾನ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಆಬ್ವಿಯಸ್ಲಿ ಅವನು ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡೇ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಿತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬರೋದಿದ್ರ ಕರ್ಮ ಬ್ರೋ ಕರ್ಮ.
We are close towards our next circle now. Nigma Galaxy making me laugh at the moment, man. They're like, this circle looks horrendous. We're gonna
ಕರ್ಮ ರಿಟರ್ನ್ಸ್ ಬೈ ಕರೆಂದ್ರ ಬೈ ಯಾವತ್ತು ಬೈ ನನಗೆ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಬೈ ಅದೇ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ ಪರಮಾತ್ಮ ಫಾಲೋ ಆದಾಗಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಕರ್ಮ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ನಾನು. ಯಾರ ಬಗ್ಗೆನೂ ಹಗರವಾಗಿ ಮಾತಾಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೀಳಾಗಿ ನೋಡಬಾರ್ದು, ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಕೆಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಬಯಸಬಾರ್ದು. ಅವ ನನ್ನ ಕೆಟ್ಟದ್ದು ಬಯಸನ ನೀ ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ತೋರಿಸಿದೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೀನ ಮಾತಾಡ, ಅದು ಕರ್ಮ ಅಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನಾವು ಮಾಡೋದೆಲ್ಲ
seems like at least one boat in play there. Dream scenario, maybe it's a hovercraft wrap back over to the mainland, grab their teammates, then get involved with the action later.
Nice bhai, power, mark.
Milu on his last leg, suffering a casualty there for the Tianba squad.
Bhai adaka nee godal support antalla bhai. Aru close ada nan joti, aru close adana, Atanki close adara, BGMI tagella close matade. Hanganta idu alla, but ಯಾವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅಹಂ ಇರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳತ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನು. ಬೈ ಅಪ್ಪಿ ತಪ್ಪಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಲಾಸ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಪುಷ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಡ್ತೈತಿ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಚೈನಾನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಕಳಿಸ್ತೈತಿ.
fair bit of damage here, but he's refusing to move. Manya will reinforce the front gates. Actually, he goes for a swing by, try and get some information on that. So Eagle's going to move round, understanding the position has been compromised.
ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ರು ಮರ ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ ಆತರ.
Slowly trying to take some space back. Faint smoke wall goes up. Ooh, only gets worse for Aurora as well. And that's quick from Alula.
Like ಮಾಡ್ರಪ್ಪ ಹುಡ್ರ.
The other team that was on the island. There's now a third party that's joined though with that late rotation round from S2G. Looks like they did go back to grab the rest of the squad. Yeah, it was Kamikaze.
Nice, Albino, nice.
Paid off for them to fight towards them. Ulf interestingly taking the hit over as well to Godlike, so that battle turns into a third party fight.
Let's like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ guys, 400 like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಏ ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋ ಮಾರ, ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕವಲ್ರ ಹುಡುಗರು ಯಾರು?
It's not as safe as they might like it to be, but it is decently central. It feels like the circle's peeling away from Sosnovka.
ಯಾ ಅವ್ರು ಏನ್ ಬಾರ್ಸಾತಾರೋ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಯಾ ಸೊಳ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಾರ ಒಳಗಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊರಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಈ ತರ ಅಲ್ಲ.
towards Aurora there, leaving them at 0. Out of the game early, 23 points is where they'll end. On a single point earned on this one.
So a great start on Rondo, but a bit of taste left in their mouth.
Mystery one by Hako, Nusta Hako.
These guys have been playing the same game. I think this is the first time they've been inside the circle since the beginning.
By bridge zone, the bridge zone.
How does their entry work actually?
Bridge vantala. But bridge ದಾಗ ಇದ್ದರ್ kill heavy ಆಗಸ್ತಾರ. ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇದು open zone ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ.
We're still here. I mean, it's
bridge ದಾಗ ಏರಿಯಾನು ಸಿಕ್ತಿತ್ತು ಮತ್ತೆ.
I cannot believe this.
Luna also took another casualty from STG on the backside, so they've pulled it quits and actually rushed.
ಗೋಡಲೆ ಯಾವ ತರ ಮೂವ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಲೇಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಆಡಬೇಕು, ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಫೈಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿರ್ತೈತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಲಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
They're just in. They're absolutely playing it.
ಪಕ್ಕಾ ವಿನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾರೆ.
I mean, I'm glad finally there's some shots that go to.
ನಿನಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ನೀವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟು ಹೌದಾ ಬೈ ಲಕ್ಷ್ಯ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೈ. ಸಾರಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಆದ್ರೂ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬೈ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಎಲ್ಲ ಖಾಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗರು.
Slowly careen it back in towards his team and lock it down. They have lost one off the back of that. Vehicles are smoking.
ಏ ಇವ್ರು ಯಾ ಸೊಳೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಮಾರ ಇವ್ರೆ ಯಾ ಟೀಮ್ ದವರು ಇವ್ರೆ ಹೋರಾ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೊಯ್ಕೋಣ ಅಂತಾರ.
Dash with Gal. I mean, that's 3 eliminations potential there for them, but they're worried about these sidelines at the side. Furia. Ooh. Go on. Give it some welly.
Aurora dead. But 1 point ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು.
Doing Tiamba things once again.
NJX manpower loss ಐತಿ, Tiamba manpower loss ಐತಿ, UL ದ manpower loss ಐತಿ, EA ದ manpower loss ಐತಿ, NSF Furia Hora border.
With the distant shot.
Oh, bhai ಏನು ಆಡತಾರ ಇವರು.
A-King gets a little bit high octane as he charges through the ground floor. Nade on the stairs. Mormon's cooking one of his own to bounce down. Godlike getting involved with the fight. That's Manya just outside the window. Big pop-up pump in his hand.
Nice decision. ನಾ ಏನಂದೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಇವರು ಅಂತಂದು ಹಂಗ ಮಾಡಿದ.
But really good timing from Godlike as they move into this one. Just
ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಫೈಟ್ ವಿನ್ ಆಕರಿದೆ. ಮೊನ್ನೆ ನಾ ಹೇಳಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳಿಸ್ಕೊಳತಾನ. ಗೈಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾನ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ.
Good stuff. I mean, this is a good entry point coming through for Godlike, and they understand if they can get rid of 2 teams, they're going to be opening up a lot of space.
ಸೌಮ್ಯ ಕಳಗದಾರ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಓಡಾಡಬೇಡ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಕುಂತಾರ.
High HP count, but Manya finally does fall here to a nade from
Manya knock.
Tiamba goes down.
Smoke on the stairs. Mormon's going to clear it. Oh, straight in with the clothesline.
Whoa!
The turnaround. Mormon saying feed me more as Godlike charge into him. Quick decision, but not fast enough on the mantle. And Sume will save it. But at what cost?
ಬ್ಲಂಡರ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದೆ ಬ್ಲಂಡರ್. ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಏರಿಯಾ ಇದ್ದ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ ಬೈ. ಹೇಳೋದು ಸುಲಭ ಬಟ್ ಆಡೋ ಹೊತ್ತಾಗ ಚಡ್ಡಿ ಹರಿದೈತಿ. ಅವತ್ತು ಬೈ ನಾಕ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಏರಿಯಾ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಬೈ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಪ್ರೆಷರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಆಮೇಲೆ ರೆವ್ ತಗೋಬೇಕು. ಇಲ್ಲ ರೆವ್ ವಿತೌಟ್ ಇನ್ಫೋ ರೆವ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಸರಿ ಅದು.
Now Vitality, they're up into it. This place has been the graveyard of 5 separate teams so far. Vitality finally just come over towards the dregs. The funeral's almost over. Can Salme stay alive as the sole participant?
ಯಾಕ ಸೌಮ್ಯ ಕ್ಲಚ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾನಂತ ಫೀಲ್ ಬರತೈತೆ ನೋಡಂತಡಿ. ಫೆಡರಲ್ಸ್
The Vitality a victim from the top floor. Or will they just be signing their death warrants on entry? Axel being shot in the back. A new challenger arrives. It's Hora in the distance as Jiggle is able to punish and soften them, leaving them with 3 players left. Sume still just guarding the stairs with a
ಇದು ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಎತ್ನೋ ಬೇರೆ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋದ ಚಲೋ ಐತಿ ಬಟ್ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಚೋಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ.
He wants to punish him with a shot. You'll find it.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಂತ ಸೌಮ್ಯ.
I think you have to make
ಡಿವೆಸ್ ಬಾಳ ಹೊಲಸದ.
You hear the pin pull coming down, trying to get the res off. You're trying to go for the
ಒಂದು ಕಿಲಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ನೀಡಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಒಂದ ಕಿಲ್ ಐತೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಇನ್ನೂ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸ್ಲಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಡೀತಿತ್ತು ಬಾಡಲ್ ಅವರು. ಬಟ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತದೆ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ಇವ್ರು ಥ್ರೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಚಲೋ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. 10 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚಿಗೆ.
As well as Ulf now going at it.
ಓಜಿ ಅಂಕರು ಡೆಡ್. ಓಜಿಗೆ ಬೈ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಓಜಿ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಕಪ್ ಗೆ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ.
Easy to recover from.
Well, he should be. Whoa, you run straight into that one. Catching the...
ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೈತೆ ಅದರ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಗನ್ ಪವರ್ ಭಾಳ ವೀಕ್ ಐತಿ.
It's good damage, but such an awkward setup between both of them. Casualties on either side. Scarface looking to go for the pick-up play. Meanwhile, outside, Emre charging round with the SMG and denied out by Nongshim Red Force. Tizzy takes that one.
Nongshim could push
consistency maintain ಮಾಡಾತಾರ ಒಬ್ಬ ಚಲೋ ಆಡಾತಾರ.
It's not looking too good right now. Neither is Vitality.
ವಿಆರ್ಟಿ ಈ ತರ ಚೂತಿಯ ಟೈಪ್ ಆಡೋದು ಬಿಡಬೇಕು ನಾನು.
Into action. They lose a vehicle. Razy and Razak try and get the buggy through the window, but end up dismantling through normally. That was a speedy rotate. I like that. You know, cut your losses. Moving through Aura as well as Fourth Rise is going to be hard, and eventually one of them, you hear the engagement happening.
But ಎಲ್ಲ ನೇಡ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ ವಿಟುಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಳಾಗ್ತದೆ.
Very tricky spot. Cut between two strong teams in Nongshim as well as Vitality.
Quick decisions.
ಟ್ಯಾಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಬ್ರೋ, ಬಟ್ ನೀನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಬೇಡ ಬೈ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾಡ್ರ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಬೈ. ಬಟ್ ಬೇಡದೆ ನಾ ಇಂದ್ರ ಅಚೀವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಆಮೇಲೆ ತೋರಿಸೋಣ.
They've been able to garner so far, but they are licking their lips at the prospect of so much more.
Getting a little bit more here, you get yourself the Naruto skin in-game as well as the Ninetales Fury Org. Both looking very cool here. Ulf's going to hopefully have to drop a substitution jutsu here to try and get out of this one, because it is going to be hard. Vitality, Razy, Razak move up, quick shots over towards Souls. He tries to move around the corner. Nongshim still in play. They're the ones getting the most of the damage though. Federales at least will confirm one. Quick switch round the side, denying some of the sight lines. As Ulf does go down. Vitality though, they've been hugging the wall so far.
Vitality akas chicken ಹೊಡಿತಾರ ಸರ್.
Single moment for Nongshim Red Force to try and challenge that spot. Razak though, what are you doing? Testing the waters, a little bit hot.
Yeah, I did not like the feeling of that one. Although maybe he wants to go for it from a slightly different approach. Runs back out. Meanwhile, attention turns onto Federales, and that is another knock going the way of Nongshim. Oh, Razak.
Oh, yeah, good shots.
He's easy, very low.
Following up. Over aggress battery.
Hyunbin with the instantaneous conversion. Now it's a raw 3-on-3. Luckily, they will save Federales, but he's got to top himself.
Razak understood the idea. Now tries to get up towards the wall, create a different angle to deal with.
Like what, guys?
Nongshim was quick to it. Hyunbin pushing up right now. He's a little bit close for comfort here. I think they know they want to get rid of this guy sooner rather than later.
Boy, ಆದ್ರೂ ನನ್ನ ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಫೈನಲ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಟೀಮ್ಸ್ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೇರೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿತ್ತು. ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ ಹಂಗ ಆಡತಾರ, ಗ್ರ್ಯಾಂಡ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಬೇರೆ ಆಡತಾರ. ನೈಸ್ ನೈಸ್ ನನ್ನಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಅವನು.
Enough to finish Vitality. The end of Nongshim Red Force, but it does leave Vitality slightly weakened, and Flash, they are next in line to try and keep them pinned here, knowing eventually they'll have to move.
ಈಗ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ವಿಐಟಿ ಝೋನ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಂದ್ರೆ ಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ಚಿಕನ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾರ. ಅವ್ರ 3 ಮಂದಿ ಝೋನ್ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಂದ್ರೆ ಪಿಕ್ಸ್ ಚಿಕನ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾರ. ಪಿಕ್ಸ್
How will they make this work? S2G
3 men ಅದರ ಬಟ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಹೊಡಿತಾರ.
Two hovercrafts in play.
ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು ಅವರಿಗೆ. ಆದ ವಿನ್ ಆದ್ರಂದ್ರೆ ಪ್ಲೇಬಲ್ ಇರೋ ಬಾಲ್ ಚಲೋ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿತ್ತು ಅವರಿಗೆ.
Jack! Loss isn't quite able to though. And the hovercraft is stuck on the side. Yeah, just about. We'll take it.
Yeah, ಹೊಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಅಣ್ಣ ತಿಂತೇನೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿಂತೆ ಬುಸಡಿಕೆ. ಪಕಡಲೆ ಪಕಡಲೆ. ನಡೆ ಹತ್ ಹತ್. ನಡೆ ಪಕಡ್.
But to give it some welly. His teammates taking a fair bit of damage, but with that added armor of the crafts in play. If you say like this,
in zone,
there could be a lot you could do with it late game.
Surprised
the Lula has been for so long, make it look uncomfortable. Nade after nade as well, just trying to soften them up.
Vitality do move over to the side. They're looking down over towards Fourth Rise. The shots are pouring in. S2G, they brought repair kits as well with them. But the blowtorch in play, I mean, that's bold.
Entry other. Chicken by chicken.
Balak down. Aura, no fear. Drops them all up top side. Looks fairly decent on that one. Airburst are slightly too far.
This is some comedy. Not gonna lie to you.
Okay, they should be able to clean up from here at least, as long as there's not any more mistakes.
It's damage done onto Soul K, but they do hold on. Shut down Alula.
ಈ ಎಲ್ಲ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಆದ್ರು ರೀ ಅಚ್ಚಾ FL ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಸಿಕ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ
though, because I mean it is an important fight. It's just interesting. Vitality
Ghanta bhai.
meantime as Flash continues to push the advantage.
ನಾ FL ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಎಂಟ್ರಿ ಮಾಡ್ರ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ ಸೆಂಟ
Doing that damage. Enigma Galaxy after their strange approach from the early game.
ಓ
Now
ಬರತಡ ನೋಡಿದ್ರು ಲೋಕ
surely just Ralph as well as Lord. Flash has been all over the place so far. Next circle will pull in stage 7.
कुछ भी आड़ा तरह कुछ भी.
Fourth Rides have been weathering it though. They have held a ton of space. It has been a little bit greedy, but they've been doing a good job of playing off one another. Yes, they've taken some knocks here and there, but they've maintained a 4-man. They're in this area early, and they understand better than anyone else. This is a game that they should be doing well. I don't think I put as much win from the spot they had at the start.
ನೋಡಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮುಕ್ಕೋಣ ಈಗ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ತಗೊಂಡ ಮೇಲೆ
I think, you know, we've already
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಮುಕ್ಕೋಣ ಕಾಲಾಗ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಕ್ಕೋಪ್ಪ ಜಾಕ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಕ್ಕೋ ಜಾಕ್ ಎದ್ದೇಳು ಶಟ್ಕೊಂಡ ನೋಡವಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಜಾಕ್ ಎದ್ದೇಳು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಕ್ಕೋ ಮ್ಯಾಗ
With them being able to put enough timing here to get IQ back up once again. The 2-2 split from them could still pay dividends massively.
Good boy.
A very elongated firefight between them and Hora. Movement up along the ridge into the zone. A little bit more split here. No fear in the back, trying to protect some Overwatch.
Hello.
Right above you in the building as well.
Bhai.
Meanwhile, that's an engagement over onto Enigma
Jack
Galaxy.
Goldenity varada.
Moving in and cleaning out Alula. They head center zone.
In Jack adano Jack. Adu black dog yadu Goldenity vara.
S2G stealing points here, there and everywhere.
Max
Do we have to call this one the kamikaze from now on, where S2G just launch him out like a rocket to center circle and leave him there on his own? This is the kamikaze.
Oh, S2G ಒಳ್ಳೆ position.
The rest of S2G trying to regroup with him, but it's not likely.
S2G prosper ಆಡೋದು ನೋಡು ಅವರು ಆ ಟೀಮ್.
The other hovercraft does go down. Not really any other vehicles. Might need to regroup.
He's
going to hold that spot. He planted the flag. The S2G flag. T24 goes down. Jiggle around the side.
Oh, Sleepy. Top side
Uzaifa.
of the stairs, but you can't weather the storm as 4 Thrives arrives and the brain of the operation kicks in the brawn. The damage. Falak there in the back line to assist, but no fear. Charging up. He's going to play on the edge, wants to run in now with the timing, see if he can shut them down. Falak charges back.
Last guy.
No fear, holds on. Quick switch to the primary. Gets himself onto an off angle. With one more play, if he can shut down IQ, he can take out...
Nice man!
So he does it. No fear from Horus, hands on.
Absolutely
no
fear. In the light slightest as he moves downstairs, pushes up into the dark, and 4 Thrives will fall. Win up against the world right now. DPS at distance. He's fighting all of them, but S2G falling in the meantime.
Bhai Goblin ke hang bhai bado bhai. Goblin ke na ho gayi to.
Winning this if he wants to push out right now.
Get involved in the action. Everyone's weakened. Doesn't have all the info we do right now. He's going to top himself back up, play the slow game. That's
bhai hinge yaar support madak bandar roda land olaga avರೆಲ್ಲ ತುಂಡಿಗತನ ಆಡ್ಯಾರ ಅಲ್ಪ 7 ವರೆಗೂ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಎಲಿಮಿನೇಟ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಇವರು ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಎತ್ತಾರೆ ಹೊರದವರೆ ಇವರು ಹೊರಗೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ನೋಡ ಇನ್ ಕಾಂಪಿ ಬೈ ಎಸ್ ಬೈ
if he chooses to dash it, they've got clear vision now. Peppering the bullets. This is it. Pulls the pin, looking to cook. Let's see if he can land it.
Kamikaze looking for it now. A bit of splash damage. We're not just there yet. Kamikaze keeps spraying the right location with the bullets, peppering the ground, picking up mud. Solke in the back lines. What's left?
Beautiful morning.
Quite an unfamiliar target. Solke will take down tops. But Kamikaze is out, and we're down to a 1 versus 1 versus 1. The outside can.
Hi Charlie bro, welcome to the stream. Like madri guys. 400 like fast.
Oh last one bhai, last one.
The battle of the solos.
FL top STG last time gote. STG last.
One together.
No fear already picking up that big clutch. He's amped up as an individual. Got a rough read on where he believes Solke can be stationed, tucked in behind this burnt out hovercraft.
I don't think he knows. I think he knows there's a team in that general direction, but he does not know
Mokondo
where no fear is. Hamzy G
but S2G ಮಾಡ್ತಾನಪ್ಪ S2G info ಐತಿ ಅಂತ
idea that he's playing on this hovercraft though.
ಹೊರದ info ಇಲ್ಲ S2G
information.
Watching both of them. This would be an unbelievable
Hello,
double
that's
clutch
another.
versus 4 thrives into the last 2 teams. Zias is
ಕಾಂತಾನಲ್ಲ FL ಫಾಲ್ಕನ್ ಓ ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಬೈ ಅವನು ಕಲೆ ಹೋದ
ಚಿಕನ್ FL ಚಿಕನ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಬರಬೇಕು ಧೋನಿಗೆ
ತಾವು FL ಹೊಸತ ಆಯ್ತಾನ ಬೈ ಈಗ
potentially here versus Team Flash. Zias, the lightning reactions for Flash.
In kade one need aiti. In kade enilla.
But can he take it to first, or will Soke get it done for S2G? A smoke wall, giving him limited play space. That tree, the only protection for the peak for Flash. He's going to make his move. Starts charging in, wants to close the distance. Here's the peak up, bullets on target. Swear so low.
Oh, nice.
Who's under the pressure? That's the damage coming through as they lock it in. S2G Kamikaze.
ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಬ್ಯಾಂಟರ್ ನಡೆದತ್ತಲ್ಲ A7 ಮತ್ತೆ S2G ಇದೆ ಬಾರಿ ನಡೆದತ್ತೆ
ಹೌದಾ
ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ
ನೋಡಿದಿಲ್ಲ
S2G ಒಳಗೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಶ್ರೇಯಸ್ ಕಳಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ನಂಗೆ
ನೋಡಿದೆ ನಾ ಇವನೇ ಡುಮ್ಮ ಅದನಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನ ನೋಡಿ ಅವನೇ
ಕಂಪನಿಯಾಗ ಜಾಗ ಮಾಡಿಸೋದು
S2G locking it down and everyone's living it up. And it's all in the name because it is all gonna be okay at the end of the game for S2G. They had a lot of confidence coming into this one. They look good on the stage. They look good in the game. Is this the S2G comeback we were looking for?
Hashtag one NGX bro.
Some brilliant gun skill.
Hashtag NGX second Aurora. Second third S2G. Or like 8 10 2028. Oh bhai.
The thing for me is
OJ ಬಾಳ ಹೊಲಸ ಆಡತಾರ
2 matches so far, they have been both electric. I mean, this shot from Zias. Oh, the quick reactions, dude. That sent me. His eyes must be going 2 different directions, man. He'd be seeing everything. He was so locked in for an S2G fight. I don't even know how he clocked him, but instantly, he said it. Lightning flash reactions. That's what it is. I mean, so good from this team so far. I mean, they were involved in everything. Being horror. Honestly, for them, yeah, it's a tough fight versus 4 tries, but you got to be happy with the way that is an incredible
ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇಷ್ಟು ಇರಿಟೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರದು
sideline. But it's so many teams constantly pouring in, cycling out time and time again.
ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಪ ಸವೇನು ಅವರು ಹಂಗ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು
whatsoever.
And you can see different with this lobby compared to what we had in isolation in groups, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's so much more quick to the punch. Lot more early contact, and it feels like sometimes we were seeing maybe a bit too much respect for the big dogs. Now everyone's playing on the same level. It feels like we're all on an equal footing here, and they're giving it their best. It really has changed the dynamic. But let's get down and hear from Kalaris himself on the stage about what they have to say.
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, you can cut the tension with a knife here at the moment for our first 2 games. And I'm here with our winners from game 1, of course. Ralph from Nigma Galaxy to talk to about them. Some of the games that have happened so far. So let's talk about that first game in that late game against Aurora there. What was your anticipation as a team? Did you think Aurora had maybe moved a little bit earlier? Or talk to me about the late game and what you...
I mean, we didn't really know. We didn't have much info.
ಇಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಬರಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ ಗಾಡಲ್ 40 ಉಳಿಬೇಕು
I mean, it looks
44 ಆಗಬೇಕು ನೋಡ್ಬೇ ಮಜಾ
ಅದ ನೋಡಕ್ ಕುಂತೆ ನಾನು ಅದಂತಲ್ಲ ಇಡೀ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಕಾಯಕತ್ತೈತಿ
Yeah, second game was a bit harder.
ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಬ್ಯಾಂಟರ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕಂತಂದ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊದಲ ಬಗಲ್ ಮನೆಯವ್ರೆ ಬೈನ 4 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಒಳಗ ಒಂದು ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕ ಒಂದರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾಳೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತ್ರಾಸ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
It's your territory, so
cut off ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಅಷ್ಟೇನ್ ಡಿಫರೆನ್ಸ್ ಅನಿಸ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಕಳಗ ನಾವು ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಬಂದ ಈಗ
ಅದೇ ಒಂದ್ ಚಿಕನ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ
ಓಜಿ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಯಾವ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗೈತೆ ಬ್ರೋ 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮುಗಿದು ಇನ್ನೂ 4 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅದಾವ
I'm Hot Jukes. I just had a massage and this is my reaction time.
Let's get it. I'm in the river. The river.
ಇದಂತ ರಿಯಾಕ್ಷನ್ ಪಾ ಇದೆ.
Yes, my reaction score is pretty damn good. I actually don't think it has something to do with anything else or anything like that. But what about you, Jukes?
I don't care. Cut.
भाई आप तो मेरी टीम से ट्राइडेंट है, इवेंट में 3 बार मर गए, क्वालिफाई कर पाए आप? गॉडलाइक कते हैं गुरु, बर्थ कमबैक बर्थ है, कमबैक आएगा भाई. वेट गॉडल मान्य फर्स्ट डे ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಒಂದು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎವರೇಜ್ ಇಡ್ತಾನ. ಹಿಂದಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಅದು ಇದು ಐತನ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಕ್ಲಿಯರಿಟಿ ಬರಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ಹಿಂದಿ.
S2G in hovercrafts. That is like white on rice right now, because my goodness, what a performance out of that squad. Before we break down that second match here in finals, don't forget that we do have the fan experience that you can check out here at EWC. Make sure you go check it out. You can check out the new mode, Brain Rot Royale. Check out the collaboration right now the PUBG Mobile is doing with Naruto, and so much more.
26, 24, 20. Bhai, astain difference no bhai.
Not right now.
One the chicken dinner.
Just have one on, but you'll be able to check out so much stuff. Yeah, check out that still Brain Rot. I mean, Brain Rot Royale. I've been playing it. I think I got to level 7. I've seen people being able to get to level 11. I gotta grind some more.
Wow, 7.7.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes. Gotta give it on brand, baby. Now that's it. I'm not gonna be playing it anymore. But S2G, Jukes.
Bro.
My goodness.
Oh, dude, that double hovercraft play right there, Tien, was absolutely insane. They were able to take out Al-Ula in a very nice way. And then just, I like to see that they kept one player there, right by the water, behind the hovercraft, just in case. And he was able to clutch it up at the end and get that chicken dinner. Finally, an S2G win, and nice and early.
Yeah, really nice, and the momentum they were able to pick up on after, getting the
ಕನ್ನಡ ಬೈ ನಾ ಮಾಡತ್ತಿದ ಕನ್ನಡ ಒಳಗೆ ಹಿಂದಿ ಒಳಗೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ ಹಾಕಿತ್ತು. ಮೇಜಿ ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಮೇಜಿ ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾನ. ಸ್ನಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡತ್ತ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡತ್ತ. ಪ್ಯಾರಿಸ್ ಸ್ನಾಕ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಪ್ಯಾರಿಸ್.
And for 4 Thrives, I felt like it took him way too long, Neptura, to engage the fight there with Hora, just coexisting for too long, and no fear came in clutch with 1 versus 2.
He really did, and he continued to come in clutch for a lot of the game. Actually, he was a big part of the team this game.
Yeah, I just think he just made a big play. I mean, what can you do against that? When No Fear comes up and clutches it up, I mean, Aura fans are screaming these guys' names at the top of their lungs.
Chacha, ವಸ್ತುಗನ ಹೊಯ್ಯ ಬರ್ರಿ ಇದಪ್ಪ ಡಿಸ್ಕೌಂಟ್ ಬರ್ರಿ.
Huge for No Fear.
Another team that has been performing quite well today when we talk about eliminations has been none other than Nongshim Lace. This was the biggest feedback that we gave this squad during groups and also survival, and they're finally starting to put up those eliminations. As you can see, Nongshim Red Force right now with 9.
Yeah, absolutely 7. I mean, they're finding important
Top
fights
damages dealers
to solidify that position, especially on the northern side. They were able to sort of catch Furia off guard, and now into Furia and to why I need to highlight this. But one of our most aggressive playstyle teams is prioritizing the rotate on Rondo. We actually saw them grab utility, move into zone, and Max actually made a good point about this when NGX was sort of on the, I think it was the eastern side next to E Arena. Furia should have just pushed them into it, caused that fight. They would have had control over that whole entire side because they just sort of stopped the revive from off. Then again, on this map, they found themselves in the position, and Nongshim from the northern side just obliterated their defense. This is just unusual for Furia. They are the power play team. They're the ones that get in a goddamn vehicle and shooting out the window and making that position them. It's just unusual.
They're all right. They are supposed to be that aggressive team, and they're currently not showcasing that in the opposite, like you just mentioned, and I was mentioning too. Nonchim is putting up those eliminations, but something happened at the end of that last game. With the hovercrafts and S2G, that was a little bit sketchy, Net.
It was a little bit. It was a bit touch and go here, but the momentum they've been able to build with these hovercrafts, they had 2 or 3, and they just went, let's go for it. And it's this replay that I want to talk about here, because look how they're going to play this. It's like my driving. First of all, Secondly, look how they take that first hovercraft and they deny the sightlines of Aula, right? They separate them one by one. They can no longer play as a duo. They try and get as many of those sightlines abolished as possible with those hovercrafts. And to be honest, S2G with those hovercrafts have been actually insane. It feels like because they take more damage to explode, and they have it's just a tank, and so they are able to just run with it. They were making crazy rotations from the very beginning of the game. They had those positions on the rocks in the middle of the water, which are normally inaccessible, but having 2 hovercrafts, I wonder if other teams are going to start picking up on that, because that was an insane game from S2G.
I mean, we've seen it happen in the past too, and you just sounded like Max there for a second. I was going to have to double check to make sure it was Michael Natura Jackson or if it was Maxman, but we're looking at the overall ranking here. Nick McGalaxy is currently in first place with those 26 points. Aurora, top. What happened at the top of that bridge? That man ended up falling down, and he actually ended up hurting Aurora with the rotation that they were looking to do into the main island.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate there. I mean, that's what it's all about. You know, you're trying to be able to get into that end game and make those plays, and if you're Aurora, 24 points on the board, you can't shake your head at, and S2G being able to get that win, push themselves up to 3rd place. I like what we were talking about there about Nongshim a little bit earlier, right?
They just look at the elements.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. 18 eliminations, and they would have gotten even more if it wasn't for those clutch plays from Vitality right there. Because we saw absolute Hyunbin in action making some serious plays. But hey, again, super clutch moments here.
We have to talk about some of these other teams that are currently on the second page. I know it is the first day of PMWC at EWC 26 finals. It's only 2 games, but there is some things that we're starting to notice. That you were kind of talking about earlier, Neptura. OG needs to start being a little bit more aggressive and making sure that they look a bit more cohesive when you are being aggressive, because they were pushing one by one. It seems like a chicken without its head.
Yeah, it really did, and also they're losing players very, very early on. We've had that in both games now, where they're losing at least 1 or 2 of the players. Godlike have had a better opportunity to keep their players alive. They've been split up a little bit more. They've been using a little bit more of the zone, but it's just when they actually get down to the fight towards the end game, that's where they start to falter, and that's why we're not seeing those strategies convert into points. So that's what we need to see there.
And India, if I have learned anything about OG,
yes, Spider Bro, drag my race to
need their 3rd game. So don't count them out yet. I've learned my lesson. Don't you stress. Orangutan in their 3rd match, what they tend to do is actually prioritize just kind of scoping what the rest of the teams are doing, making their game plan.
Oh, I like that one. Now this is the group of death. This is the group of death, and this does feel like a finals right now with the way that some of these teams are playing. One man that I know is happy because he ended up picking that team that was in the top 3 here, none other than Team Flash. Maxman is looking to make sure he reverses curse, so let's send it over to Maxman in Calaris.
Well, we're not going to let him do any predictions here. That would be very, very serious indeed. But of course, we take a look at how things have gone down so far here in these 2 games. And we did have an interview just with Ralph, who's also a little bit confused about said hot drop.
I saw the hot drop that could happen on the map before this event. I'm like, they're not going to go for it because Nigma Galaxy has been dropping in Pachinki before I was even born. And yet, a team is trying to contest it away from them. And as he said, they're going for the hot drop, but they're not fighting and very confused, and they just see the loot truck pass by like, oh, my
Please
P90, no P90. So, Ida, I might want to change that because it's not helping you out.
I think it's going to be difficult for them to go up against that, but we will see if it continues. Ralph is also a little bit confused. Let's pivot kind of where we're at here as well. They've already alluded to it on the desk and how things have gone down so far for S2G, but just masterful control of the double hovercraft, some crazy plays, and the send out of Kamikaze to be able to make that work. For S2G, that was very, very impressive.
Yeah, it's just a domain expansion double hovercraft. I'm sure you get that reference right there, Kalaris. But no, great use of it, especially you saw there in the during a little bit of a replay analysis where they block out the line of sight of one of the players of Alula to really separate them and win the fight off the back of that. When you're near the water, when you have these open-ended finish, hovercraft are, I'm gonna have to say it, they're completely broken, and S2G made full use of it until the very end of that game.
A tough circle though, right? If you think about where Aurora was when it comes to the bridge as well, we're having kind of conversations in the back about this is a military island kind of heavy team, and yet the bridge seems like a conundrum to them that can't solve like a Rubik's Cube.
It was a bit weird, especially because Top was on top of the bridge itself. And I think the player 4 Thrive's got an angle onto him, so he goes down, kind of drops to his death at that point, right? And then the team tries to go and back up and hopefully get him back up on his 2 feet. But then Al-Ula were very sneaky, pushing right behind them on the bridge. I think Aurora, they're very experienced on that western bridge. We should be expecting more on the finish like this. So, you know what? First Durangle, it's fine. But the next Durangle, they need to show up.
All right, well, thank you very much, Maxman. It is time to head on over to the commentator team once again for game number 3 of the finals. Let's do it.
There we go, we'll pick up that throw. Thank you very much, James. There's a good arc on that one. Swift, great elbow on you. You can tell he used to be a drummer, but we'll be beating the drums of absolute anticipation and excitement here, Blank, as our 3rd game of the day is about to get underway.
Yeah, national gods as well as we get into this game, because it is going to be a lot to talk about going so far. I mean, even from watching the desk, to watching the stage hits, to watching the interviews, there's a lot to break down over the last match, and even just the 2 games we've had so far, there's been a lot going on. 4 tries on the first game, having a little bit of a misstep, and then coming to the second one, looking a lot better. But so many good scenes. I'm very confident to say this is about as competitive as it gets in PUBG Mobile right now. I think we have the right teams here with us to go into our 3rd match of the day as we get towards our halfway point. Shooting range to start off down towards Novo. Straight through the center, really easy one here, Jackie, very nice. I think most people can get exactly where they need to go. Aurora, last game, like you said before, looked a little bit weakened, right? I mean, even Max picked up on it. He was saying that, hey, as the team's very experienced around this area of the map, should not be going down so early like this. It should be a game that you are a bit more in control of. And it wasn't the case here. Tiamba, they go out early. Stand a little bit further down towards the south side of the map on the west.
Yeah, you'd hope they'd be able to bounce back from that one here. Obviously, it was a nice start on game 1, but that didn't really translate over. Has meant there was a little bit more fluctuation in the standings, obviously for Tiamba as well. Far quieter, it was 16 eliminations on their opening game of Rondo, only 2 added to that count. See Milu still living his movie though in terms of individual plays, as he was popping off on Rondo, was a big piece of the team. I do wonder if we'll have something early here from Aura and Aurora. And where's that zone gonna go? We've had some wacky zones this LAN, it's been kind of crazy.
Yeah, most circles have just been very strange so far, very odd to play. We had a couple towards the end of survival stage, which I think I was quite grateful for, that were more normalized on Erangel at least, where teams could actually play out their games. Enigma Galaxy versus Ida. No idea why this is happening, by the way. It's actually very strange. I'll explain once it's done. I mean, Kalaris already went over it in the interview, but the context is crazy on it. So Ralph with the M249. There's some good shots done. Actually, Enigma Galaxy doing quite well here, but already losing a player does feel bad, and it being Coops is even worse. Taking on the side. Lord hits some shots with Abacan. It's back and forth here. Swine last left to face.
And Ralph will get it done with the M2 corner. He's screaming.
He's up. He's standing up.
Give them large for that. It is absolutely insane that they continue to come here.
Wait, that team idea, bro.
Enigma Galaxy has dropped in this location for years upon years upon years.
Face cam
and they say it every time. We will never switch our hot drops. So it is never worth it to fight Enigma Galaxy inside our Pachinki. Sadly for them, Fourth Rise feels like we can get some easy points off the back of this one. You guys just come off a fight. We know you've come off a fight. This is a great read from Fourth Rise. I actually love this.
Oh, mate, you see him on the
angle.
Adhe bro, godartak lange. You are going
Half of them defending their home turf on the hot drop. Like you say, Fourth Rise know you're slightly weak. They'll look to get in there, twist the knife, and completely knock them out of the game, denying any more points on this.
I mean, to be honest, you do wonder. Fourth Rise boys, they see a big hubbub go over by the Enigma Galaxy camp, and they're like, they've just won that fight.
We should get involved.
We should fly over. Oh, cheeky work, but you got to make the point somehow. Ralph the M249 looking for some good damage, but the shouts from the crowd start to ring out. Fourth Rise might look to back away from this one, allowing Ralph as well as Satan to live another day. Circle did move up towards the northeast side. I don't know what Ida's doing, man. It's akin to throwing away all of your errand goals.
Yeah, it feels like one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
As much as, you know, it's your spot too. If it's not working, you got to adapt. Gigantic prize for you fought this hard to be in finals. Don't ego challenge if you don't need to. But for Fourth Rise, can they find those elims they wanted off the back of this
drop class
T24 spotted on the drop. Let's see if
Carrier.
for the peak off this.
ಆಮೇಲೆ backwards
Of course,
ಹೊಡೆಯೋನು
for you, you can
9GX
get involved with that Naruto
ಹೊಡೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು
event
ಹೆಂಗ್
at
ಮಾಡ್ದ
home.
ಐಡಿಯಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ
ಏನಾಗೆ ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಆಯ್ತಾ ಏನಿದೆ
ಓಟಿ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಅವ್ರು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರು ಅವರು ಗೆಟ್ ಫೈಟ್ GX ಅವರು
Senses his Rayatsu inside the building.
Put your ego aside, bro. Then you will win.
Slightly slow on the timing there, and T24 tries to use the DBS. He's swinging around in circles. Satan's not sure where to look on this. Fourth Rise will come into hold. Finds the first.
Kill goal ko satta. Bhai dabbaktan. Ayya.
And it's an easy revive here on T24 inside the building.
Palak.
Church held.
Palak Paneer.
Then get the revive back on T24.
ಅಲ್ಲಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅವನು.
Ralph's just had to stay, man. It's where he's been for so long.
You'd be furious.
Yeah, you'd be fuming.
You win it twice.
ಹಿಂಗ ಇರಬೇಕು ಹಿಂಗ ಇಂಟೆನ್ಸ್ ಇರಬೇಕು ಹಿಂಗ ಹಂಗ ಓಜಿ ಜೊತೆ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಇವರು ಓಜಿ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್
and not even because of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
Whereas I think it just comes down to audio, right? Here we go. This is the full replay on it, so you get all the action. Oh, mate, it's carnage from the start. Obviously, we had Coops go down early, and like you said, they pop off to win it. We saw the celebration from Ralph literally sending a message live in the event, live in the flesh. Said it with his chest. They deserve the drop spot, but Ida don't want to give it up, and it's just really making it uncomfortable for both of those teams to get anything in these games.
It's the best Enigma Galaxy's looked in a long time as well. I think that's the
Ralph reaction ನೋಡು ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಹಿಂದೋಡಿಸಿ ಹೌದಾ ಏನಾಗೈತೆ ಬ್ರೋ
This happens so frequently in the past as well, where Enigma Galaxy's just got to challenge another
off this. And of course for you, you can get involved with that Naruto event at home.
Looking for some good damage, but the shouts from the crowd to ring out.
Pachinki fight.
ಅದೇ ಇವಾಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ.
Might look to back away from this one, allowing Ralph as well as Satan to live another day. Circle did move up towards the northeast side. I don't know what Ida's doing, man. It's akin to throwing away all of your
Pachinki ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ರಲ್ವಾ
ಹಾ
Yeah, it's one of those where it's kind of cutting your nose off to spite your face.
Yeah.
As much as, you know, it's your spot too. If it's not working, you got to adapt. Gigantic.
1 minute back, ಇನ್ನು ಬೇಕಾ?
Oh, cheap defending their home turf. Never worth it to fight Nigma Galaxy inside of Pachinki. Sadly for them, Fourth Rise feels like we can get some easy points off the back of this one. You guys just come off a fight. We know you've come off a fight. This is a great read from Fourth Rise. I actually love this.
Oh, mate, didn't see him on the angle. Fourth Rise spotting Lord.
ಇನ್ನ ಇಂದ
ಆಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ
ಇದಾ
very strange.
ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಫೈಟ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ
ಓಕೆ
I'll explain once it's done. On verse very strange. I'll explain once it's done. I mean, Kalaris already went over it in the interview, but the context is.
ಓ ಇದೆ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಆಗಲ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಫೈಟ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಗೋಡಲ್ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಬಟ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ಫೈಟ್.
Taking on the side, Lord hits some shots with Abakan.
Nice one.
It's back and forth here. Swain last left to face. Ooh. And Ralph will get it done with the M24 now. He's screaming!
He's up, he's standing up.
Give them large for that. It is absolutely insane. It's horrible. I lied to you. It's not great.
What a casualty, what the fuck, bro?
ಏ ನೀ ಬಿಡು ಮರ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ದಾಗ ಮಾತಾಡೋದ ಮೈಕಿ ನಾ ಮಷ್ಕಿರಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳತ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಎರಡೆರಡು ಸತ ಬರೀ ಅವನ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಿರಪ್ಪ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ದಾಗ ಮೊದ್ಲ ಅದ ನಮ್ದು $1 ಬರ್ತೈತಿ
ಏನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೈ ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತದ
ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡತ್ತ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎದಕ್ ಬೈದಾಡ್ತಿ ಸುಮ್ ಕುಂದ್ರ ಕನ್ನಡದ ಬೈ ಅವನು ಅಂತೂ ಲೆಸ್ ಬೈತಿ ಬೈ
Being able to throw out some big uppercuts. That's back onto Aurora.
Tianba
knock there.
ಗೋಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ
Tianba POV.
ಯಾರು ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರು ಗೋಡೆಯಲ್ಲಿ
ಆದ್ರೂ ಟಿಯಂಬ ಭಾರಿ ಆಡತ್ತಾರ ಬೈ
so far. Mormon keeping it going.
ಎಷ್ಟು ಓ ಬೈ
ಉಜಿ ಡೆಡ್ ಮಾನ್ಯ ನಾಕ ಫಿನಿಶ್
with Razy hitting a very big
ಎರಡು ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅಡ್ಮಿನ್ ಹೋಗಿದ್ದ
ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಉಜಿ ಡೆಡ್ ಶುರು ಹೋತಾ ಹೈ ಖತಮ್
ಎರಿನ್ ನೀನ್ ಬೈ ಬಂದ ಏನ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಆಲ್
ಸ್ಕಾರ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡತ್ತಾನ
Aaron comes in swinging.
ಹೋಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ರು ಆಚೆ
Oh yeah, got shot down very quickly there. Scarface.
ಲೆವು ಕೊಡ್ತಿರೋ ಏಕಿ ಪುಲಿದಾನೆ
But I don't even know if they can last anymore to go for this.
ಹೋಯ್ತು ಗೋಡ್ಲೆ
Also deep on the south side of the map.
V8 ದು ವೀಕ್ ಇದಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ V8 ಇಲ್ಲ
ಬ್ರೋ ಅನ್ಶುಬ್ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಎಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ
Instantly takes up the cliff side.
ಬಟ್ ಅನ್ಶುಬ್ ನಾ ಯಾರು ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ
Decides they're going to go loot Saverni. I mean, to be fair, they had taken quite a
ಬ್ರೋ ವಾದ್ರಪ್ಪ ಯಾಕ
ಟೀಮ್ಮೇಟ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರೇ
spent a little bit of ammo.
ಅವ ಫಾಲ್ತು ನೋಡವ ಎರೇನ್ ಬಾಳ ಫಾಲ್ತು ಅದ
Get some resets on that before you get moving.
ಓ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಪ್ಪ ಹುಡ್ರ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಬೇಗ ಸೂಪರ್ ಡೈಲಾಗ್ ಚರಣ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿಪ್ಪ ಹುಡ್ರ ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಏನು ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲನೇ
tackling against the Vitality Killer Bees once more. And it's Milu that's already showing that consistent form.
ಸರಿಗ ಆಡ್ದಾನಪ್ಪ ಮೀಲು
Putting himself up to 10 elims on the day, I believe, then after that. Nice start for the
ಇವ್ರು
first
ಎಷ್ಟು
three.
ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಆಡಕತ್ರ ಬ್ರೋ ಅಂತ ನನಗೆ
ಮೊಮೆಂಟಮ್ ಕ್ಯಾರಿ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ
A little bit quiet though.
ಸರ್ವೈವ್
Playing a little bit split on this one. They've got Eagle a little bit further forward, perched up.
GX
Over towards Aura. Very much slowing down now at the halfway portion, Jackie. Trying to maintain some of
ಬಟ್ NGX ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಈಗ ಐಡಿಯಾದರಿಗೆ ಕಳ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಏ ಕುಕಿಂಗ್ ವಿತ್ ಅನ್ನೋನ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಏ ನಾಚಿಗೆ ಅನ್ನದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ
They were able to earn 3 after that last game. On the first, I think they got 23 on that one. So last game was a bit of a dud. Hope they can find more of this one. Centers up over towards Tiamba as well as Aura. So there's 2 compounds there.
ಅಡ್ಮಿನ್ ಶಾಣೆ ಆದಂದ್ರೆ ಸೀದಾ ಸೆಂಟರ್ ನೀರಾಗ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕು ಫುಲ್ ಸರ್ವೈವ್ ಹಾಕನ ಫುಲ್ ಸರ್ವೈವ್
Take shots out towards teams as they push on in.
ನೀರಾಗ ಹೋಗೋದು ಬಿಡುವ ಗಾಡಿನ ಫುಲ್ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಅದಾಗ
Much more high ground spot.
ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ಆಗತ್ತಂದ್ರ ಅದ
Have to move over towards that western side.
ಬೈ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದನೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಉದರ್ಸೇ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರ ಅವ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲ ಉದರ್ಸೇ ಬಿಡ್ತಾರ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಸೈಡ್ ಉದರ್ಸ್ತಾರ ಅವ್ನು ಯಾವ ಸೈಡು ಇಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗಾಕ ಹೋಗ
ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ತಾವನೆ
ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಅನ್ಸತ್ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ತಾನಂದ್ರೆ ಸಿ ಬಿಡಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೋಗ್ಬೋದು ಈಗ ಗೈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಪ್ಪ 400 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ
Quick on top. Got a pump action in the back pocket ready for it if they can close the gap. Bit of overwatch from R3B on the top side with Claws relatively close to assist. Fast reactions onto the position of Falag, but the shot's not connecting.
Falag!
Falag taking a little bit of damage here, down to half. Claws as a nade though, it's not the craziest of sends on this one. Good bounce. That would have been on target if he hadn't moved. I mean, Falag just takes the time. Here's the arc on that one. So he doesn't want to have any part of it. Tough circle though, man. Very, very tough circle. The majority of the center is taken up by that water. I actually do really like S2G's position. They're playing over towards those compounds that sit just a little bit east over towards the lake itself. Oh, sorry, the cliff face. You got flashed down towards those compounds, but S2G currently playing on that rocky outcrop on the northern side, just holding out teams on the south here. Tiamba's actually even going to crunch in towards that little bank.
ಇವರು ಅಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಆಡಕತ್ತರ ಬೈ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೊರ್ತಿದಾರ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಎರಡು ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ಆಡಿದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಅಗ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ
So not wanting to risk it too much. Meanwhile, OG crossing past the crosshairs of Nongshim Red Force with Zizzy taking the peak over the top. Got the heavy weaponry ready to rock them if they stay close by.
Admin darine lo bhai, but on zone damage thrown over the asna side.
Double back over to the bridge where Rolf is stationed.
Yeah, they know OG's in the area as well. Struggled versus them earlier on his flying maneuver into the gas station. Tried to go for the move.
Bhai mic gotta illa bhai.
But we went straight to credits.
Leave like madri powder, like madri.
Yeah, Ulf hoping to hold them on the bridge side.
Hora sleepy bantu
here over towards the west. I mean, Aurora currently have a really strong position on it, and we do.
Oh, nice! Admin survive ಮಾಡಬಹುದು, but ಎಲ್ಲದನ admin.
Aurora holding the central spot. They
bhai ಆ ಸೈಡ್ ಇವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಈಗ NS ದವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ, ಪಕ್ಕಾ NS ದವರು ಬರ್ತಾರೆ. ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಕ್ರಾಸ್ admin ಕಡೆಯಿಂದ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
A little bit on fun. There's quite a few radio towers.
ಓ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಆಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು ಎಲ್ಲೆಡ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಆಡ್ಕೋಬಹುದು. ಇದು ವಾಸ್ತ ಐತೆ ಪ್ಲೇಯಬಲ್ ಏರಿಯಾ ಐತೆ.
Set up vehicles. You can see Vitality already sending over. But this is quite a nice spot for Aurora.
I know gaming. Thank you, bye. Thank you.
Bit of a crescent lit behind them as well.
Thank you so much, guys. Hacker pa diamond ad hakri.
It's the last man from Enigma Galaxy and Ralph trying to stay.
Bhai ingadra baat ras bhai. Ro bhai.
Falls to S2G. S2G possibly being collapsed upon as well by 4 Thrives. They fall next.
Aurora dora.
Very good fight from 4 Thrives.
ಶಾಂತ ರೀತಿಯಿಂದ ಆಡತಾರ. ಬಹಳ ಶಾಂತ ಆಡತಾರ. ಶಾಂತ ಒಳಗ ಕಿಲ್ಲೆಪ್ಸ್ ಆಡ್ತಾರ.
S2G tried to jump the gun there, Jack.
Like madri guys, like madri.
Ran straight into titanium wall. A lot of hopes riding on these 3 players from Aurora though. Another good game here. Sits them a little bit further ahead. Make up for that previous match there on Arundel. Not the greatest of pushes across the bridge to be in.
Fury ಒಳ್ಳೆ rotate ಮಾಡ್ತಾವ್ರೆ bro.
ಇದನ್ನ ನಾನು NS ಅವರದಿಂದ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟೇಷನ್ ಇಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ bro.
STG going down early.
Admin ಉದರ್ ಸರ್.
Not really acclimating too many points on this one. It could be green.
अरे भाई.
If they can keep it up. Unfortunately for Godlike, Adamino unable to withstand the hit that is thrown towards him. Furia will get their mates back up and live on to fight on this one. 4 of our squads out of the running into the 3rd game so far.
Nongshim on that south side, actually trying to push on in, but there's quite a few teams there. Nongshim's just going to barge over towards OG. Tanky's already down. Another nade towards the backside here. Good damage from Jumpin, as always. Looking very, very strong. Hits the deck. Good dodge on that. Second nade's a bit stronger though. Aru now needs to get back into action. The rest of Nongshim Red Force lagging behind as Flash still continues to create a little bit of a nuisance for them in tops.
Back and forth blows, but Orangutan still being able to withstand. Uncomfortable for nice shot, actually, man. Yeah, that's a nice flick back up towards the Wizard Tower.
But Aru chala aada
in position, so he can't provide too much overwatch.
Team ge
bad spot now. I mean, no position to help the rest of his team.
It's a cool side swipe coming through from Tops as well. Caused so many problems on the back line there for Nongshim. Red Fox just weren't quite quick enough. He's going to have
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದು ಆಡ್ಕೋಬೋದಿತ್ತು ಬ್ರೋ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾಕೆ ಆಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ಎನ್ನಿಸ್ತಾರೆ ಈಗ ಆಡಾತ ಬಂತಲ್ಲ
up close and personal.
ಯಾರು ಸ್ಕೇರಿ ಫೇಸ್ ಯಾವುದು
eliminations here left at the crime scene.
ಕಾಲಿನೇ ಇತ್ತು ಬ್ರೋ ಕಾಲಿನೇ ಇರ್ತದ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಬಾ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರತ್ತದ ನಾ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ತೊಂದಿದ್ದೆ
minute you got to move, he'll be ready for the catch.
Guys, like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಬೇಗ 400 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ ಅದ ಹಾಕ್ರಿಪ್ಪ
This gas station for OG somehow being a very formidable defensive area.
ಭಾಯ್
ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಇಂದ
ಯೂರಿಯಾ ಕಿಲ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟ
Zone 3 there. I got a little bit lucky, but
ಬಟ್ ನೋಡ ಜೋನ್ ಹೊರ ಸಾಯಲಿಲ್ಲ
really good spot now.
ನಾನು ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಹೋದ
This is definitely redeemable city here for Aurora. We just need to not see them go for something silly again. That is all.
Yeah, just keep their cards close to their chest and be able to close this one out with some good plays. To be honest, mate, that is kind of the dream with what we saw off the back of this game with the other squads above them falling out early. It has presented that opportunity, and like you say, if they can grab it, you've recovered from that. We can all forget about game 2. Everything looks good for them, and they'd actually be on that podium spot in first place come the end of this game. But that's still in the future. Still a lot of other teams that could potentially look to upset them. So we'll stick with the narrative as it develops. This is their position right now. 4 Thrives going in against the arena. Doc looking to decimate some damage out, and he does hit nice. Good shot onto Falak. A little bit more they can do.
Falak.
I like that though. Good smoke. Over towards the rock side to kind of isolate this engagement between them and 4 Thrives in the arena on the northern edge. Makes a ton of sense to me as well. Location is a real problem for you. That's a long nade. Actually,
Aura ನೆನಪಾಯ್ತಾ
just keep on pumping in. 4 Thrives.
ಬಟ್ ನಮಗೆ ಇವರು ಬಿಟ್ಟಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿಲ್ಲ ಶಾಕ್ ಅವರು ಅಂತ guys like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ guys
long nades on that one.
Just chaining them together as well, one after another.
ಲೂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಇನ್ನೇನು ಬಂದ್ರ
ಲೂಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಹತ್ರ
ನಾಕ್
drop the smoke, try and
ಈಗ ಬಾಳ ಭಾರಿ ಬಿತ್ತು ಈಗ ಒಂದ್ ನೇಡ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಡೆಡ್ ಹಾಕಾರಿ ಅವರು
take shots onto you for free.
Good. I mean, Doc is holding on. I think he's got that mentality where it's like, well, sorry guys, I ran out that time. I will play anchor for the rest of the day, and I will keep you lads safe. It's a good shot over towards Silence. The rest of Fury need to re-angle over towards it, but it takes a gun away from that western side. So Aurora had to do that. They had to push over towards 4 Thrives. They knew that it's not likely in the near future they're going to be getting many more death crates, and they need that util. They need that ammo to carry on inside of this match. Tiamba though looming off in the wings.
Had to restock and get themselves ready for what's yet to come. Tiamba, they've been doing a pretty effective job of harassing a lot of our other squads from distance as well throughout the
like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ guys like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಬೇಗ 400 ಓಜೆ ಅವರ ಬಾಳ ಟೈಮ್ ತನ ಒಂದು ಕಡೆ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನೋಡು ಬೈ ಅದ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಯ್ತು
good eye line onto some of the other teams. Scarface on the long wrap around.
ಅಕ್ಕ ತೋಬೈ ನಮಗೆ ಹಂಗ ಅನಿಸುತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಚುವೇಶನ್ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅವರ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡಿಂಗ್ ಏನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ ಯಾರು ಗೊತ್ತು
his angle on the move. Ooh, spotted out. Starting to lose his HP bit by bit. Got to drop down to the deck and hope that he can hold on.
Can't even sure how he's lived this long. I mean, Tops has got to know someone's mover here, the pitter-patter of the...
Oh, nice survival, eh?
Bows at distance. Scarface is instead just going to go for the heal.
What put out him?
Tops pulls the pin. He should
dead, bro, dead,
around the edge of the blue here.
Oh, wrong net. Wrong net.
Ruins the amount of healing that came through there. Aura from the sidelines, though, will get sleepy and over towards Bows. Top, though, is the one to refrag over towards that. Tiamba aching moving forward. Gets behind that radio tower. This is a good spot to aggress over towards Aurora on. But more importantly, hold out on the southeast side. Aurora's having none of it.
One more coming as well. Airburst over the top side, trying to arc it round the corner. Ooh. Eagles crossing his fingers, hoping the smoke is enough to get the pick-up play back on Aking to stay alive.
I wonder if they're going to push this, Jackie.
I mean, with a molly, you get the spread on it, just try follow up off the back, you know they're weak.
Oh man, I think they just wanted to get the flush at least, but not meant to be. That's a lot of nades invested there for basically nothing. Aking's going to send back one of his own. Now they're fully set up over here on the
ನಮಸ್ತೆ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ BGMI ಅಣ್ಣ, ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿದ ಡಾಗ್ ರೆಸ್ಕ್ಯೂ ನೋಡಿ ತುಂಬಾ ಸಂತೋಷ ಆಯಿತು. ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ನೀವು ತೋರಿಸಿದ ಕಾಳಜಿ ನಿಮಗಾಗಿಯೂ ಮೆಚ್ಚುಗೆ ಹೊಂದಂತು. ನಿಮ್ಮಂತಹ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿ. ಹೀಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಕೆಲಸಗಳನ್ನು ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬಂಟಿ ಅಣ್ಣ. ನಾ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ, ನಾನ್ ನಿಮಗೋಸ್ಕರ ತೋರಿಸಿದ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ನೀವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಗೂ ಏನೋ ತೊಂದ್ರೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಿದ್ರೆ ಮೊದ್ಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ನೀವು ಹಾಜರಾಗ್ರಿ. ಭಗವಂತ ನೋಡ್ತಿರ್ತಾನೆ. ನಿಮ್ದೇನೋ ಕರ್ಮ ಗಿರ್ಮ ಇತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದು ಆಗೋದು. ಸೊ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳ ಮೇಲೆ ದಯ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಿರ್ಪ ಬಿಡ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ. ಬಿಡಬೇಡ್ರಿ, ನೋಡಿ ಬಿಡಬೇಡ್ರಿ. ಅದೊಂದು ಹೇಳೋದ. ನಿಮ್ ಕಡೆ ಎಷ್ಟಾಗತ್ತ ಅಷ್ಟು ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಹಸಿ ಒಂದಿದ್ರೆ 5 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಇದ್ರೆ ಒಂದ್ ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಒಂದ್ ಬಿಸ್ಕಿಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲ 2 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಬಿಸ್ಕಿಟ್ ತಗೊಂಡು ಹಾಕಿ. ಬಟ್ ಏನ್ರ ಒಂದ ಅವಕ್ಕೆ ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. ಅವ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಒಬ್ಬ ದುಡಿದ್ರ ರೊಕ್ಕ ಆಯ್ತು ಅನ್ನೋದು. ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಏನ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಕೈತಿ, ನಾವು ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು. ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರಾಗ ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ. ಗೊತ್ತ ನಮಗೆ ದೇವ್ರು ಕೊಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇಂಥವೆಲ್ಲ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ. ಬಟ್ ದೇವ್ರು ಕೊಡೋದು ಬೇಡ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕರೆ ಸಾಕು, ಖುಷಿ ಅನ್ಸಿದ್ರೆ ಸಾಕು. ಪ್ರಾಣಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ದೇವ್ರ ಹಂಗಂದ್ರ ಬಾಳ ಮಂದಿಗೆ ಶ್ರೀಮಂತ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ದ. ಬಟ್ ನಮಗ ಆತ್ಮಕ್ಕೆ ಶಾಂತಿ ಸಿಗತ್ತಲ್ಲ. ನಾಳೆ ನಾವು ಸತ್ಯ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಬೈ ಟಿಯಂಬ ಚಿಕನ್ ಇದು ಹೊಡೆದ್ರ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಬಿಡ. ಕಪ್ ಅವ್ರದ 100% ಕಪ್ ಅವ್ರದ. ಟಿಯಂಬ ಇದ್ರ ಚಿಕನ್ ಹೊಡಿತಂದ್ರ ಮತ್ತ
QZZ was knocked towards the backside.
Hi Santu bro.
Thing is though, they've been here for so long.
Like madri guys.
So many nades, so many bullets, and they're starting to run dry and can't actually push out to get themselves anything.
Bantiana, thank you.
Premium. The longer this goes on, the worse it gets for Tiamba.
Yeah, they needed a break, honestly, and that break was going to come in, be able to get those shots, get those nades over towards Aurora. Arena making a massive swing. Mormon's got 5 nades to play around with too. QZZ finds shots over towards Vitality. They are trying to stop 2 teams from squeezing them together. But they will. This is a good play. This is actually a good play. It's a desperation play, but it's one that's very much needed for Tiamba right now as Aking moves in. Raise that glass step alone.
But one near ಬಂದ್ರೆ dead over.
Of the team, QZZ.
Wrong decision. This is wrong decision.
Oh, this is unbelievable.
Molly SEO.
Mix the chaos as he stands strong to punish back. Vitality looked like it was all said and done, but they pop off.
Bro, your decision making next level ಐತಿ. ಏನೋ ಅನ್ನೇನು ರೊಂಡೋದಾಗೂ ಹಂಗ ಬಂದ್ರು ಬ್ರೋ ಅವರ.
Any sort of ammunition, any kind
ರೊಂಡೋ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು.
And it does not work how they wanted.
ಬಹಳ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ಮೇಕಿಂಗ್ ಐತಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು. ಬಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ನಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಹುಡುಗರು.
Send some nades in. Joel's the first to fall off the back of that. They have just played this game nice and slow from that northern side, trying not to get too involved in things. They've been saving up these nades for that end game. Mormon will move in and just completely cleans them out. This guy has been unbelievable with the S12K today.
Finishes off the stragglers. Slowly but surely, the team's exit stage. Final fight begins to have itself set up. Furia coming back.
Bro, Jelly international lobby ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಡಿಸ್ತಾನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ.
Good damage.
Jelly ಜಾಗದಾಗ ಇವ ಚಲೋ ಆಡಿಸ್ತಿದ್ದ. ಯಾರೋ ಮಾವಿ.
Joker looks to wrap over to see if he can save his mate and put them back into an equal situation. 3 versus 4 right now. Schweppes warding off Ayala.
Current ಈಗ lobby ಬಹಳ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಇತ್ತು ಬೈ.
Nice. Still coming out strong. He wants more on the game, and they are.
Like madri guys, like madri. 400 like madri fast.
Squad. Now it's time for the likes of Ayala as well as Chief to stand up tall. The arena. They saved all their potential for that late game, though. We saw how much ammo they still had more, how many smokes they still had remaining. This team basically played this one out for the chicken dinner. The arena, it's sort of not worth it unless they get the chicken dinner on this one. The amount they saved up.
Bye, Lala.
Still in the hand of Schweppes. Second place is nice though, but yeah, it's this open ground, disgusting to work with. Fury is lining up for
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮ್ಯೂಟೆಂಟ್ ಬೈ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅದಾನೆ ಅಗ್ರೆಸಿವ್ ಐಜಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅದಾನೆ ಬಿಟ್ರ ಒಮೆಗಾ ಇವರಿಬ್ಬರು ಅದಾರ ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಐಜಲ್ದಾಗ.
As he got down, man, it's kind of so brutal because he really has been this pop-off player for the team.
ಒಮೆಗಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಗೇಮ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಆಡ್ತಾನೆ.
Not going to be enough of a deficit.
ಮಾನ್ಯ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಡೇ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಥರ್ಡ್ ಡೇ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಒಮೆಗಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಏನು ಆಡ್ತಾನೆ, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಡೇನು ಅದನ್ನ ಆಡ್ತಾನೆ.
Chief moves up over towards the loot crate. The nade has to be invested. Don't use that on that. Yeah, good. I was thinking that he was going to send it over towards Igor's. But he is just calling
Genesis Gravity by Indian lobby
the pin on this one. When to move and when not to. Finally the play zone takes him out and
BMIC ಒಳಗ ಆಡಿದಾನವ Genesis ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ನಾ ಆಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ. BMIC ದಾಗ ಒಮೆಗಾ ಆಡೇನ.
Have to rely on your gun skill now. A standoff between these two teams with open space in front of them, waiting to be crunched forth. Silence with the big guns in the back line, ready to spray. A lot of nades.
Pro international lobbyಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ರನ್ ಅಪ್ ಆಗಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಯಾರು ಓ ಬೈ?
I mean they're mega blind.
ಸೌಂಡ್ ಏನಾತ್ರಿಪ್ಪ?
They can't move that far.
ನೀವು ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹಾಕೈತಿ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಚಲೋ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ನಿಮ್ದು ಇಯರ್ಫೋನ್ ಏನೋ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್ 400 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್. ಹಂಗ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ.
Scaredness of that front line being aggressed upon. Schweppes pulls the nades.
Godlike OG
We are playing battleship.
Come back ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
Grenade to E5.
ಗಾಡಿ ಐತಿ ತಿರುಗು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇನ್ಫೋ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ. ಫ್ಯೂರಿಯಾ. ಓಹ್! ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಏನು ನೋಡದವ ನೇಡೆ?
He's gone wide, man.
Just miss ಅದ. ಈದೋತ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ! ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮುಂದೆ.
Okay.
Assist.
ಅಮೌಂಟ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಿದೆ. ಹಂಗಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ದು ಡೈಮಂಡ್ ಮುಗಿದಾವೆ.
There's plenty of time to wait on this one. E-Arena can play off the back of the tree in the near future. Ayala's just going to swing back.
Wrong decision. ಅದ ಗಾಡಿ ತಗೊಂಡು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ.
Ayala going in and opening things up with an advantage for E-Arena.
This is PMWC here at
ಆ ಕಡೆ ಝೋನ್ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ಈ ಕಡೆ.
There's been an end game. It has been an end game. Igor's confused everyone. Silence now. Trying to be as quiet as possible. Decent Molotovs, these ones actually. Trying to catch them on the rotate out. MG3.
One knock other chicken.
Joker's about to send this nade back into the blue.
A little bit of a pre-fire. Problem is the info goes both ways. Silence got a good lead. They're actually playing from now.
He actually.
Oh, okay. Chief with a peek up. There you go. Follow up off the back of it. Let's see if they can deal some damage. Silence peeks up. Warning shots out. Low on health. Got about half left to play with. Runs in towards the tree. He's got the shotty in his hands now. Yeah, all right. It's all kicking off here. They're going to be able to find it through in the end. E-Arena do clutch on. A bit of a topsy-turvy one, but a chicken dinner they'll still be proud of.
E-Arena well played. BMIC ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರೋ. BMIC ಬ್ರೋ ನೀ ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲಾಬಿ ಅಂದೆ ಬ್ರೋ. ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಲಾಬಿ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ.
I think everyone confused one another right at the end. Igor's as he went down, I think he might have thrown out some information.
ಬರೇ ಯಾಡ ಟೀಮ್ ಒಂದ ಕಂಟ್ರಿ ಬಂದಿದ್ಬೇಕು ಒರೇ ಅದರಾಗ.
Unfortunate stuff. To be fair, whilst he was still alive, they had a real good pinpoint on what E-Arena was doing. So I am joking. It's a joke, guys. I do think Igor's a great player. But yeah, still a weird endgame.
Yeah, it was a lot of utility investment with not too much information. Kind of felt like it was, we don't want to push, so we're just going to lob everything.
Yeah.
And then have that respectful gunfight once we get in your
exactly.
face.
Because I do think that for E-Arena, they just wait a little bit longer, play up towards the tree line. With the amount of nades they had, they could have blanketed the entire thing. But even then, they were like bouncing them out into the blues. It's a little strange. Was a little strange. And you're right. I also did not expect that to be the first domino to fall, which was just Isla just getting mega impatient.
After all that waiting, it was kind of... really like a curveball just came in.
Arora Tiamba. You yadra obru cup eviskondu hokkare Arora Tiamba.
Confirmed, that's where they are. You dead, Al? That's where they are, lads.
Yeah, I got the info.
Aijel eradrage Arora dage.
Sick of playing battleships.
Doka madatana.
I think if we look a little bit prior into that game, I think Aurora, the way they set themselves up, not bad, but there was a couple moments where it got real hectic. I think a lot of teams made it far into that end game. Tiamba play out that radio tower really, really well. Even Tiamba, I think Tiamba's decision does require up a little bit. The fact that they decided to push over towards Vitality in almost works, but the speed at which they do it, like we're getting crunched right now, we have to just fly over towards this team and take them out. They have no qualms about just fully going for it.
BGMS ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ ಸ್ಲಾಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ BGMS ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಗೆ ಫಾಲೋವರ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ರೋಸ್ಮರಿ ಟೀಮ್ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಕಲ್ಕಿ ಬೈ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಆಡಾತಿಲ್ಲ BGMS ಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಡೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಫಾಲೋವರ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಸಬ್ಸ್ಕ್ರೈಬರ್ಸ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಅದಿಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಪೌಡರ್ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಗಿಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಅವನು ಫ್ರೀ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಇಂದ
They needed ammo, they needed supplies, and they went for it. So it was a head-on call.
It was the right thing to do, and the right thing for us to do. Right
Hello,
now,
Mikey.
for a little moment.
ಬ್ರೋ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಸಿ ಬ್ರೋ ನೋಡೋಣ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಡೇ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ನೋಡೋಣ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಏನೋ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಾತಾನ
Miramar ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಡ್ಬೋದು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ
PMWC 26, joined by John Allen, Kalaris, and Neptura, and we're playing a round of hot drop darts.
Ooh, we're going to be getting stuck into the board, hopefully. Maybe not for some. Some are having a bit of trouble during practice, but we're going to be taking some shots at the board. The person with the least score is going to have to give their hot take, so let's jump into it. You guys, I think you two have to go first.
I think we get that up.
Aijel is Joel, howda?
Prime position for this.
Aurora da Joel antala bro Aijel.
The danger zone. Yeah. Let's see.
Get ready to dodge.
Dog.
Oh, ಏನು ಹೋಗಲ್ಲ ಅಕ್ಯುರೇಟ್ ಆಗೋದಲ್ಲ
All right, let's shuffle up.
Thursday.
And Kalaris up.
Oh, ಇವನು ಚಲೋ ಹೋಗದ.
Okay, all right.
This is good. There you go, James.
ಇಕಿನ ಚಲೋ ಹೋಗದ.
Thank you. Don't hit me, please.
Oh,
it's a 17. Currently, Neptune last with 6.
No way.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನು ನೋಡಂತಳ್ರಿ ಏಕಿ ಬಾಳ ಚಲೋ ಹೋಗದ.
But we're going to be taking some shots at the board. The person with the least.
Hello Hemu bhai, welcome to the stream.
So let's jump into it. You guys, I think you two have to go first.
I think we get Nep up there first. Let's get Nep's in a prime position for this. I feel like I'm in the danger zone. Yeah. Let's see.
Get ready to dodge.
ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಅಕ್ಯುರೇಟ್ ಹೋಗದ ಅವನ ಅಕ್ಯುರೇಟ್ ಹೋಗದ ಅವನ ಓ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ಟ್ರೈ
A double 17.
It's a triple 17.
It's a triple one, I don't
That means Neptura is last.
Are you serious?
Yep. What's your hot take, Neptura?
My hot take is that the Uzi is a bad weapon and shouldn't be played. That's it. Wait.
This one was Neptura.
That one was mine.
In the bullseye.
No, it's in 25.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's you.
Well, she's already done a hot take now, so.
You did that on purpose.
No, I didn't do anything. All right, here, go on.
John starting us off. Let's see. Oh, hey. It's
Not
in.
bad.
That's all that matters, really.
It's on the board.
Here we
I
go.
haven't missed.
Kalaris now. Forearm strength. It's good.
Ooh. That could be a treble.
That's nice.
Get out of the danger zone. The splash zone's coming for you, Kale.
Good maths.
Whoa. Oh, that's a triple.
Okay.
Triple 3.
God. All right, here you go, mate. Take this.
I'm pretty sure it's currently the lowest. Wait, no, it's not.
I'm
John's
on a
the
5.
lowest. Yes, John's the lowest.
Or is that a 2? It's a 5, I think.
It's a 5.
Oh, and that's a 2.
That is a 2.
I've been saved by the upside down version of my own number.
It's your turn.
There you go.
ಸಾಕು ಐಜಲ್ ಮಾಲಕ
Hot take. Dino Park.
ರೌಂಡ್ ತೆಗೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ವೀಕೆಂಡ್ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಾದ್ರೆ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್
I miss it. Bring it back.
ಬ್ರೋ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಹಾಕದ್ ಬ್ರೋ ರಿಕಾಲ್ ಬೇಡ ಬ್ರೋ ನಮಗ್ ರಿಕಾಲ ಬೇಡ ರೌಂಡೋ ಬೇಡ ತೆಗೆದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟೆ ಸಣ್ಣಕ್ಕ ವೀಕೆಂಡ್ ತೆಗೆದ್ ಬಿಡ್ಬೇಕು 4 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್
I feel like I've got to follow in with a hot take.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಪ್
ಹಾ 5 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೊಸ ತೊಂಬರಿ 6 ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ ಒಂದೊಂದು ಇಟ್ಬಿಡ್ರಿ ಮೊದಲಕ್ಕೂ
in the secondary slot, you know, those submachine guns, something else popping in, give a little bit more individuality. That's what I want to see.
ಚಾಟ್ ನೋಡಿ ಸಾವ್ಕಾರ ಐಜಲ್ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ದ ಚಾಟ್ ಬಾ ಇನ್ನು ಎಷ್ಟು ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅದಾವ ಇನ್ನು 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅದಾವ ಬೈ ಇನ್ನು 3 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್
ಎರಡು ರಂಗಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಮಿರಾಮಾರ್
2 ಎರಂಗಲ್ 1 ಮಿರಾಮರ್ ಸಾರಿ 1 ಮಿರಾಮರ್ 2 ಮಿರಾಮರ್ 1 ಎರಂಗಲ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಪವರ್ ಅದ್ರಾಗ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದಾ ಬೈ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಎರಂಗಲ್ ಇದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎರಂಗಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅದೇಂದ್ರೆ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಮಿರಾಮರ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಿರಾಮರ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ನಾಳೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿಪ್ಪ ಸೇಮ್ ಮ್ಯಾಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲ
ಯಾರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದು
ಮಿಕ್ಕಿ
ಬೆಂಚು ಇದೇನಾಯ್ತು ಹೆಲೋ
ನಿನಗೆ ಇಂಗ್ಲಿಷ್ ಹಿಂದಿ ಭಯ ಹಾಕೋಬೇಡ
ಬಾಯಲ್ ತಗೋ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಮೈಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊತೀನಿ
ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಂಟ್ರೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಇವ್ ಭಯಗಳ
And I think you got that chicken dinner. You were lied to.
ಬಿಡು ಬೈ ಬಿಡು
In this last game, E-Arena wasn't lied to, Max, because E-Arena came out with the win.
I never know how to react to an E-Arena win now since that Rondo 39-pointer. I'm like, okay, that's great. That's a cool win. But what's next? No, it genuinely was a good game. It was very unpredicted finish between Furia and E-Arena. I think it was kind of even Steven until eventually Ayala got a little bit overly aggressive on that push and gave advantage on E-Arena using every resource they had available to get their win. Good to see, but again, I need to see in your next matches.
ನೆಟ್ ಖಾಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ರಿಚಾರ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಗಜ್ಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋ ವರುಣ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಸಿಂಗಲ್ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಆಫ್ ಆದ್ರು
E-Arena, obviously, they deserved that win because of
and
their driving and not taking that position early on.
standing stone.
They sort of held out E-Arena early on in the map. They had kind of scouting Vitality's movements right down at the south side. So this was such a better play from them. They're actually defending and looking where other teams are sort of pushing into that position. They had such a strong obviously a little bit of tunnel vision some of the players there, and then I don't know what the vehicle situation
some money being I don't know
back. He's like catching hands with the vehicle as well, and I'm like, what plan is this? They had such a strong position after
ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದವ್ರ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ಬೇಸ್ ಹೆಂಗೈತಲ್ಲ ತುಮ್ನಿ
after moving their way into zone on the rotation on the southern side, Max.
Look,
I'll give you my pack capture. I'm really
Hello.
upset.
I know what happened. I was talking tonight. I saw him as
ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ಬೇಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಹೆಂಗಿದೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾ ಪರ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಮುಗೀತು ಬೈಕ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸೋದಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು
was to get an off angle on the team and actually catch them from behind.
ಅವ್ನು ನೋಡಿ ಯಾರ ಪಿಟಿ ಕಲ್ಸನ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ರಿಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಜನ ಜಿ ಖತಮ್ दोनों भाई तबाही गांड पावर सर
ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಹುಡುಗರೇ ಬಿಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿನೋಸ್ ಅವರೇ
ಚಪ್ಪಲ್ ಪಡ್ತಾ ಬ್ರೋ Can you please restrict the podcast back to default ಅಂತ
ಗಾಯ್ಸ್ 400 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಪ್ಪ
कुछ शर्म करो ये हत्ते जन हैं
There was a squad though that was able to put up a good amount of eliminations.
ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಡಿ ಡಾಕ್ ಅಸಲ್ಟ್ರ
Aurora once again Neptura being able to back it up with Ilims.
ಯಾರೋ ಒಬ್ರು ಬಿಡಬೇಕು ಯಾಕೆ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ತರ್ತೀಯ ಮಂತ್ರ
They did wait. It was a big old red zone, and it was fairly unnecessary. However, it does get you those points, right? And it's been really nice to see them actually, because I think in the group stage, right, we saw them just doing just enough to get into the top 5, just enough to get to where they wanted to be. Now we're seeing true Aurora here. Now we're seeing the team that we're used to seeing, and I'm really, really enjoying that. I think they've actually played a lot better, right? They're very even. They're not splitting. Doc's not doing his thing. He's staying with his team, and Reefus.
Top magadane.
Angles from them, so very happy with them.
And something that I enjoy seeing there.
Magala top
It's Top being able to bounce back. Remember earlier in the previous match before this one, Top was on top of the bridge. It didn't end up working out for him, but 4 illings out of him.
Bhai adru cholo aadtare bhai Aurora ena baal cholo aadtare.
On an international finals, that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, really happy.
Qualification dagu same game style aithe igu game style same aithe ಅವ್ರದು ಏನು changes ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರದು.
I love the way that any team would get in contention of their zone, they would start just nading them to hell and back. So Aurora playing it really well. I am still not sold on their performances so far. I feel like there's still a lack of fragging power that they used to have in the past. Doc is underperforming quite significantly. So Top, GG's, I'm loving it. Zol too had some great moments, especially in that rondo. But Doc, he's still...
ನೋಡಿದೆ bhai, ha bhai ನೋಡಿದೆ.
He needs to wake up.
Wake up, Doc. Wake up. Just make sure you don't start going away from your team, because that's when things ends up falling apart for Aurora. Honestly, 36 points currently tied. But the tiebreaker does go to E-Arena with that win that they ended up getting. Tiamba though.
ಇಲ್ಲ vitality ಅವರ ಬರ ಜೋನಿ ಆಡತಾರ ಬ್ರೋ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ದಾಗ ಆಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು.
If you want to give the mic to
Rondo ಒಂದು ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಡಿದಾರಲ್ಲ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಆಡಿದ್ರು ಅವರು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಲೋ ಆಡಿದ್ರು. ಬಟ್ ಲಾಬಿ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಈಗ. ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಹಾರ್ಡ್ ಲಾಬಿ ಎರಡು ಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಆಗೈತಿಲ್ಲ.
Finding a nice power play position, but then unfortunately losing it, which is where
ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ಅರೋರಾ ಇವರಿಬ್ಬರದಾಗ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಕಪ್ ಎಬ್ಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್.
still a really good trend for them, especially coming out of some.
ಬೈ ಇಲ್ಲೇನೆ ಟಾಪ್ 5 ಒಳಗ ಟೀಮ್ಸ್ ಅದಾವ ನೋಡಿ. ಟಾಪ್ 5 ಒಳಗ ಟೀಮ್ಸ್ ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರೂ ಕಪ್ ಗೆಲ್ಬಹುದು, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಬೈ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಅವಕ್ಕೆ ಬಹಳ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಐತಿ. ಕಳಗಲಿಂದ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಷ್ಟನೇ ಐತಿ.
And the way that you have to gather these eliminations, it's good to do it obviously today, but then we got to see more of those.
ಈಗ ಅವರ ಎವರೇಜ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ತಕೊಂಡೋದ್ರು ನಡೀತಿತ್ತು ಈಗ.
ಆಡೆ 3 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ತನಕ ಟಾಪ್ 16 ಇರೋ ಕಂಪೇರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. 3 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್
And I know you weren't quite happy with what Nangshem, especially Human, was doing that last game.
Yeah, initially I love the way they initiate the fight onto, I think it was a
ಒಂದರ ಟೀಮ್ ಪೋಡಿಯಂ ದಾಗ ಬರಬೇಕಪ್ಪ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮೇ ಬಾಳ ಬಿಲೀವ್ ಐತಿ ಪೋಡಿಯಂ ಬರ್ತಾನ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನೋಡೋಣ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ.
The thing is about off angles, they lose effectiveness the longer the fight goes on, and I think it was one of the play on the Harry Potter tower. He had a great line of
ಬೈ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವರು.
No, you have that line of sight, so they're not going to peek you that aggressively. That would be the prime time for them to regroup, fully commit to the fight and send it, and hopefully come out on top. But they're very slow to respond to these moments, and I'm very upset with their opening performances so far.
Yeah, one team
power by hanga ro by sap
committed to a fight. We saw Nigma Galaxy and Ida finally commit to the hot drop, and if I'm being completely honest, I don't want to see it. I don't care about it. Leave that ego to some other time, because right now it's going to be hard for those two teams.
Yeah, it is, and we did see Fourth Thrive take
illa
what's been going on there, right? Just dropping in on trying to get a few.
ನಾನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡಕ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ದಾಗ ಅದನ್ನ.
They were trying to punish that as much as possible, just because it's kind
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ದಾಗ ಅದನ್ನ.
Maybe day one you kind of get away with it, but keep on doing it. It's not.
ಹಚ್ಚ ನೀನು ಹಚ್ಚ.
Knew that, and you know they might not be the only team to take advantage of that. It's a little funny if that keeps happening. Other teams might just third party that.
ಅದೇನ ಅಲ್ಲ third party in that.
ಪಾರ್ಸಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ
bottom of the leaderboard.
ಅದ ಇದ್ರಾಗಿಂದ ಇದು ತೋವಾದ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಬಂದ
not being able to put up those numbers. Those are two teams that are looking to bounce back. But right now we are halfway through that mark. Lays any team that has surprised you so
far. Still 15 matches left. How can you decide only pro trust?
I would just like
add me now.
I'm very proud of you, Fury.
Bro,
you know,
15 match ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಐತಿ ಬೈ, ಅರೋರಾದವ್ರಿಗೂ ಐತಿ, ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾದವ್ರಿಗೂ ಐತಿ, ಅವರು ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಮಾಡೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬೈ.
Surprised about you in the first couple of games, and I just want to make it note that was a much better performance. But still, I'm taking your driver's license away.
That was a good performance. Next time you ever take my mic, Lace, this big old chicken is going to be hitting your head once again. But as we're getting ready here for match 4, let's send it over to none other than Barney and Luti.
Luti, yeah, you know how last week we were talking about how to win PMWC?
Oh yeah, the big secret I told everyone.
You gave everyone some incredible insight for those of you at home that were listening. Teams were listening as well. Aurora Gaming, Tiamba, the Arena, they're playing very well at the moment. But let's break it down into the finals. Okay, so I want to ask you a little bit more, okay? So what's the best map to capitalize on points?
I mean, there is different teams with different play styles, so it depends.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, it depends, yeah. How about vehicles for late rotations, getting into a good position? What's the best vehicle to use?
The horse, the buggy, and so different maps, so it depends.
It depends.
Yeah, as well.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Utility, okay, so like end of game, smokes, nades, medical packs, bandages. What's the best thing to have in your arsenal?
I mean, depending your situation with the cycle, so I will answer. It depends.
It depends.
Yeah.
Okay. Luti.
It's not that easy,
Luti. What's the best gun in the game?
I mean,
let me guess. It depends. Sacre bleu.
No, Barney. Everyone knows it's a P90. No, depends. Okay, back to you, casters. I hope you're ready. It depends.
And yeah, he's right. The P90 is where it's at, but we are here live in the finals, getting ready for the last 3 matches.
Absolutely. We have got a great day unfolding before us. We've had some real step-ups from a lot of teams coming on through, some great rotations, some insertions, some side swipes into those zones. That S2G hovercraft double roll-up, that was looking pretty, but we're going to be sending ourselves once again over to Erangel to find ourselves one more chicken dinner.
Let's see who's gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, this is it, the last Erangel.
What Rixie? Reshma.
Some serious points. I mean, we're still super early in this tournament, but we're already starting to see some teams make some things happen.
PUBG ban ಆಗಿರೋ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದು BGMI ಬಂದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಡೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ತು esports.
Godlike, the hair is hard to miss. I went up to him and I said, you know what, give me 3 words.
3550 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಐತೆ ಬ್ರೋ ಇವರ ಹತ್ರ. All gamers.
Domination.
Points.
Ooh, using a whole word on the. That's the sort of confidence that you want to see coming through. For Godlike, they do want to try try and get in the competition for those top spots. Of course, only seen 3 matches. We are still in a very
EWC full overall club ಯಾರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅದು
state of flux when it comes to those tables. Obviously, some.
ಹೋಸತಿ ಇವ್ರು ಗೆದ್ದಿದ್ರು ಫಾಲ್ಕನ್.
ये शालिनी जैसा सीख गए हो क्या?
Got an 18 match set, right? We've been playing on 12 match sets.
Galaxy Nation
moving over to that expanded 3-day approach, that 18 set. That's where consistency really comes into play. So it's teams that are able to earn 6, 7, 8 points on those games that are going to be the teams that will take those top spots, those podium positions.
ಮಾನ್ಯ 4th year ಗೆ ಹಿಡಿದು ಬಂದದ actually guarantee 4th year 4th year ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತು ಬೇಗದ ಅದು 40 6 ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು 4th year 4th year ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ.
Let's be honest, I mean, luckily we're able to get here, right? So, I mean, but they're crushing it now. They did a great job in that last game, right? And so they're off to a strong start. Let's just see if they're able to keep that pedal to the metal.
ಅದ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಹಾಕೊಂತಾರ ಬೈ ಏಜಲ್ ಮಾಸ್ಟರ್ ಬೈ. ಅದ ಬಹಳ ಟೈಟ್ ಇರ್ತೈತಿ. ಅದ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಮಾತಾಡೋದು ಗಿತ್ತಾಡೋದು.
Just goes to show that come finals time, they're adjusting their strategies and it's working out.
Maybe able to finally claim it.
You will have gold,
That's what they're going to be looking for. Plenty of other teams looking to do so as well. I know there's plenty of fans in the crowd for Furia who are there, really giving them their backing.
40, yes.
Nice to see. Hopefully they can keep up the pace towards the top side as well. But yeah, I mean, there is so much on the line. That trophy. A threat to so many, but a promise to only one of our teams.
Man, one of the sickest trophies you could put on your shelf. I love every single year I see it. I'm like, oh, you gotta get one. And this is what these teams have been hunting for. They've been working all year long to get here, and we can tell the teams that every single one of them. It's wild to see all these names, and the level of competition has never been so even, in my opinion, right? I mean, there is squads all across the board. They get a good couple zones, good couple situations. They're not messing around. They're going to take full advantage of it here. You talked about Furia, right? I think it's only a matter of time before we see them get a chicken dinner. We got to see some keys a little earlier. We saw that Team Vitality key, Tianba, 2 monster squads as well. So it's just really about that consistently like that you talked about. But you know what? We're in the final Erangel of the day, John. One thing that stands out to me, without a shadow of doubt, is Pachinki, right? What is going on there? That last game has to mean that something's got to switch up, right?
It has to. Something definitely has to change. For me, I feel like Enigma Galaxy, they kind of, well, certainly we know how consistently Ralph will just sacrifice tournaments to hold on to Pachinki. So for me, I'm just unsure as to why Ida made the decision to stick to that drop spot. There are obviously other opportunities, and it's sort of it reads ego to me. It reads ego that they aren't disengaging. I liked Fourth Thrive's adjustment. They were able to get in. They were able to get, I think, 2 eliminations right at the start of the match. Really, really nice stuff from that very peer position that they normally drop around. They were able to move on up. They exploited that situation. But I think that the second good decision that Fourth Thrive's made in that scenario was not to hunt down Ralph, right? Because he's a solo. He's hiding in a corner. You don't know exactly where he is. You disengage. You don't go hunting, because a solo in a corner in Pachinki, you could lose a player to that very, very easily. So I liked their withdrawal there coming on through. The other side of a hot drop in Pachinki that is a massive factor, certainly for into the mid and later game, is the fact that in a hot drop, you don't get that loot truck, and you can't get it double either, which means that it went over to Vitality during that last match. It goes over to other teams who just sit on that northwest side. It's also an incredibly clear indicator that a hot drop is happening. Up there, so they can grab that one and send on in to maybe pick up the pieces.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the highlights here before we get started, as these teams are going to get locked and loaded here in just a second here, folks. But yeah, you know, when we go back to that hot drop, it's wild to see. I've been kind of watching these two teams talk to each other all along here in Paris. And I'd see, you know, Enigma Galaxy players walk by IDA players and kind of have some exchanging of words. And I was hoping they would kind of get this settled before. I think it's just a devastating loss for this team here for both of them. This game, it showed just like, because guess what? Fourth Thrives. They came to party right after. They were like, oh, you know what? There's a silly fight happening in Pachinki. We'll take those eliminations, and they got some of them, right? So I think now that you have Fourth Thrives, especially now on the hunt for this, it's got to make, you know, Ida, and Enigma Galaxy have to start second thinking, I think, some things. But at the end of the day, like you said it, you know, for those of you guys that don't know Ralph's true name, it's Ralph Pachinki Sanchez Montero III. Okay. Pachinki is in the name, right? And he will refuse to let it go. And I mean, they've dominated it, right? We saw them be able to take out Ida, but now that you have Fourth Thrives coming into play, it's got to make you second guess things.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that dropping in Pachinki is in Ralph's will somewhere.
Yeah.
When he eventually, hopefully, in the very far future. But if he keeps dropping in Pachinki in-game, he's certainly not going to have a long life expectancy. Aurora Gaming able to do the business, but we are going to head to a quick video whilst we get this lobby ready to rock for our last Pachinki today.
안녕하세요. 저는 농심 레드폭스의 엑지입니다. 여기는 현빈, 소이지, TG입니다. 프로 선수로서 경쟁하는 일은 항상 힘든 일입니다. 하지만 이런 플레이 라운지에 오게 되면 즐거운 게 되게 많죠. 저희가 이 플레이 라운지에 왔기 때문에 이 플레이 라운지에 있는 것들을 즐겨보겠습니다. 가시죠.
ಇಸ್ಗಾಡ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾನೆ ಬ್ರೋ? ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಆಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಸ್ಗಾಡ್ ಹೋಗೈತೆ ಬ್ರೋ, ಖತಮ್ ಆಗೈತೆ.
이곳에서 해결하실 수 있습니다.
ಸೋಲಾಗಬೇಕಿತ್ತು ಬಿಡೋಬೆ ಅವ್ರ ಜಾಗದಾಗ.
WC 공간에 있는 한 공간 중인 탁구장이 있는데 저희가 한번 재밌게 해보도록 하겠습니다. 오. 연습반이네 완전. 어이씨 뭐야?
스티브.
여기는
चार्ट
즐길 것이 있는.
भाई दिन चार बंदे लोगे काले भाई.
해보도록 하겠습니다.
हाँ टीम में कौन माला का दे यूजिंग ईयरफोन और हेडफोन और बोथ नो भाई बंदा ईयरफोन ಇರ್ತೈತೆ. ಇದೆ ಇಯರ್ಫೋನ್ ನಾನು ಆಡೇನ ಬರಲೇನೆ. ಇದೆ ಇಯರ್ಫೋನ್. ಈ ಇಯರ್ಫೋನ್ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಅದ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಇದ್ರದ್ದು ಏನಿರ್ತೈತೆ ನೋಡ, ಅದ ನಾಯ್ಸ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ಸಲೇಷನ್ ದ ಅದನ್ನ ಹಾಕೊಂತಾರೆ. ಅದ ಟೈಟ್ ಇರ್ತೈತಿ, ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಬರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು.
Welcome back to the hot drop watch here as we await the fate.
Jonathan ಇದ್ರೆ ಹೆಂಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು
It is still undetermined as to who is going to
Qualify
last
ಹಾಕಿದ್ರು
the
team.
longest in that location, and if we may have a fourth, a fifth, or maybe even more teams. Perhaps everybody is going to Pachinki. It's going to be a 64-player brawl in the center of the map.
You know what? Oh man, I want to see that action. That would be absolutely insane. I mean, if it was going to be
ಮೈಕ್ ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಆಡ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಮೈಕ್ ಆನ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಹೋಗಿ
but you know what? It's time to see what exactly is going to happen.
ಯಾಕೋ ಒಂದ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ
Into the map. Final Erangel of day 1 of the
ನೀ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ರೆ ಇತ್ತು ನಾ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅದಕ್ಕಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕ ಅಲ್ಲ ನಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತಿದ್ದೆ
into the sandy deserts.
ರೋಹಿತ್ ಬೈ
I mean, I'll take non-serious points at this stage.
ನಾ ಇದ್ದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತೇನಿ
as well. Plane path on the west side of the main.
ಒಂದ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ ವಾಯ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಬಂದ್ರಾಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತಪ್ಪ
Going fairly close to Pachinki, so we're not going to be denied it by the plane path. Hora out early over towards Saverny. Tiamba over into North George. I'm keeping an eye out to see if any of our teams on the hot drop are going somewhere else, but I'm really not holding my breath.
I kind of am here. You know what? I will say, yeah, you can see already here. Look at that. Looks like we're going to see another hot drop in Pachinki as Ida and Enigma Galaxy are headed in that direction. Very, very interesting. I will say, though, we got to give massive props to Enigma Galaxy for being so high up on the leaderboards, considering that they've been dealing with this all day long here. I mean, they're in 4th place, 30 points. That's pretty insane.
Sure. I
mean,
chicken dinner towards the start of the day, right? So you have a little bit of a foundation to try and do this with, but they could be so much further ahead without this situation. It looks like
ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಬೇರೆ ಟೀಮ್ಗೆ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡೋದ ಕಲಿತಿ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಕನ್ನಡ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮರ್ ನೋಡಲ್ಲ ಬಾರ್ಕಿ ಜಾನಿ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತೆ ಮುಕುಳಿ ಹೊರದ್ರೆ ಜಾನಿ ಕಡೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ಬೇನಿ ನಾವು ಫ್ಯಾಕ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೇವೆ ನಾ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಾಕರ ಆಡ್ತೇವೆ ನೀ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಾತೀವಿ ನಾವ್ ಆಡ್ಯಾರ ಆಡಾತೇವಿ ನೀ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಾತಿ ನೀ ಎಷ್ಟು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ ಮಾಡಿ ಹೇಳ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನೀ ಯಾವಾಗ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬರ ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಿ ಅವಾಗ ನಾನು ರೆಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕೊಡ್ತೇನೆ ಲೋ ಬೋಳಿ ಮಗನೇ ನೀನು ನೀನು ಅವ್ ತುಲ್ಲಾ ನಾನು ತುಣ್ಣಿಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಕಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅವ್ ತುಲ್ಲಾಗ ಆನಿ ತುಣ್ಣಿ ಇಡ್ಲಿ ರಂಡಿ ಮಗನ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅವ್ ತುಲ್ಲಾ ಎಂಟನೇ ತುಣ್ಣಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅವ್ ತುಲ್ಲಾ ಜಾನಿ ತುಣ್ಣಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅವ್ ತುಲ್ಲಾ ಜಾನಿ ರಪ್ಪನ್ ತುಣ್ಣಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕನ್ ತುಲ್ಲ ಹಡ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ ತಂಗಿ ತುಲ್ಲ ಹಡ್ಲಿ ಸಾಕ ಪಾರ್ಕಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅವ್ ತುಲ್ಲಾ ನಾನು ತುಣ್ಣಿ ನಿಮ್ಮಪ್ಪ ಅದನ್ಲೇ ರಂಡಿ ಮಗನ ನೀನ್ ಅವ್ ತುಲ್ಲಾಗ ಎಂಟನಾಯ್ ತುಣ್ಣಿ ನೀನ್ ಅಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಕೈಯ ಗಾಂಡು ಸುಳೆ ಮಗನೇ ಮಿಂಡ್ರಿ ಕುಟ್ಟಿದ್ ರಂಡಿ ಯಾರ ಭಯ ಗೊತ್ತೇನೆ ಯಾ ರಂಡಿ ಮಗ ನನ್ ಮಗ ರೂಬೆ 108 ಮಂದಿ ಹಟ್ಟಿರ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ಅದ್ರಾಗ ಯಾರ ಏನಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ಬೇಕು ಬೈ ಅವ್ರವ್ವ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಕ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ಲ ನನ್ ಜೊತೆ ಬಂದೆ ನನಗೂ ನೆನಪಿಲ್ಲ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರ ಅಕ್ಕಗೆ ಹಟ್ಟ ಗೊತ್ತಾಕ ತಡಿ ಬೈ
insane shot there from Satan. I mean, that's that game sense, guys. Shooting right through the door. He knew he was there, and he makes the play for his team. It's one of those micro plays, right? That kind of play, it just changes the entire situation.
ಇಂತ ಹೆಟರ್ ರಂಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಆಡಬೇಕು ಹಂಗ ಕಳಿಸಬಾರ್ದು ಇಂತ ರಂಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಹಟ್ಟಿ ಕಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಇವ್ರು ಅವ್ರ ತುಲ್ಲಾ ನಾನು ತುಣ್ಣಿ
still have to get a little bit more pace to it though, and Ida are retreating now right to the southeast point of Pachinki. They've read that immediately Satan can move out, get this position on the off angle that they will.
ನೇಮ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ಬೇರೆ ಏನೇ ಇತ್ತು ಹೆಸರು
The fact that they're aware of that is good, but you're just going to keep losing players.
ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ನನ್ನಂಗ ಗಂಡ ಸಣ್ಣದ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವ್ರದ ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಐಡಿ ಇರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇವ್ರದ ಒರಿಜಿನಲ್ ಫೋನ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಇರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಇವ್ರ ಅವ್ವ ಆಧಾರ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಹಡಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿರ್ತಾಳಲ್ಲ ಬೀದಿ ಹುಟ್ಟ್ರೆ ನಾಯಿ ಸೊಳೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ನಾಯಿ ಹಟ್ಟ ಹುಡ್ಸಿರ್ತಾವ ಇವಕ್ಕ ಹಂಗ ಹುಡ್ಸಿರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇವಕ್ಕ ಹೋಗಿ ಇವ್ರ ಅಪ್ಪಗಪ್ಪ ಅನ್ರಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಂದ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಂತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ರಂಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ
if I'm their coach, anybody that is in the leadership of this team, I'm like, give it up, guys. We lost. I mean, I
ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡು ಬೈ ಆಡಬೇಕು ಹೋಗ ಅಂತ ರಂಡಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಆಡಬೇಕು
with Enigma Galaxy to see if you could conquer this location.
ಹೆಂಗ ಹೋಗಿ ನಾನು ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪಗೆ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಂತೀನಿ ಹಂಗ ಅನ್ನಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇವ್ರ ಬಂದ್ ನನಗಪ್ಪ ಅಂತಾವ್
If we want to be able to do well in this tournament, I mean, Erangel is the majority of the maps we're going to be playing here.
ಯಾರಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಯಾಸ್ ಪಾರ್ಕೆ ಅಂತವ್ರು ತುಲ್ಲಾ ನಾನು ತುಣ್ಣಿ
It is pretty devastating. They have only lost
Tama.
one player this time around.
ನಾ ಬ್ಯಾರೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮರ್ ಹಂಗಲ್ಲ ಅಂದುಕೊಳ್ಳೆ ಅಂಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಕ ನೀ ಮೌನ್ ತುಲ್ಲೆ
Vehicle condition, I don't
ಏನೇ
know, man. It's really cutting the legs out from underneath themselves.
It's terrible. I mean, you're down a player. You don't get the loot truck. You don't get any. You're under looted at this
ಯಾಕ ಜಾನಿ ಏನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅವ್ವ ಹಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಏನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಕ್ಕ ಹಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ತಂಗಿ ಹಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ
where they stand on the leaderboards is a pure reflection of that. So, yeah, you know.
ಅವಂಗಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಂಗೆ ಗುರಿ ಆತೈತಂದ್ರೆ ಪಕ್ಕ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಇರ್ಬೋದು
Hot drops or these situations in general, I really do think these need to be settled in rehearsal.
Game discussion. Okay.
Where it's like, hey, you know what, guys? Have a little handshake agreement. We're going to drop a Pachinki this game. Whoever wins it gets it. You know?
Fair enough. Yeah, well, I don't think that would.
Idea dropless aate?
Yeah,
aatala.
I understand. It's.
Oh, free kill kuda aataro avre.
Right, that is.
Saak bidona.
In a lot more, I think, subjective opinion for a lot of people.
Em bro India kate. ಆಗತ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಕಮ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಡೇ 1 ಮಾನ್ಯ ನೋಡಿದಿಲ್ಲ ಡೇ 1 ಹೆಂಗ್ ಆಡಿದ್ದ ಬಟ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಚಿಕನ್ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕು ಬಾ ಈ 3 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕನ್ ಹೊಡಿಬೇಕು ಸೊ ನಾಳೆ ಕಮ್ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾನೆ ಪಕ್ಕ
It is one strategy is to just be like, okay, we'll go somewhere else, but you can hold your nerve, and if you guys want to be the best, then you guys need to hold your nerve, and you can look good doing it using the Naruto skins here. Make sure you're heading into game, get that character set, get that Ninetales Fury AUG skin, get that one developing as well, because you can get some very.
But ನೋಡು ಬೈ ಈ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ಬಿಟ್ರ ಇವರ ಡಾಮಿನೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ಬಾರಿ ಆಡತಾರ ಬೈ ಇವ್ರ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಯಾವ ತರ ಆಡಿದ್ರ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ತರ ಆಡತಾರ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ ಫುಲ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗೈತಿ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು
This man has been performing all tournament long for his squad. He had, for sure, right, the play of the
spark ಇಟ್ಕೋಬೇಡಿ
stage was so sick.
ಇರ್ಲಿ ಬಿಡು
Come finals time, the way that he started out, they are looking really good.
ಯಾರು ಬೈ ಸಾಗರ್ ಬೈ
They are currently in 4th place right now.
ನೋಡಿದ್ದಂದ್ರು ಐಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾಳ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಅದಕ್ಕರ ಬೈ ಹೋಗಂದ್ರು ಕಣಿಗೋ
That first place spot, Godlike would love to try.
Bro, ಏನಾಯ್ತು
They are a little bit more destitute on that point.
ಬಾ ಚಲೋ ಆಡತಾರ ಬೈ ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅರೋರಾದವರು ಬಾ ಚಲೋ ಆಡತಾರ
Towards the north side, split by that central river. Of open ground south of Savani being
ಬ್ರೋ ಹಂಗ ಅನಿಸ್ತೆ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ದಾಗ ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಬೈ ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ದಾಗ ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ದಾಗ ಅವ್ರ ಗೇಮ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮೂಮೆಂಟಮ್ ತಗೊಂಡ್ರ ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ದಾಗ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅದ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಫೈಟ್ ಹೋಗೋದಿಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ
maybe we'll see it from one of the two teams who are still in Pachinki too, because well, it looks like Ida looking to push back in and re-engage. Enigma Galaxy have been working the ground in the meantime, snaffling up all that loot.
ಬ್ರೋ ಅಕ್ಕನ ಜೊತೆ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಲೈವ್ ನ ಬ್ರೋ ನೀವು ಡಿಲೇಟರ್ ಅನ್ಸತ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಡಾಲಿ ಬೈ ಬೈ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಬ್ರೋ ನನ್ನ ಪಾಡಿಗೆ ನಾ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಬ್ರೋ ನನ್ನ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಮಠ ಬಂದ್ರಂದ್ರ ನಾ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಮುಕ್ಳಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬೈ ನಾ ಯಾಕೆ ಅನ್ಸ್ಕೊಲಿ ಬೈ ನನಗ್ ಬೈದ್ರ ನಾ ಬಯಸ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿ ಮಠ ಬಂದ್ರ ಮುಕ್ಳಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬೈ ನಾ ಅದ ಯಾವ ಸೊಳೆ ಮಗನ ಇರ್ಲಿ ಅಣ್ಣ ಅವ್ರ ನಂದ ಧಾರವಾಡ ಅಣ್ಣ ನಿಂದ ಅವ್ರ ಯಾಕೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಆ ಸ್ಪಾರ್ಕಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಜಾನಿಯರ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈನ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದೆ ನಾನು ಒಪ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ನಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಪ್ಪ ನಂದು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದೆ ಆ ಸೊಳೆ ಮಗ ಜಾನಿ ಬರೀ ಈಟ್ ಅಂದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕೆ ಮುಕ್ಕಳೆ ಉರ್ದೈತಿ ಬಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಬೋಳಿ ಮಗನೇ ಅಂದ ಬೋಳಿ ಮಗನೇ ಅಂದಿದ್ದಕ್ಕ ಏನೇನೋ ಆಗ್ಯಾವ ಈ ರಂಡಿ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಬಿಡ್ತೇನೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಇವ್ರು ಬಾಳ ಚಂದ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಫೈಟ್ ವಿನ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಅವ್ರ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಆಡತ್ತಾರ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಫೈಟ್ ನಾ ಅವಾಯ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಅಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಚೈನೀಸ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ ಊರು ಬೈ ಬಿಜಾಪುರ ನೈಸ್ ರೋಹಿತ್ ಬೈ ನಿಮ್ದು ಯಾವ ಊರು ಬೈ ಫ್ಯಾಲ್ಕನ್ ನಾವ್ ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿಪ್ಪ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅದಾವ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಬಿಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ನಾವು ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಬಟ್ ಇವ್ರ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ನೋಡಂಗೈತಿ ಎಂಜೆಸ್ ಭಾರಿ ಐತಿ ಪೂಜಿ ನಾವು ಇಸ್ಗಾಡ್ ಬೈ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ರು ಸಿಗ್ಬಾಡ್ರು ಬೈ ನೀಟಾಗಿ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಫೈಟ್ ವಿನ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಒಬ್ಬೊಬ್ರು ಸಿಗಬಾರ್ದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ನಾಕ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಆಗ್ತಾನ ಬ್ರೋ, ನಾಕ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಆಗ್ತಾನ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಹೊಡೆದ ನೈಸ್ ಬೆಂಜಿ, ಭಾಳ ಚಂದ ವಿನ್ ಆದ್ರು ಫೈಟ್. ನೈಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ. ಯು ಆರ್ ಇನ್ ಮಾರ್ಕಸ್ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಪ್ರಿವಿಯಸ್ ಇಯರ್? ಎಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ, ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಹೌದು ಮಲ್ಲು ಅಣ್ಣ, ಈಗ ನಾ ಏನಾರ ನಿನ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬೈದ್ರೆ ನೀ ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಇರ್ತಿ, ಅದ ನಿಮ್ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬೈದ್ರೆ ನೀ ಸುಮ್ನೆ ಇರ್ತೀನಿ ಅಡ್ತಿಯಲ್ಲ ಮುಕ್ಕಳಿ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಬಂದ ಹಂಗ ಅದ. ಸೋಷಿಯಲ್ ಮೀಡಿಯಾದಾಗ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ತರ್ತಾರ ಬೈ, ನಾ ಯಾವತ್ತು ಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ ಬೈಯಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ. ಈಗ ಹಂಗ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಬೈಕೊಂತ ಕುಂತ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗು ಅದು ತಪ್ಪಾಕೈತಿ. ನನ್ ತಂದೆ ತಾಯಿ ಮಠ ಬಂದ್ರ ಅಂದ್ರ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾ ಒಂದ್ ಬಾಗಲ ಬೈದ್ರ ಅಕ್ಕ ತಂಗಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬ್ರೋ? ಅವ್ ನಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಬ್ರೋ? ಅವ್ ನಮ್ ತಾಯಿಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾನಂದ್ರ ನಾ ಅವ್ರ ಇಡೀ ಫ್ಯಾಮಿಲಿನ ಹರಿತೀನಿ ಬ್ರೋ. ಒಂದ್ ಅಂದ್ರ ನಾ 10 ಅಂತೀನಿ. ಗೊತ್ತ ಅವ್ರ ಅಕ್ಕ ತಂಗಿ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರ ಅವ್ವ ಅಪ್ಪ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನಾ ಬೈಯೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈ ಸೊಳೆ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗಾರ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. ಯಪ್ಪ ಇವ್ ಕಡೆ ಹೋದ್ರೆ ನನಗ್ ಬೈಯಲ್ಲಿವ, ನಮ್ ತಾಯಿಂದ ತಾಯಿಗೆ ಬೈತಾನ, ಇನ್ಮೇಲೆ ಇವಂಗ ಏಟ್ ಸ್ಪ್ರೆಡ್ ಮಾಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅನ್ನೋದು ಇವ್ರ ತಲೆ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದೊಂದ ಬೈ ನಂದು.
For 4 thrives. Aurora on their crossing, run into Vitality. Looks like they may have run their last across these bridges. This western hole looking quite good for Vitality, who
like my guys
have been a little bit quieter, I think it's safe to say, than their group stage performances. They're still very much there. They're still very much present. Certainly their presence is being felt by Aurora on this northwest side.
Oh, ಏನ್ ಜೋನ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಇದೆ, ಶಾಪ್ ಕಕ್ಕಡ್ ಖಾಲಿನೇ ಐತಿ.
Southern shift. This actually might be really good for the side of name of Galaxy.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅರೋರಾದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಹಾಕೊಂಡ್ರ ಯಾರು? ಅರೋರಾದರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹೊಂಟ್ರ ನೋಡಿ ಬ್ರೋ. ಅಲ್ಲೇ
actually south shifts one more time to Roz.
ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಅದೇ ಖಾಲಿ ಇದಂತ ಈ ಕಡೆನೇ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಅಂತ.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಇವ ಜೋಯಲ್ ಈಗ ಓಕೆ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ. ಓ ನೈಸ್. ಬ್ರೋ ಟಿಯಂಬಾದವರು ಏನ್ ನೋಡಿ ಬ್ರೋ.
They're just trying to take a turn around the town to maybe allow Vitality to
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇವರು ಅದಾರ ಜಾನಿ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಬೈ. ನಂಗೆ ಯಾವ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಏನು ಹರ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಬಿಡು ಬೈ, ತಲೆ ಕೆಡಿಸ್ಕೊಬೇಡ ನೀ ರಾಜ್ ಬೈ. ಆಗೈತ ಗೊತ್ತೈತ್ ನಾ ಕಾಂಟ್ರವರ್ಸಿ ನಂದು ಲಾಲ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗು ಹೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ವಿ.
And it is not looking pretty for Alula. They lose a player. Not a good start, but yeah, it would be kind of.
ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಟೀಮ್ ಫಾಲ್ಕನ್, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಟೀಮ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ, ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ಇನ್ವೈಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ಲ.
Just on the north side of Pachinki, so they could just take up that mountain and lickety split, get themselves another chicken dinner. Godlike in the meantime on the hunt in the middle, getting stuff done, getting bits out to Aura, and it seems that they are going to be able to take at least one and get the flush for Godlike.
Mormon, the nade looks good, puts them all the way down.
ಓ ಏನು ಉಳಿದವ ನೈಸ್.
That's 12K.
Gordon
getting the finish. And look at that. I mean, teammate instantly there with the vehicle to make sure that they can get him safety. So Aura going to have to go early here this game. Only one single player up, see what he can do later on.
Gordon 4 man ಇದೆ ಬ್ರೋ.
Station with a Furia.
OG 3 man ಇದೆ
ಬ್ರೋ. ಈ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಇಷ್ಟು ಮ್ಯಾಚಸ್ ಆದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಈಗ ಗೇಮ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗೈತೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ. ಅಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ದು ಗೇಮ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗೈತೆ. ಈಗ ಟಿಯಂಬಾ ಹೋಗಿ ಜೋನ್ ಹಿಡಿದಾರ ಉಲ್ಟಾ. ಬಟ್ ಓಜಿದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಸೇಮ್ ಐತಿ.
ಝೋನ್ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮತ್ತೆ ಈ ಕಡೆ ರಿಸಾರ್ಟ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ಜಿಎಕ್ಸ್ ಫುಲ್ ಲೇಟ್ ರೊಟೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಸಿಕ್ತು. ಸೊ
shout out to Mother Nature there for saying hi, and then
gotta make sure it's secure.
Yeah, and then proceeding to into the hillsides around him. Hopefully with that P90 Team Flash getting out of dodge from this east side could be tricky.
ಈ ಕಾಂಪೌಂಡ್ ಬ್ರೋ ನಾ ಎಷ್ಟು ತ ನೋಡಿನಿ, ಅದೇನ್ ಸೋಲೋ ಕಾಂಪೌಂಡ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಗ್ರೀನ್, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದವ್ರೆ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಹ್ಯಾಶ್ ಟು ಚಿಕನ್ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಯಾರ ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್. BGMS ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಎವ್ರಿ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದವ್ರು ಚಿಕನ್ ಹೊಡೆದಾರ. ಓ ವಿಐಟಿ ಅರೋರಾ ಬೈ ನೋಡ ನೀವು ಫೈಟ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ.
Driving around trying to get some information.
ನಾಕ್ ಅದ ಇವನ್ ಎಡಿಗೆ ನಾಕ್ ಹಾಕನ ಫೆಡರಲ್ಸ್. ಓಡಿ ಇಂದೋಡಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಐತಿ.
Too dangerous. Vitality need to disengage this as they're 6 is not covered, but Razy is driving up close and personal, giving an opportunity for Reesvis to put some shots onto him. And yeah, it's just down to these two players left for Aurora. This fight would have definitely went off early.
Start out 1 second. Match intense at the fight. By fight, not about Aurora. But you are lost and gather.
A little bit, but now they're down to 2. And Vitality doing a little bit of nade there, not ideal. E-Arena in the meantime trying to find their way in on the north.
Andru nodri bro, Vitality avare
Super accessible right now.
20 points tagda biಟ್ರ.
They're engaged with the final player from Horror, Sleepy.
Oh!
Time of crash. S2G trying to roll across.
Clear PMWC here defend ಮಾಡೋದು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್. ಬೇರೆಯವರೇ ಕೊಟ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರೌಂಡಿಂಗ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ.
Boy Aurora correct ನಡಿಗೋ ಬೈ.
Is it going to blast him down? But there's an answer, and Reefus falls.
Oh, nice.
Third knock over towards Tiamba, but now everybody has been isolated.
Revakar. Oh, ಏನು ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಒಬ್ಬರು. Nice.
Triple knock.
Are you kidding me? It looked like these guys were fighting in
ಚಲೋ ಆಡತಾರ ಒಬ್ಬ ಚೈನಾದವರು ಚಲೋ ಆಡತಾರ.
QZ in the center of it, and Top could have been there to make that play, but unfortunately
ಏಕೆ देख ले भाई इधर ओपन भाग रहा है.
and it stopped that crucial third party.
Oh, another nade from Top, doesn't quite connect there. There is an
ಏನು ನೋಡೋದ.
Top off nicely.
ಭಾರಿ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ ಮತ್ತೆ ಟಿಯಾಂಬ. Nice.
Maybe missing a trick.
ಗೋಡಲ್ಲಿ ಅಡ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ ಸರ. 40 3 men ಅದರ. VAT 3 men. Furia 4 men. 4 men ಏನದು? 4 men EA NJX Furia ULF ಗೋಡಲ್ಲಿ OG ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
OG 3
Nowhere to go. They're going to roll right on top of this guy.
EA full form ಏನು ಬ್ರೋ? ಈ ಅರೇನಾ ಅಲ್ಲ?
Yes. ಅವರ ಇದು ಅರಂಗಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಯಾವುದು ರೌಂಡದಾಗ ಹೊಡೆದಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಮೊದಕೆಲ್ಲ 39 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅವರ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ರೌಂಡ್ ಅವರ ಗೈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ
ಬ್ರೋ ಇದು NJX ನೋಡಿ ಬ್ರೋ ಫ್ರೀ ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
But meanwhile, I mean, Tianba on a tear, 7 eliminations. Fortunate for them, they're able to get
4 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಮೊಮೆಂಟಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್.
ಇವ್ರಿಯಾನು 4 men ಆಯ್ತು ಬೈ. ಇವ್ರು ಫೈಟ್ ಹಾಕತ್ನ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ 3 men ಅದರ. ನೈಸ್ ಒನ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ 2 men.
43 men.
ಬ್ರೋ ಏರಿಯಾ ಎಷ್ಟು ಖಾಲಿ ಸಿಕ್ಕತ್ ನೋಡಿ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆ ಪ್ಲೇಯಬಲ್. ಡೌನ್ ರೇಸ್ ಪೂರಾ ಖಾಲಿ ಐತಿ.
Tiamba, by the way, managed to fend off a triple.
Oh, ಏನು ಹೇಳಾಕ್ದ ಭಾಯಿ
on their compound, right? They're now on 7 eliminations.
ಓ ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ದವ ಏಕೆ ಉಪಯೋಗ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿದ.
It's likely they're going to have
ಬ್ರೋ ಪಿಪಿ ಬೈಸನ್ ತಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಏಕೆ ವಾ.
rates around them is going to be ludicrous.
ಯಾವ ಇಂಟರ್ವ್ಯೂ ಹೇಳಿದ ಬ್ರೋ ಅವರು. ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಲಾಬಿಲಿ ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಗನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಶಾರ್ಟ್ ಗನ್ 10% 20% ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗೋದು. ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಂಗಲ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ
And Tops has to turn tail. Turney K sees to it. He's going to get backed off by a third party. I think that might be Orangutan chiming in.
ಡಬ್ಲ್ಯೂ ಮಂಟರ್ ಫಲಕ್
ಕ್ಯೂ ಝೋನ್ ಬ್ರೋ. ನೈಸ್ ಇನ್ನ ಝೋನ್ ಆಯ್ತು
ಬೈ. ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಇದೆ ಮಮ್ಮಿ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ ನಡುತ್ತೆ.
The Arena are putting some good points on the board here. I mean, they're having to
ನನಗೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಡಿಲೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಿದೆ ಭಾಯಿ?
ಫೈಟ್ ಐತಿ 40 versus OG.
ಬ್ರೋ ನೀವು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ಸ್ ಪಡೆ ಬ್ರೋ?
ಆಗಬೇಕು ಬೈ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಗೈಸ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್ 500 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ 500 ಲೈಕ್.
Zypha with 3.
It's keeping Rozog in.
Oh my, I just saw that circle shift. Are you kidding me? Enigma Galaxy, they'll take that all day long, right? Hey, you know what? Sometimes you gotta get a little reward for those crazy hot drop efforts, and they'll definitely take that one to the bank.
ಆಗಬೇಕು ಬೈ. OG versus ಫೈಟ್ ಇದು ಇದರದ 40 ದ ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ OG ದರ. ಪೊಸಿಷನ್ ಚಲೋ ಐತೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು.
The difficulty of course is that for
3v3
Vitality is starting to move in and they don't
ಸತ್ತ ಡಾಪ್ ಇವರು ಮಸ್ತ್ ಲೂಟ್. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಒಬ್ಬನು ಅವನು.
I feel like somehow you got to find a coach.
ಬಟ್ ಈ ಲಾಬಿ ಉಳಿಲಿಲ್ಲ ನೋಡು ಬೈ.
And if you hold towards
ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ
ಯಾವ ಚಾನಲ್ ನೋಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
it's just going to be a bleed out.
ESPORTS ಅಲ್ವಾ?
ಹಾ
The placements aren't really going to be.
ನಾನು ಅದೇ ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬ್ರೋ.
ಪುಷ್ ಆಯ್ತು 40 ಮೇಲೆ ಪುಷ್ ಆಯ್ತು. OG ಕಿಲ್ ಎಬ್ಸ್ಬೋದು, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಕಿಲ್ ಎಬ್ಸ್ಬೋದು.
ಬ್ರೋ ಡಿಲೇ ತೋರಿಸ್ತಿದೆ ಭಾಯಿ ನಂಗೆ.
ನೈಸ್
ಫಾರ್ವರ್ಡ್ ಇಕ್ಕೊಂಡು ದುವೆಲ್ ಸಿಕ್ಕಲ್.
ನಾನು ಈಗ PUBG ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ನೋಡಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ.
It's been paying off so far, and that's why you can see them on top. Orban hopping on out, trying to hit that.
No manpower loss.
On Zypha. Zypha's really hurt here. Great.
No be.
So from E Arena, picking
nice.
Hard.
40 eliminated.
ಕರಿಸ್ತಾರೆ.
has been so difficult to deal with, but Arena the only
ಈ 10 ಕಿಲ್ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರ ನೈಸ್.
at least 3 of them. Tony K goes down with them, but 10
ಟಿಯಂಬ 4 ಮಂದಿ ಅದಾರ ರೋಬೆ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ
ಟಿಯಂಬ 4 ಮಂದಿ.
ಬಟ್ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಓಜಿ ಅವರ ಏನು ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ಕಿಲ್ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ, ಒಂದು ಕಿಲ್ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ.
these teams on the east are preoccupied, a little bit slow to get the third party, but it is a good
ಒಂದು ಕಿಲ್ ನೋಡಬಹುದಿತ್ತು ಅವರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ.
what they've been able to do there. We've seen counter
ಅವ್ರು ತುಂಬಾ ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬೈ, ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತೊಗೊಳಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು.
ಕಂಪೌಂಡ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಕುಂತು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ
ಅವ್ರು ರಿಸ್ಕ್ ತೊಗೊಳಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು. ಗಾಡ್ಲೈಕ್ ನೋಡಿ ಕಿಲ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಹೋಗ್ತಾರೆ ಗಾಡಿ ತಗೊಂಡು.
ಗೈಸ್ 500 ಲೈಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್.
ಅಡ್ವಿನೋ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಟೈರ್ ಆಡ್ತಾನೆ ಬೈ.
and gotten stuck in there, but they hold inside.
ಬಟ್ ಬ್ರೋ ನೀವು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಸ್?
One thing I've noticed here in the EWC,
ಯೂವಿ ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಸ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡಲ್ಲ, ಅದು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ?
ಅದು ಇನ್ಕ್ಲೂಡ್ ಐತೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ.
ಏನಿದೆ ಬ್ರೋ?
ನಮ್ಮ ಪವರ್ ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
weren't able to even think about getting that third party, but because of that fight, it opened the door for them to be able to at least make that safe rotation.
ಓ ಓಜಿ ಇದು ಗಾರ್ಡರ್ ಬಂದು ಸಿಕ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರು ಬ್ರೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಟಿಯಂಬ ಐತಿ. ಬೈ ಅವ್ರು ಗೊತ್ತೈತಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ಫೋ ಐತಿಲ್ಲ ಯಾರಿಗೂ.
ರಿವರ್ಸ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ರೆ
ಮೂರ್ಗೆ ಹೊಡೆದಾರ ಬೈ ಇವರು. ಓ ಏನೋ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ಬೈ ಇವ ನಾಟ್.
ಬೈ ಟಿಯಂಬ ಬೆಂಡ್ ತೋರ್ಸಾತಾರ ಇವ್ರ. ಇವ್ರ ಕಡೆ ಗಾಡಿನೂ ಹೇಳ್ತಿಂದ ಅವ್ರು.
ಟಿಯನ್ ಬೈ ಇಂದನೇ ಒಂದು ಟೀಮ್ ಇದೆ ಬೈ, ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ಲೋಡಿಂಗ್ ಬರದೈತಿ?
This is a replay of the roll-up. Okay, this is when Arena crashed onto
ಟಿಯನ್ ಬೈ ಇಂದೇ
ವೈಟಾಲಿಟಿ 3 ಮೇನಾ?
Yeah, went on
3.
ಇದೇನು ಹೊಡೆದ್ವಾ?
Not much you can do
about that. Bhai.
When the flying vehicle launches over the top, the bunny rabbits bound on into your sight line.
Did not come. Let's see bro, ನೋಡೋಣ. Guys like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ, 500 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್.
And it will
ಫಾಲ್ತು
ಬೈ ಝೋನ್ ಹೋತ. ಓಜಿ ಈಗ ಮುಶ್ಕಿಲ್ ಆತ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ ಥಾ ಬೈ.
और ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸ್ಕ್ವಾಡರ್ಸ್ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಲಾಮ್ ಮಾಡಕೈತೆ ಬೈ. ಸ್ಕ್ವಾಡರ್ಸ್ ಝೋನ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಬ್ರೋ? ನೈಸ್ ನಾಕ್. ನೈಸ್ ನೈಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ, ನೈಸ್ ಬ್ರೋಸ್ಕಿ. ನೀಡ್ ಬಂತು ಮೀನು. ಇವ್ರ ಕಡೆ ಬುಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೈ.
as they are just trying to hold this spot.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲೋ ಬೈ ಅವರು ಏನಾದ್ರು ಕಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಿತ್ತು, ಬಟ್ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ
are in a perfect position to gate cardy this. Oh, nice shots though from Admino.
ನೇಡ್ ಬಂತು. ಓ ನೈಸ್.
it went completely out of his viewing angle there.
ಟಿಯಂಬದವರು ಝೋನ್ ಬರ್ಬೇಕು, ಸೋಬರ್ ಡಿಫೆಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಈಗ.
That could have been a straight knock there.
ಓಜಿ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ?
ಓಜಿ ಟಿಯಂಬ ಮೇಲೆ ಪುಷ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾ, ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ.
ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ವೇಟ್ ಇದೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ ಅವ್ರು.
ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಲೆಫ್ಟ್ ಸೈಡ್
ಇವನು ಡಿಪ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡವ್ರು ಬೈ ಇವರು. ಅದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶರ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಮೇಲಿಂದ.
ಟಿಯಂಬ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಹೊಡಿತಾರಲ್ಲ.
ಓ ಏನು ನೋಡಿ ಬೈ, ಏನು ಮುಚ್ಚ ಬೈ.
ಓ ನೈಸ್ ರೊಟೇಷನ್ ಬೈ ಯಾರು. ನೈಸ್ ಬೈ ನೈಸ್. ಓಕೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಸ್ದಾಗ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇವರು, ರಿಸ್ದಾಗ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಸ್ತ್. ನೈಸ್ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್, ನೈಸ್ ಓಜಿ. ಭಾರಿ ಡಿಸಿಷನ್ ತಗೊಂಡ.
ಎಂಜಿಕ್ ನೋಡಿ ಬ್ರೋ, ಹಿಂಗ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾವ ಇವನು ಕೂಪ್ಸ್.
ಎಲ್ಲಾರ ನಡು ಹೋದ, ಭಾರಿ ಹೋದ.
ನಾಕ್ ಅದಲ್ಲ, ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಆದ.
ಏಕೆ ಫಿನಿಶ್?
ಅಯ್ಯ
ಯಾರು ಬ್ರೋ?
ವೇಟ್ ಬ್ರೋ. ವೇಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಡ್ತಾವ, ವಾಸು ಆಡ್ತಾವ್ರ ಅವರು.
ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್, ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ವೇಟ್ ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ.
ಬೈ ಟಿಯಂಬ ಹೋಯ್ತು ಬೈ. ಕಪ್ ಹೋಯ್ತು. ಇವರ ಡೇ 1 ಹೆಂಗ್ ಇರ್ತಾರ ಹಂಗ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾರ ಇವರು.
ಬೈ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ನನಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಇವ್ರು ಬೇಕಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಯಾರ ಬೈ ಇವ್ರು.
ನನಗೂ ಹಂಗ ಅನ್ಸಾದತ್ತು.
ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ನಮಗೆ ಈ ತರ ಡಿಪಿ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಡನ್ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಮಾಡತಾರ ಇವ್ರು ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ.
ಏನ್ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಡ್ಮಿನ್ ಈಗ ಜೋನಿಗೆ ಕಿಲ್ ಕೊಡೋದನ? ಹೌದು, ಜೋನಿಗೆ ಕಿಲ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾನ.
ULF
Now the transition to the rest of the circle. A knock over towards Tiamba and the final flush onto Godlike as well. Another nade.
Tiamba chicken.
In the crunch, Snig the Galaxy move up the hill.
Arvino satta. Ayyo. Tiamba knock NGX. TN bar dead. Oh, TN bar dead. ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಇನ್ನೂ ಇಬ್ರು ಉಳಿದಾರ. ಇಬ್ರೆಲ್ಲ ಸತ್ತರು ಅವರು.
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಸತ್ತರು.
NGX ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ಇವೆರಡ ಕನ್ಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸಿ ಆಗಡಾತಾವ.
ಏನು ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬೈ.
ಏನು
ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೂಮೆಂಟಮ್ ಸಿಕ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಒಂದು ಹೊಡಿತಾರೆ.
ಹೌದು ಬ್ರೋ, ಏನು 4 ಕಿಲ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಬಿಡ್ತಿದಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ.
ಆದ್ರೂ ಬಾಳ ಚಂದ ಹೊಡ್ಯಾತಾರ, ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ ಬಾಳ ಚಂದ ಮಾಡಾತಾರ.
TN bar last guy. So yeah, knock on him.
ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ದಾ ಮಿಲ್ಲು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳದ ನಾನು, ಅವ ಬಾಳ ಚಂದ ಮಾಡಾತಾನ.
TN bar ಗುರಿಲ್ಲ 6.
NGX ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಬಂತ, ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾನೆ. Second ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ EA ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತಲ್ಲ, EA ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು. EA ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಬರೋದು ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಈಗ. ಗೇಮ್ ಹಚ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ.
ಓ ಇವೇ ದರ್ಗೋ ಐತಿ, EA ದರ್ಗೋ ಐತಿ ಜೋನ್. ಇದು ಯಾವುದು ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ಡ್ಯಾಟ್. ಎಂಟೆ ಆದ್ರೂ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಆಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾದವರು.
4v3
ಬಟ್ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಅಪ್ಪರ್ ಏರಿಯಾದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಚಿಕನ್ ಐತಿ.
ನಾ ಯಾಕೋ ವಿಐಟಿ ಹೊಡಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ ಬೈ.
ಬಟ್ ಓಜಿ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಹೊಡಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ಅಚ್ಚಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓಪನ್ ಐತಿ.
ನಾ ಯಾಕೋ ವಿಐಟಿ ಹೊಡಿದ್ರು ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ ಬೈ ಚಿಕನ್. ಅನ್ಸಿದೆ.
ಓ ಎರಡು ನಾಕ್.
Last man.
Ralph gets knocked as well. Ulf captaining from this compound for.
ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಚಿಕನ್.
ಇವ್ರು 4-1 ಅದರ ಫುಲ್ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನು ಗುಡಿತಾರೆ. ಕಾಳಿಂಚು. ಸ್ಕೆಚ್. ಏನು ಹೆಸರು ಬೈ ಇವ್ರದ್ದು?
ಬೇರೆ ಅವನೇ ಹೊಡೆದ.
ಹಿಂದೆ
ಸತ್ತ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಕ್ಕಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ.
ಬಟ್ ನೋಡವ್ರ ಜೋನಿ ಕಿಲ್ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ, ಏನಾರ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ನೋಡವ್ರ.
ಇವ್ರ ಹಂಗಿರೋ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ.
ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಚಿಕನ್. ನೈಸ್.
ಕೈಗೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಡೇಜ್ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂತಾರ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಕೈಗಳೆಲ್ಲ
ಗ್ರಿಪ್ ಬ್ರೋ, ಗ್ರಿಪ್ ಇದ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದ ಸ್ಲಿಮ್ ಇರ್ತೈತಿ. ಇದು ಆಂಡ್ರಾಯ್ಡ್ ಬಾಳ ಅವಾಗೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾರಾಕತ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೈತಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಗ್ರಿಪ್ ಹಿಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತ. ತಪ್ಪ ಕೈ ಇದ್ದವ್ರಿಗೆ ಗ್ರಿಪ್ ಸಿಗಾಕಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಅದನ್ನ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರಗಲ್ ಇತ್ತು ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾದು. ಆದ್ರೂ ಆಡಿದ್ರು ಬೈ. ಆದ್ರೂ ಕಿಲ್ ಎಬ್ಸಿದ್ರು ಅವ್ರು. ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಡಬಲ್ ನೋಡತ್ತಾರ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅದ ಹಾಕರಪ್ಪ. EA 48, ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ 45, NGX 44, Aurora 36, ULF 31, VIT 28. ಬೈ VIT ನ ಹಾಂಗ್ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಬರತ್ತಾರ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಬೈ. 14 ಐತಿ. ಗೋಡಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಓಜಿ ಭಾಳ
from their performance in the group stage, but it is looking pretty powerful on multiple fronts.
It's so tough. I mean, everybody here is playing just hyper aggression, zero hesitation gameplay here live in Paris. The second you see
ಬೈ ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಅದು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಅವ್ರ. ಬೈ ಅವ್ರೆ ಆನರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬೈ ಆನರ್ ಅದನ್ನ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ. ಆತಂಕಿ ಸೌಮ್ಯನ ನಾಕ್ ಫಿನಿಶ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದ ಹೌದಾ ಬೈ? ಇನ್ನೇ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಇದೆ? ಇನ್ನೇ 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಬೈ. ಮಿರಾಮರ್ ಬಟ್ ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ಬೈ ಏನ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಆಡತ್ತಾರೋ ಬೈ. ಅವ್ರ ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಬೇಕಂತೇಳಿ ಹಂಗ ಆಡ್ಯಾರ ಅನ್ಕೊತೇನೆ ಅವ್ರ.
And again, the lack of third party allowed them to keep in the match for a lot longer. They were down to just a single player standing at one point, but they managed to get back to 3 without any third party look-ins coming on.
ಅಣ್ಣ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಕಡೆ ಒಂದೇ ಫೋನ್ ಇರ್ತಾವೆ ಎಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲರ ಕಡೆ ಸೇಮ್ ಫೋನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಬೈ ಆಡಕ್ ಲೈನ್ದಾಗ
I would even say it's a great result.
Samsung J2 ಅಂತ
the top of the tables to keep well. I don't know if they're actually at the top of the tables anymore.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಸೇಮ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಫೋನ್ ಹಾನರ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ HONOR ಹಾನರ್ ನಾನು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ BGMI PUBG ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಆಡೋ ಹೊತ್ನಾಗ ಅದನ್ನ ತಗೋಬೇಕಂತ ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಹಾನರ್ ಅದೊಂದು ಯಾವ್ದೋ ಬಂದಿತ್ತದ ಅವಾಗ
So first things first, your previous win going up against Furia. Were you surprised by Furia's approach to the late game? And talk to me about that late game in general after you got the win.
ในเกมที่เราต้องเจอกับ Furia นะฮะในเกมที่เราชนะเมื่อสักครู่เนี่ยฮะตอนที่เราเจอกับ Furia ฮะเรารู้สึกเซอร์ไพรส์ไหมกับวิธีที่ Furia เล่นเพลย์สไตล์ของ Furia ในเกมนั้นครับ
ก็แปลกใจครับแต่ก็รู้ว่าเขาเล่นอย่างนั้นอยู่ครับก็เลยไม่ได้ตื่นเต้นเลยครับ
Well, we expected, but we still surprised with how they approaching the teams. But even though the last result is that they're winning the games.
Okay, so you guys got very close to qualifying via the group stage and then came really close to not qualifying via the survival stage. So has there been any difference in approach here to the final? What has the team talked about to adjust here coming into the finals of PMWC?
ก็ขนาดที่2นะฮะในกรุ๊ปสเตจเราก็เกือบที่จะได้ควอลิฟายแล้วส่วนในรอบ survival stage ฮะเราก็เกือบที่จะตกรอบแล้วด้วยซ้ำในตอนนั้นอยากถามว่าในตอนนี้ฮะรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็พอเราเข้าไฟนอลมาได้ใช่ไหมครับก็ทุกอย่างก็เริ่มใหม่ครับทุกคนเริ่มจากศูนย์เราก็เริ่มจากศูนย์ก็เลยไม่กดดันอะไรครับ
Well, right now we have zero pressure at all. So we are here to win, of course. And it's like since everyone, this is a new day, new group. So this is a champion group now. Everyone's starting at the 0 point. So there's no difference. And we're gonna claim all the glory back to Thailand.
Okay, so that does it then. Well, thank you very much for the answers. That does it down here on the stage. We'll be with you for more from PMWC in just a moment.
ವೈಫೈ ಇರ್ತಾನೆ ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಬೈ ಸೀದಾ ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಮತ್ತು IPL ತರ ಡೈನಾಮಿಕ್ ಐಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಅದಲ್ಲ ಐಫೋನ್ ತರ IPL ತರ ಬೈ ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಐತೆ ಬೈ ನಂದಕ್ಕೂ ಐತಿ ನಂದಕ್ಕೂ ಬರ್ತೈತಿ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಹೊತ್ನಾಗ ಸಂತು ಬಹದ್ದೂರ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಗಾಡಲ್ದು 20 ಕಿಲ್ ಚಿಕನ್ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ಹಂಗೆ ಒಂದು ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು ಚಲೋ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಬೈ ಅದ ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಚಿಕನ್ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ಎಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೋರಿ ಪೋಡಿಯಮ್ದಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಟೀಮ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ ವೈಫೈ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ ವೈಫೈ ಮೇಲೆನೇ ಆಡ್ತಾರೆ ಬೈ ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಕೇಬಲ್ ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ತೈತೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ
split into 2 pairs with each pair receiving their own map. 5 locations are marked on the map and hidden in the player lounge area. At each location
ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಪಾಸ್ಟ್ ಶ್ರೀಕಾಂತ್ ಬೈ ಮತ್ತೇನಂತೆ ಊಟ
The mission is simple. Find them, grab them and bring them back.
ಬರೀ ಚಾ ಕುಡಿಯೋಣ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಪಿಎಂಬ ಕನ್ಸಿಸ್ಟೆನ್ಸಿ ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡಾತದ ರೋ ಬೈ ಭಾಳ ಚಲೋ ಆಡಾತಾರ
The team that collects the most envelopes wins drop hunt. Ready, set, hunt.
Ini bang. Kita stiker di sini bujang. Kita ini aja. Coba tengok mapnya lagi.
ಲೇಟ್ ಆಡಬಾರ್ದು ಬ್ರೋ ಇವ್ರ ಹಂಗೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಇವ್ರ ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ಆಡತ್ತಾರ ಫೈಟ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ತಗೊಳತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಎಂಗೇಜ್ ಮಾಡತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು ನಾನು ಹಂಗ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ಬೈ ಮುಕ್ಕಳು ಹೇರ್ತಿತ್ತು ಬೈ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಟಿವ್ ಈಸಿ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಬೈ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಹಗ್ಗು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಪ್ಯಾಸಿವ್ ಆಡಕತ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೇವೆ ಅವಾಗ ಪಿಂಗ್ 20 ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇರತ್ತಾ ಬೈ ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಟೇಬಲ್ ಇರ್ತೈತೆ ಬೈ ಭಾಳ ಸ್ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮತ್ತಲ್ಲೇ ಪಿಂಗ್ ಫ್ಲಕ್ಚುಯೇಟ್ ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗೂ ಒಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಅಂತಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗೂ ಸೇಮ್ ಪಿಂಗ ಇರ್ತೈತಿ 20 ಇನ್ನು ಕಡಿಮೆ ಹಾಕತ್ ಹೊರತು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಬರೀ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ಗೆ ಕೋಟಿ ಗಂಟ್ಲೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರ ಅದ
Oh yang ini. Mana dia? Ini mas. Oh tren juga. Ambil. Gini. We have 3, they have 2. We lost. Yeah. Main dulu jangan nangis yang. Yeah, let's go.
ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಮ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತಾ ಬ್ರೋ ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಮ್ಸ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ನಾವು ಆಫ್ಲೈನ್ ಆಡ್ತೀವಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ದಾಗ ಆಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ
EWC 26 and these players are currently putting up the numbers. By the way, for everybody currently watching home, don't forget about the PMWC lucky spin that is currently in the game. Log into PUBG Mobile and get those PMWC skins. They are co-created with PvP creator none other than Nana. You guys want to check them out, make sure you do so. The Alien Fusion Grossa looks absolutely stunning. On top of that, the Electron Energy set and the Proton Power set. Maxman has all of them, if I'm not mistaken, and I personally just want the Grossa.
ವಿಜಯ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಮೋದಿ ಅಣ್ಣ ನಾಳೆ ಗಾರ್ಡನ್ ಕಂಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಬರ್ತೈತೆ
that recoil, so I just stick to the AUG because I'm basic like that 7, but the AUG is cool.
I'm with you, honestly. I won't be able to control the recoil, but I just want to see it. I want to see it glow, even if I'm able to get at least one elimination. One team that was able to glow in this last match, being able to keep all their 4 players alive. None other.
ಬೈ ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಅವರ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವ್ದು ಬೆಸ್ಟ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡಬಹುದಾ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾವ್ದು ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ ಅದ್ರಾಗ ಆಡಬೇಕು ಬೈ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಪಾನ್ಸರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು ಅದ ಆಡಬೇಕು
to fight for the end game, to fight for that chicken dinner coming on through. Yeah, really nice to see. I mean, yes, they didn't have to contest it too much. They had 1 or 2 fights in the mid stage of the game, OG more notably, but then they were able to just hold their position, wait for the right time, and then once that time struck, Max, they were all over that final circle.
Yeah, I mean, really able to get himself some good presence at the end, keeping 4 players alive, which is my biggest issue with them since
PMWC consistency maintain ಮಾಡಾತರ ಬಟ್ ಇವರು ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಈಗ ಅರೋರಾದವರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕಳಗ ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಆತರ 0 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಐತಿ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಐಫೋನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರು ಆಡಲ್ವಾ ಬೈ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ದಾಗ ಐಫೋನ್ ದಾಗ ಆಡ್ತಾರ ಬೈ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದಾಗ ಆಡಲ್ಲ ಬೈ
They can't put up those big points. Talking about big points here for some teams, it was none other than Godlike and OG. This was a match that they really needed late because the middle of the pack teams were eliminated very early on. They needed to be able to catch up, but both teams were only able to catch 5 points apiece.
I mean, look, it's still a great improvement from them. And being so, they had like that kind of control in the middle of zone. So they were there for that early rotate. I would have liked to sort of see, I guess, OG apply a little bit more pressure to their eastern side. But still, to get to that point after the first couple of matches is a better thing for them.
ಆಯ್ತಾ 500 ಲೈಕ್ ಆಗಬೇಕಾ ಈ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮುಗಿರೋಳಗ ಸೊ ಮಿರಾಮರ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಐತಿ ನೋಡೋಣ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ
I do believe that coming into like the
ಮನ್ನೆಂದ ಮಿರಾಮರ್ ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಐತಿ
probably going to see them a little bit more active. I mean, they need to be a little bit more active in that, but to get to that, I guess, spot that they have, it's a lot better than the previous match.
It is, and one team that was able to, that's also been starting off slow, but finally being able to wake up, Max. Four tries getting
information from
by
Good to see.
Especially
a lot of those eliminations actually secured on 2 teams that were interesting. You had Team Flash a little bit early on in
that game. Smash roll ಬಗ್ಗೆ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ನನಗೂ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ
ಅದೇನಂತಂದ್ರೆ Huzaifa in particular, he carried that fight from start to finish. Really good numbers from Huzaifa, but they had a very good early rotation, and you could say a bad rotation from Nongshim Red Force, where they catched them off guard. They didn't expect to clash next to Potato Hill, and you know 4 Thrives, right, Nipchura? If they can take a fight and you are in a weakened state, they're going to chase you down until the edge of the earth, and that's what they did, and Nongshim Red Force took a massive L there. So 4 Thrives, if you know where they're going to rotate, I would try and avoid them because they don't like having neighbors around them.
No, they don't. And
even Hemu by the different phone ಗೆ different sense ನಾ ಬ್ರೋ ಅವ್ರು ನೀವು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂತೀಯ ಹಂಗ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಈಗ ನನಗೊಂದು ಫೋನ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರೆ ನನ್ನ ಟೀಮ್ಮೇಟ್ ಗೂ ಸೇಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲಾರ್ಗೂ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಸೇಮ್ ಇರ್ತೈತೆ ಸೆನ್ಸಿ ನಾವು ಹೆಂಗ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂತೀವಿ ಹಂಗ್ ಬೈ ಅದ
it's just been really difficult for me to watch Fourth Thrives because I'm used to a very confident team that knows exactly what they're doing at all times, and I can tell that they're.
ಅರೆ ಅವಾಗೆ ಹೇಳಿನಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಬೈ ಹೇಳಿದೆ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಇನ್ನೂ ಪರ್ಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಂಗೆ, ಅದು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ. ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ ಇದರ ಚಾಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಇದರ ಡಿಸ್ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಮೈಕಿನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನೋಡೋಣ ತಡಿ ಬೈ, ಬಂದ ಕೇಳ್ತೀನಿ ಟೀಮೇಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಬ್ರೋ ಈಗ. 35 ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೂ 1 ನಿಮಿಷ ಇರಬಹುದು.
They need somebody like him on that squad to just stay alive a little bit longer.
T24 was able to start slow during groups as well, then he was able to pick it up. But right here in the finals, you don't want to be starting slow, so that's one team we'll definitely be looking to see bounce back. One team
ಚೇಂಜ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಸೆನ್ಸಿ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಎಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ, ಅವರು ಸೆನ್ಸಿ ಹಂಗಬೇಕು ಹಂಗೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂತಾರ.
Tiamba just keeps putting up those.
ಬ್ರೋ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಗೊಡ್ಲೇಕದು ಆ ಬಾಟಮ್ ದಾಗ ಅದಾರ ಇನ್ನು ಟೀಮ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆಗತ್ತೇನಿಲ್ಲ.
It's also E-Arena. Like we sort of like look at these two powerhouse squads, and we're gonna have to get a mashup with these two teams because they are making it in those top 5 positions.
Bro, BGMI ಅಲ್ಲಿ ರಿಚೆಸ್ಟ್ ಐಡಿ ಇರೋದು ಯಾರ್ದು ಬ್ರೋ? ಜಾನಿ ದ ಬ್ರೋ.
Along the way, even in a fight where I saw
Jonathan Gaming
could have pushed E-Arena a lot earlier in their position, but for whatever reason, I'm sure Max will.
ಯಾ ಅವನದಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ಬ ಯಾರಾದನ ಹರ್ಷ್ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ. ಹರ್ಷನ್ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಅವಂದ
power plays for the spot that they want. Tiamba is also making those power plays.
ಅದು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೇ ಟಾಪ್ 1 ಟೀಮ್. ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎರಡನೇ ದಿನ ಎಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೇ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅನ್ಕೋರಿ ಹಂಗಾರೀಗ. ಓಕೆ, ಟಾಪ್ 1 ಟೀಮ್ 100 ಇದ್ರೆ 110 ಸ್ಮ್ಯಾಶ್ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಇನ್ ಕೇಸ್ ಟಾಪ್ ಟೀಮ್ಸ್ 110 ಸ್ಕೋರ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅದರ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ EWC ವಿನ್ನರ್. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ 110 ಇಟ್ಟಿರ್ತಾರ ಅನ್ಕೋ, ಅದಾದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ಇದ್ರ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಡೇ ಒಳಗ 110 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 100ಕ್ಕಿಂತ 10 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ತೆಗಿಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಅಂಬ ಅದು.
Just really good placement, good strategy, good synergy with the team as well. They look.
ಇನ್ನು 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅದಾವ ಬೈ. ಇದಾದ ಕೂಡಲೇ ನಾಳೆ ಒಂದಿನ ನಾಡ್ದೊಂದು ದಿನ ಐತಿ. ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ಕೇರಿ ಜಾರ್ಡ್ ಐತಿ. ಸ್ಕೇರಿ ಜಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ 5th and 7th ಅದ ಬರ್ತಾವ. ಬಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಾಗ ರಿಚೆಸ್ಟ್ ಐಡಿ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಅದಾವ.
What I loved about the fight with Four Thrives, right? That dip, the way they use the terrain, because there's a bit of a cliff area.
ಸ್ಮ್ಯಾಶ್ ರೂಲ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ 12 ಗೇಮ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಟಾಪ್ 1 ಟೀಮ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಿಂತ 10 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದ ಸ್ಮ್ಯಾಶ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್. ಆ ಸ್ಮ್ಯಾಶ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ರೀಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆತರ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ CD ಆಡಿದ್ರೆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ಅದ ಹೆಂಗ. ಅರ್ಥ ಆತ ಬೈ. ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ನಂದೀಗ 100ಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಂತೈತಿ. 100ಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಂತೈತಂದ್ರೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕಳೆಗಿದ್ದವ್ರು 110 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಚಿಕನ್ ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ತೆಗದ್ರಂದ್ರೆ ಅವರ ವಿನ್ನರ್.
When we talk about Aaron Gill, and that is the hot drops that we're seeing between Nigma Galaxy and none other than Ida. It's good for Nigma Galaxy right now, but Ida is just they're just squandering their hopes.
ಅದು ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಬೇರೆ ಟೀಮ್ಸ್. ಅದ ಕಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು ಬೈ. ಲೈಕ್ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಷ್ಟು ಎಂಡ್ ಆಕತಿ, ನಾಳೆ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಡೇ 1 ಡೇ 2 ಎರಡು ಕನ್ಸಿಡರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ. ಅದ
initially I was like, okay, Ida, you should not be going for this hot drop. You know as a clear up fact that Nigma Galaxy will never give up this location, and it's almost getting to the point for me, Niptura, where I'm thinking Nigma Galaxy, maybe this would be a good opportunity for you to start leaving, because
but ಇವರ NJS ದವರು ಮಸ್ತ್ ಡ್ರಾಪ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಮಾಡತ್ತಾರ ಬೈ.
they're ruining your entire tour.
How to ಸೆನ್ಸಿ ಸೆಟ್ ಬೈ. ಸೆನ್ಸಿ ಸೆಟ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಹಾಕಿನಿ ನಂದೆ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ದಾಗ. 3 ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಅದಾವ, ನೋಡ್ ಬೈ, ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ. ಒಂದು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಹಾಕಿನಿ, ಎರಡನೇ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಬ್ಯೂಟ್, ಎರಡನೇ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ನೋಡ್ಬೇ. ಅದ್ರೊಳಗೆ ಕೋಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟೇನಿ, ಬಟ್ ಅದು ಕೋಡ್ ವರ್ಕ್ ಆಗಂಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ಮೇ ಬಿ 1 ವೀಕ್ ಆತ ಅನ್ಕೋತೇನೆ. ಬಟ್ ಸೆನ್ಸಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಾಕೇನ್ ಬೈ. ಏಮು ಬೈ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ಬೇಕಾರೆ. ಸ್ಟೋಮ್ BGMI ಸೆನ್ಸಿಟಿವಿಟಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಅಂತ ಹೊಡೆದ್ರೆ ಬರ್ತೈತೆ ಬೈ.
Yeah, of course we did say this game was good, right? Because they got out of the hot drop as a 4-man team. They lose a single.
ಗಾಯ್ಸ್, 500 ಲೈಕ್ ಆಗಬೇಕು. ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಜಲ್ದಿ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ. 40ಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡತ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡತ್ತಾರ ಒಬ್ಬ ಇವರು ಬರ್ತಾ.
I would say there are other options available, and I understand it's your drop. You've been there for the longest time, but I do not care at this point which team leaves. One team has to leave. This is a waste of time, and it's making me angry. And I'm just looking at that on the early game.
Can I also just interject here and go, Ida, what are you doing? Because
Day 2 ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಟಾಪ್ 3 ಟೀಮ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅದು ಸ್ಮ್ಯಾಶ್ ಟಾರ್ಗೆಟ್. ಓಕೆ 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 ಡೇ 2 ಅಷ್ಟೇ. ಡೇ 2 ದವರ 60 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅನ್ಕೋರಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪಾಸಿಬಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. 9 ರಿಂದ ಅದಿರನೆ
this is a team that can play very well. They're wasting everything on a hot drop 3 times in a row. Again, they have 2 points. You're not going to win on 2 points.
And teams are starting to notice this is such a waste of time. Like 4 thrives, I think it was on one of the Erangles earlier in Neptura, they like just instantly third party it. And now teams are going around Pachinki waiting for the loot truck to come out because they know no one is going to get that loot truck because they're so focused on that clash between Nigma Galaxy and Ida. Of course here, big respect by the way, Nigma Galaxy, the smokes and the way they started pushing these solo players.
ಬ್ರೋ ನಾನು ಜೈರೋ ಅನ್ನೋಗತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಹೌದಾ ಒಂದು ಸತ ಡಿವೈಸ್ ರಿಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಗೇಮ್ ರೀಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಬರುತ್ತೆ.
Well, we know exactly what happened when 4 Thrives joined the party, right? Nigma Galaxy lost a couple of players and then we didn't really see them in that game. They went out fairly early on. They had to full send game 1, they had to full send to the beach and just kind of stay there. There was no opportunity.
ಶಕ್ತಿ ಬಾಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಬ್ರೋ? ಶಕ್ತಿ ಬಾಸ್ ಪಾಚ್ ಕೊಂಡಾರ ಬ್ರೋ. ಒಮ್ಮೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಬರ್ತಾರೆ.
Both sides. I'm mad at Ida.
ಬಟ್ ಇವ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಮಾಡಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಇದು ಇನ್ನು 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಂಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ. 500 ಲೈಕ್ 1k ಲೈಕ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಬಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ 1k
like. If I had to pick one team to stop hot dropping in Pachinki, it wouldn't be Nigma because Nigma has been getting the better end.
ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ತೋಣಾತಾರಪ್ಪ ಅವರು.
What they were able to do in the last match. They're getting the eliminations too. So Nigma Galaxy, keep on doing your thing. If you're Ida, get the heck out of town. You need to find a different spot. But when we're talking about some of the, you gotta pretty much see here just the finish of this engagement between these squads. You know what, Max, Lace, who would you want to see just give up this hot drop between Nigma and Ida?
It's got to be Ida, right? Like
it has to be.
Like they're not even getting any further into the late game. They should have just made the decision to sort of rotate from this position. I mean, you know, I was kind of touching on, I think Nigma Galaxy a little bit later into the zone, how they're making slow decisions. But again, this is slowing their decision. But Ida just,
Look, by the way, look on the left side of your screen. While they're still in their looting stage, technically, right? So hot drop's a bit weird, it's a bit different. You have Nongshim Red Force fighting 4 Thrives on their first rotation after the looting stage. This is, look, even here, you have the fight orangutan.
Skylar ಕೇಳದನ್ನ.
Everything is happening.
Skylar ಕೇಳದನ್ನ.
Wait for you. And while that's happening, you're still in your initial drop location and you have no scouting done. The loot truck you can see on the left side of your screen.
Let's like ಮಾಡ್ರಿ powder.
Round 2 and the fight is still not done. What are we doing?
It's okay, Max. This is Picado red buildings all over again. It's really annoying. It's Picado red buildings all over again, Max.
Last match,
we still have the Miramars to go. So if either of you hot drop red building Picado, I am going to come over to your table and I'm going to
smash rule explain. Kannadavara Muvar bhai.
I'm going to moonwalk.
Look, okay.
I'm going to heat
Kannada Hindi.
Very aggressively.
TLDR for the entire segment. We don't like it.
48.
Yeah. Unless you're Nigma Galaxy. Nigma Galaxy currently in 3rd place. You have E Arena right now in 1st place with 48
Pro players ಗೆ ಹುಷಾರಿಲ್ಲಂತೆ ಮನೆಗೆ ವಾಮಿಟ್ ಆಗ್ತಿದಂತೆ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾ ಚಾನೆಲ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿದೆ ಹೌದಾ
45 points 37
ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಬೈ
the elims and if we start going down we are
ಫುಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ
that has been going down as the day has
been going on admin ಮತ್ತೆ ಇವ ಎಸ್ಪವರ್ ಚೋನ ಇರ್ತಾರ
Yeah, unfortunately I still have not seen
ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಎವ್ರಿ ಟೈಮ್ ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಒಳಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಐತ ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ ನನ್ನಂಗ ಅವನು
I want to see something come out of it but yeah they've definitely been
ನಾನು ಒಂದು ತಿಂಗಳ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿತ್ತು ಹೋಗಿ
keep in mind they got placement points sure but they got second place
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಅಬೌಟ್ ಹಾಕಿರೋದು ಹೌದು ಬೈ
after that the rest
ಮೊನ್ನೆಂದ ಡಲ್ ಐತ
is only 5 placement points after 3 Erangles back to back to back
ಕನ್ನಡನೇ ಬ್ರೋ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೈ ಡೇ 2 ದಾಗ ಯಾರ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಎಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರ ನೋಡಿ ಟಾಪ್ ಇದ್ರಾಗ ಲೈಕ್ 100 ಅನ್ಕೋರಿ ಈಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಯಾರ ಆ ಟಾಪ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ನ ಮುರಿದ 10 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಚಿಕನ್ ತೆಗಿತಾರ ಅವ್ರು ವಿನ್ನರ್ ಅಂತ
and we do know that this is a team that really waits until the last minute to actually do something. They just do just enough to stay ahead. But the problem is when you're seeing teams like Ulf, like Vitality, we haven't even seen Vitality at their best yet. You know, teams like this that are going to be coming up and gaining that momentum as the days go on, Aurora are going to get left behind pretty quickly.
So you are worried or you're not worried?
I'm on the fence as of right now. At the end of the day, I'll be a bit worried.
Okay, because you say I'm not worried and then you start sounding very worried to me.
I'm not too worried.
It started to sink in. She's like, oh, actually, this isn't looking too good.
She just kept saying more teams, and I'm like, okay. That sounds like you're contradicting yourself here. 4 drives ends up finding themselves here in the first stage, but going here towards the second.
Godlike elli bro, table alli illa. Barte bro.
With Furia is being ahead of a miss, and then we got some of the
Barte first page barte. Idu game ಆದ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೆ. One good game ಗಳು top 6 7 ಬರ್ಬೋದು ಆ ಬೈ.
They're able to get the placement points. It's been great. Chicken dinners are coming through, but it's kind of like more of
But ಎಲ್ಲಾರದು ಗೇಮ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಬೈ ಬರ್ತಾ ಗೇಮ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗತೈತಿ.
In a lot of segments, but you've heard me about
ಜಲಗಾರ ಬೈ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ತಡಿ ಬೈ ಇನ್ನು 2 ದಿನ ಆಯ್ತು.
I won't carry on about that, but
ಬ್ರೋ ನೀವು ಯಾವ್ದು esports ಆಡ್ತಿಲ್ವಾ? ಆಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಬ್ರೋ, ಡೈಲಿ ಆಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ನಾನು. ಡೈಲಿ ಆಡ್ತೀನಿ. ಲೈವ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಡೈಲಿನೂ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು, ಡೈಲಿ ನೋಡ್ತಾರೆ ಹುಡುಗರು ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಮ್ಸ್ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ.
I am also worried in that sense because like even in that final zone there they had
ಏನು ಸರ್ ನೀವು ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಟೀಮ್ ಈ ತರ ಆಡಿದ್ರೆ ಹೇಗೆ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಬೈ ಆಗತ್ತೆ.
And they did nothing.
ಬಟ್ ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾನು ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಆತ ಮತ್ತೆ ಪಬ್ಜಿ KR ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ಕೋತೀನಿ. ಬಟ್ ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಇರಂಗಿಲ್ಲ ಚೈನಾದವ್ರಿಗೆ. ಅವರು ಮತ್ತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಇಂಡಿಯನ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ನೋಡ.
He is the only one that's performing for the squad, being able to average at least 1, but the rest of the squad is just not looking good.
It's looking pretty bad in terms of eliminations, and the reason why the eliminations are so low is look at their survival time. They're not even breaching the 20, and some of the players not even the 18-minute mark, which is not good enough to be contending for that, let's say, top 5 situation right now. So Godlike, even looking back on this game, they should have pushed up onto, I think it was Ulf's compound, but they got very idle because the thing is, compared to the group stage where some teams might do mistakes and you might be able to weasel your way in, here you have to take fights head on if you want to have a chance to get very late into those games, get those placement points. Godlike, in a lobby like this, you cannot be hesitant. We've seen in your group stage, you have that raw fragging power from S Power.
ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಇನ್ನು ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ನು ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಅಲ್ಲಿ, ಇನ್ನು 10 ನಿಮಿಷನೇ.
But you need to utilize
ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಇದ್ದಿರಬಹುದು ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ.
Yeah, what I've noticed is Manu is making like these sort of scouting power.
Team name Karnataka esports.
The rest of the team is not supporting him, which they're getting caught out. So, I mean, it's surprising to sort of see that level that they're at right now because Manu is making incredible decisions, but it looks like a few others sort of on the team are just kind of tunnel visioning into the wrong direction, and then that's when they're getting caught in.
Yeah, I think also one thing that we really need to think about, or they need to think about, is it seems like they keep going for positions that put them in a position to have to fight teams head on, and they're not succeeding in winning those fights. So if you want to make sure that you're actually going to get a position and be in there in the late game, you know, if you know that you're not really fragging out against these squads in the finals, then stop putting yourself in these tight positions in between teams that mean you have to frag your way out of them. Play a little bit more like Vitality, the way that they're on the edge. Enigma Galaxy as well, they're on the edge. They try to just wait out other teams, take a fight here or there, but just survive and keep their players for later.
Survive. That's the name of the game, all right? Just survive. It's so easy. Why don't you do it, Godlike? Actually, I believe they'll be able to turn it around. It is their first time here in the finals international event for a lot of these players. As Power, I'm still proud of you, brother. You're still putting up the numbers, and I think you're going to do even more as the day goes on, as the days do end up going on. But for right now, let's send it over to none other than the stylish man, Blank, and our special reporter, Kalaris.
Yes, the stylish man in the show. It's fine.
Inno players ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ.
Mr. Blank here to talk about everything
you're
that's
my
been going
special
on.
little reporter, aren't you?
Right, yeah. I'll try my very best to rise to the occasion.
My special little man on the stage here.
Shut up and go away. All right, we've got Tiamba to talk about as well, of course, as they have looked stellar in terms of their positioning and how they've been playing these games out, Blank.
Yeah, they have been really, really good. I'm so sorry. I do love you, bro. But honestly, there has been moments where the decision-making has been fantastic. I think that the way that they are speedily going to sometimes their demise is actually astonishingly good, right? Because I think me and Jackie were talking about this. I don't know if you'd agree, but there are times where they'll make what feels like the best decision in a bad moment, right? Where a lot of teams would just stand by and probably get naded and be like, oh, it's over.
Well, Circles haven't been kind to them, so they've been able to kind of fight against some of that adversity. And I think that when you watched as QZZ was able to get MVPs on international stages this year,
ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ನಂಬರ್ 1 ಟೀಮ್ ಇನ್ ದ ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಫಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫಿಕೇಶನ್ ದಾಗ ಟಿಎಂ ಅವರು ಬಹಳ ವೀಕ್ ಇದ್ರು ಈಗ ಅವರು ಆಡೋ ಗೇಮ್ ಸ್ಟೈಲ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರೆ ನನಗೆ
Milu has been amazing.
ಬಹಳ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಅನ್ಸಾದಿತ್ತು
I mean, you were talking about it was FMVP for PMWC.
ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ನೋಡೋಣ
7,000 damage for QZZ, but yeah, they have balanced the load in a big way. I think it's
ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ BMPS ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಒಮೆಗಾವೇನೆ ವಿನ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡೆ ಟೈಮ್ ದಾಗ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಟ್ರೋಫಿ ವಿನ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ ಮಾನ್ಯ ತಡಿಬೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅಂತ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತೈತಿ ಅವ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಡೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ನೋಡ್ತಾನವ ಲಾಬಿನ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಡೇ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ತಕ್ಕ ಮಾಡಿ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ತರ್ತಾನ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಡೇ ಫುಲ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಇರ್ತೈತೆ ಒಂದು
also a great survivalist. I think they have all the tools necessary to actually honestly win this at this point.
As you're talking, you're getting further away. Come back. It's fine. No. Please. Okay,
where's
so
my box?
The thing is, I think when you look at Tiamba's performance,
Genesis 230 points.
To move on to our next team.
Team outrage 221. Apex 205. 8-bit 193. Gladiator 185. Soul 184. Revenant X-Orc 180.
Yeah, very, very good. I do think that that's what they needed because the confidence came through. Every time I look down at Milu on the stage, right, it's very...
Like Milu.
I do like Milu. It's very heartwarming because there's... I like it when players are enjoying themselves, and Milu definitely enjoys himself. He's one of the smiliest guys I've seen. QZZ is a little bit more serious, I would say, other than the winning moments where, you know, he almost breaks his fingers on the high fives. That was funny. But I do think that for Milu, it's just nice to see a guy who's so good at the game, but also very much is passionate and enjoys his time in it. And he should be, because he's having an unreal run.
All right, let's move on to another team then, as we have Ulf, who has looked, I would say, towards some of these latest moments, pretty good as well. Obviously, they qualified off the back of having that last game survival win, which was extremely important for their campaign as a whole.
They'll say godlike.
A lot of people thought
never doubt about Manya.
In those top spots. Right now, their space control is looking good.
Yes, bro.
I'm one of those believers. I'm an Ulf believer.
Okay,
Everyone knows that. Everyone knows that Aaron is one of my favorite players. Ketch also from way back when, MVP in PMPL Season 1 Spring.
He's not quite as old as me, but he is pretty old. Way back.
He's old, yeah, but he's still got it in him. He's got the grizzled beard. He's a grizzled warrior, but he looks good. And I think that for Ulf though, that last game was fantastic for me in particular because we were talking about it backstage, right? And I said, if Ulf wins this game, I want to talk about them. But it was nice.
Vitality ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅವರು slowly ಮ್ಯಾಗ ಹೊಂಟಾರ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಬೈ ಕಪ್ ಕಿತ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು ತಮರ್ಲೆ ನಮ್ದೇ ಅಂತಂದು ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಡಿದ್ರೆ ಥರ್ಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಡಿದ್ರು ಫೋರ್ತ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಈಗ ಈ ಎರಡು ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಆಡ್ತಾರ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕು ಈಗ
You've got it. And you liked your prediction. I did, yeah. Also, I was quite chuffed about myself. Yes, that is right. Okay, 50-50.
Yeah, okay.
Great job, lads. Great job, me.
I think as well, you know, controlling that compound, it actually has great lines of sight on the south side. Any vulnerability normally comes from the north, which actually didn't really exist in that game due to the way the circles were shifted.
Start ಮಾಡ್ರಪ್ಪ ಭಾಳ ತನ ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಬೇರೆ.
Is the next main threat, and I think you're right. They prioritize those threats very well from a compound like that. So good stuff by Ulf so far. Let's turn our attention as well to E Arena, who has looked. It's funny because I'm a little bit conflicted by what E Arena's been putting up so far. Because even in this last game, I really appreciate the wide wraps that they're doing, but Four Thrives have like almost zero opportunity to be able to coming down and, you know, crushing them all. It was tough.
E Arena is just a strange team right now. I'm not sure if they're really good at the game or very lucky. Which even they, I don't think, are very sure about this point in time. I remember was sweeping aside the competition. Again, I think E Arena just hasn't quite hit the stride yet, but they do have the massive potential.
He's been able to win twice on the stage in the past. Of course.
ಅವರು ಆಡಾತಾರ ವಿಜಾರ್ಡ್ ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮತ್ತು ನೋಡಿ ಮತ್ತು ಸುಜಲ್ ಆಡಾತಾರ
here down on the stage. It is time to head on over to Kenza with an update.
Because there's a lot going on in chess today, and a lot of it is very.
I believe God knows super power. ಟೈರನ್ ರಿಸಾರ್ಟ್ 50 ಗಾಡಲ್ 47 ಸೇಮ್ ಲಾಬಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮೂಮೆಂಟಮ್ ಸಿಕ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಲ್ರು ಮಕ್ಕಳು ಆಡ್ತಾರ ಬೈ ಡ್ರೈರನ್ ಒಳಗ ಮೈಂಡ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಬೇರೆ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಎಲ್ಲರದು ವ್ಯಾಲೋರೆಂಟ್ ಶಿಫ್ಟ್ ಆಗ ಜಲ್ದಿ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗುತ್ತಂತಾರೆ ಪಕ್ಕಾ ಶೋರ್ ಅದೀನಿ ಕಳಸದ ಹೆಂಗ್ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡದೆ ನೀ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡಿಯಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬರ್ತೈತೆ ನಾ ಹೇಳ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ಅದನ್ನ
He'll be progressing to the semi-finals. Earlier today, we had the first quarter-final, which was Denis Lazovic playing against the
ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಬೈ ಒಂದ್ ಏನಾರ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಈ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಒಳಗ ಅದ್ರ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರದ ಗ್ಲೋಬಲ್ ಆಕತಿ
trying to keep the top of this leaderboard. They pretty much need to outperform Falcons, which in itself, it sounds kind of doable, but then you realize they've got two
ಸೆಪ್ಟೆಂಬರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಶ್ಯೂರ್
Ali Reza Farouja's kind of playing now.
ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂದೆ ಮತ್ ಒಂದ್ ತಿಂಗಳಿಗೆ
Hikaru Nakamura already through.
ಬ್ರೋ ಮಳೆ ಹೆಂಗೈತಿ ಧಾರವಾಡನಾಗ ಬೈ ದಿನ ಮಳೆ ಐತಿ ಬ್ರೋ ಬೈ ಧಾರವಾಡದಾಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರೋ ನಿಮ್ಮವ್ರೆ ಅವನು ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಕುಂತೇನು ಬೈ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರಾಕತ್ತ ನನಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಲೈಟ್ ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಅಥವಾ ಬೆಟಾ ಶೋರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ನೋಡೋಣ ಬಟ್ ಅದ್ರದ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ ಐತೆ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತಾನ ಈ ಸ್ಪೋರ್ಟ್ಸ್ ಲೈನ್ಗೆ ಬ್ರೋ ಚಾಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ ಹರ್ಷ ಬೈದ ಚಾಟ್ ಮಿಸ್ ಬೈ ಹರ್ಷಾದ ಚಾಟ ಯಾರು ಕಾಣದೈತೆ ನಾನು ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲೈತೈತಿ ಬ್ರೋ ಸರ್ವೈವಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ದಾಗ ಪ್ರೆಡಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಂಗೆ ಇನ್ನ 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ದಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರ್ ಮಾಡಬಹುದು ಗಾಡಲ್ ನಂಗೆ ಯಾಕ ಒಂದ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಗೆ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಚಿಕನ್ ನೋಡಿತಾನ ಅನ್ಸತ್ತೆ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಸೊ ಒಂದ್ 30ರಿಂದ 35 ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಒಳಗ ಇಟ್ಟೇನ್ ಬೈ ನೋಡ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ ಹಾಕೋನ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಹಾಕೋನ್ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅಷ್ಟು ಹಾಕೋನ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಗಾಡ್ಲೈಕ್ ಕಂಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ತೆಗಿತಾರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ಬೈ 30 to 35 ತೆಗಿಬಹುದು ಕಂಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅನ್ನೋದಿತ್ತಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಹ್ಯಾಕಿಂಗ್ ಅಲಿಗೇಷನ್ ಇತ್ತು ಅಲ್ವಾ ಅವ ಖರೇನೆ ಹ್ಯಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಲೈವ್ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ದಾಗ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಬೇಡ ಬೈ ರುಪೀಸ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೋ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಮೇರಿ ಜಾನ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೋ ರುಪೀಸ್ ಬೈ ಇನ್ನು ಯಾವಾಗ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ರು ಇನ್ನು ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಗ್ರೌಂಡ್ ಅದ ನೋಡಲ್ಲ ಚೇರ್ ಖಾಲಿನ ಅದಾವ
You over here like George St. Pierre, Max. You're like, I'm not happy with your performance. That's exactly what it sounds like.
Team India ಕೆ ಕಪ್ ಇದೆಯಾ ಬ್ರೋ ಕಪ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬಟ್ ಪೋಡಿಯಂದಾಗ ನಾ ಪ್ರೆಡಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೀನಿ ನೋಡೋಣ
It's not even just Doc actually. I feel like I kind of want to see more
ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಬ್ರೋ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ 30 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತು ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಈಗ 8ಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಬೈ ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಜೆವೆಲ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿರೋನೆಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲಾಕ್ ಹೋಗ್ಯಾರ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ರುಪೀಸ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೋ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಆಪ್ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಚೈನಾ ರೀಜನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ವಿ ಚಾಟ್ ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋ ಹಿಂಗ ಅಕೌಂಟ್ ಕೊಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ ಆಪ್ ಸ್ಟೋರ್ ಒಳಗ ಚೈನಾ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಾ ಈಗ ತಡಿ BGMI ಬ್ಯಾನ್ ಗೀನ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು VPN ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಹಾಕೋಬೇಕನ ಮತ್ತೆ ಚೈನಾದ ಗಜಮಾ ಹಾಕಿತ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬೈ ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ ಉಷ್ಟ ಹಾಕು ಬೈ ಏನ್ 10 ಹಾಕ್ತಿ ನೋಡಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಹಾಕಿದ್ದ ರುಪೀಸ್ ಬೈ 200-350 ಹಿಂಗ ಹಾಕತ್ತಾರ ಹಾಕ್ರಿ ಪ್ರತ್ಯೇಕ ಬೈ ಚಾಟ್ ಸ್ಟೋಮ್ರೋ ಗಾಡ್ಲೈಕ್ ಕಂಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ನಾಳೆ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್ ತೆಗಿತಾರೆ ಬೈ ಇವತ್ತು ಕಂಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಟಾಪ್ 3 ಒಳಗ ನಮ್ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಟೀಮ್ ಕಪ್ ಗೆದ್ರು ಗೆಲ್ಬಹುದು ಬಟ್ ಟಾಪ್ 3 ಒಳಗ ನಮ್ ಟೀಮ್ ನೋಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬ್ರೋ ನಿಮಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಯಾವ ಟೀಮ್ ಗೇಮ್ ಇಷ್ಟ ಗೇಮ್ ಪ್ಲೇ ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಯ್ತು ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಬೈ ಯಾರ್ದ ನಮ್ಮ ಗಾಡಲ್ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಗೇಮ್ ಆಡಕ VPN ಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತೆ ನೈಟ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ BGMI ಗೆ ಎಫೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಓಕೆ ಡನ್ ನೀನು ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡೇ ಇದು ಮಾಡ್ತಂತ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬೈ ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಹಂಗ ಫುಲ್ ನಡೆದತ್ತಲ್ಲ ಇದೆ ಹುಡುಗರು ಕಾಂಪಿಟೇಷನ್ ಹಾಕಾತಾರ ರುಪೀಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬೈ ಇಬ್ರಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಚಿನ್ನ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು
Oh, it's complicated exactly to pinpoint what's going on with Team Flash.
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಗೈಸ್ ಇವ್ರು ಹಾಕಾತಾರ ಅಂತ ಹಾಕ್ರಿಪ್ಪ ಟೂರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್ ವಿನ್ನರ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಎಷ್ಟು ಟೂರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ 5 ಕೋಟಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬ್ರೋ ರುಪೀಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಇವ್ರ ಕಪ್ ಹೊಡಿಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾಲ್ಕು ನಿದ್ದೆನೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ ರೆಕ್ಸ್ OP ಹಾಯ್ ಬ್ರೋ ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್. 500 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಫಾಸ್ಟ್. ಲೈಕ್ ಪೊಣಿಗರ. ಆಯ್ತಾ ರೆಕ್ಸ್ ಬ್ರೋ, ಊಟ ನಾಷ್ಟ ಪಾನಿ ಚಾಯ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ರೆಕ್ಸಿ, ರೆಕ್ಸ್ ಓಪಿ. ಚಾ ಕುಡಿಯಂ ಬಾ ಬೈ, ಕುಡಿಯಂಬರಿ ನಾವು ಇಬ್ರು ಮಸ್ತ್ ಚಾ ಕಳ್ಸಿ.
No, they're not, and I think it's a bit of an odd one, right? Because
ಫ್ಯೂಚರ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಗಾಡ್ಲೈಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಕ್ಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟಪಡ್ತೀನಿ.
what exactly is going on with
them?
Typically this is a team that likes to play edge.
ನಂದ ಒಂದ ಆಸೆ ಬೈ, ಈ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ಕನ್ನಡ ಲೈನಪ್ ಇಂದ ನಾ ಏನಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಅಚೀವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂತ ಆಸೆ. ಮತ್ತ ಆತಂದ್ರ ಬೈ ಫಿಕ್ಸ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಆಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಇದ ಟೀಮ್ ಜೊತೆನ. ಬಿಡದಂಕರು ಯೋಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೋ ರೆಕ್ಸ್ ಓಪಿ ಬ್ರೋ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೋ. ಇದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್, ಇನ್ನೂ 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅದ ಸಿದ್ಧಾರ್ಥ ಬೈ. ಅದೇ ಐಜಲಾಗಿ ಬೈ ಅಷ್ಟ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಅದನ್ ಬೈ, ಮಾನ್ಯ ಇರೋ ಮಟ ನೋಡರ್ ತಿನ್ನುಂಬಾಪ. ತಿನ್ನ ಬಾಳ ಮಂದಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ವಡಾ ಪಾವ್ ಕಳಿಸಿದ, ವಡಾ ಪಾವ್ ರೆಕ್ಸ್ ಓಪಿ. ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ ಕಡೆ ಖಾಲಿ ಅದು, ಮತ್ತೆ ರುಪೀಸ್ ಕಡೆ ಖಾಲಿ ಅದು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಯಾಕೆ ಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. ಬ್ರೋ ನಿಮ್ದೇ ಒಂದು ಟೀಮ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಬ್ರೋ. ಬಿಕೆ ಬ್ರೋ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ದಾಗ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋರಿ. ನಾ ಅದನ್ನ ಹಾಕಾತೀನಿ, ಡೈಲಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ. ಕರ್ನಾಡು esports ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ಬೈ ನಮ್ದು ಕನ್ನಡ ಲೈನಪ್ ಐತಿ ಪೂರಾ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್. ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಾಗ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಪ್ರಾಪರ್ ಕನ್ನಡ ಲೈನಪ್ ನಾ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೆ. ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ, ಅದಾರ ಬೈ. ನಾನು ಹಂಗ ಕುಂತೇನೆ ಈಗ. ಗೊಡ್ಲೈಕ್ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಬಾಟಮ್ ದಾಗ ಅದಾರ ಬೈ. ಹೇ ರೆಕ್ಸ್ ಓಪಿ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬೈ. ದೊಡ್ಡ ಜುವೆಲ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ 650. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ 200. ಮತ್ತೆ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕೆ ಗಾಯ್ಸ್ ಇಂತ ಹಾಕಿರಪ್ಪ. ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗರು ಹಾಕಾತಾರೋಡ, ಅವ್ನು ಹಾಕಿರ. ಅವನು ಗಾಡ್ಲೈಕ್ ಜೊತೆ SMR ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಯಾಕೆ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರ ಕಂಟೆಂಟ್ ದಾಗ ಬಿಸಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು. ಅಂಜಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಏನಾರ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೀ ತಲೆ ಆಡೋದಕ್ಕ ಅರ್ಧ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವ್ರಿಲ್ಲ. ತಲೆ ತಿಂತಾನಂತೇಳಿ ನೀ ಚಾಟ್ ಒಳಗ ಅದಕ್ಕ ನನಗೂ ಅನ್ಸಬ್ ಮಾಡ್ರ, ನನಗೂ ಬ್ಲಾಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರ. Hey, thank you, Rex. OP, thank you, China. Thank you so much.
Oh, exactly. And there's two.
One chicken dinner at top 5 director. Ado aitu banija.
Talked about Aurora. I said that they.
But competition itto bhai, innu players bandilla, start agate nilla match.
That smash ruling. Exactly. What day 3, right? The other one is for Thrives because again.
Send gold kon Raj bhai nina nachigina nilla nodu bhai.
On day 1. Because day 2 to dip, the momentum just drops significantly, and then they can bring it back up on day 3. Again, what day 3? We could very well have a scenario where day 3 is really non-existent. So for those two teams in particular, that's really scary thought.
Yeah, day 3 will.
Thank you bhai. Rex OP SMR hege Gordon join adru. Aur kade 1 million followers. Idenu group stage okay survival stage final ಇದೆ. Okay. Last day smash roll.
So just to remind everybody, the way that ends up working out is when we end up going to smash roll on the last day, whoever's in first place on the previous day, you get 10 points if I'm not mistaken, and then that becomes what we like to call.
Thank you Kiss King bhai. Thank you China. Thank you bro. Nimda ijala. Yes bro, nana ijal nodbe. ಕರ್ನಾಡು ಬಂದ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವ ಟೂರ್ನಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಂಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾ ಬ್ರೋ, ಕರ್ನಾಡು ಬಂದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಯಾವ್ದು ಕ್ವಾಲಿಫೈನೂ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ. ಮಸಾಲ ಏನಪ್ಪಲ್ಲ, ಸೊ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಬ್ರೋ, ಟೈಮ್ ಹಿಡಿಯುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ಆಡಕತ್ 3 ತಿಂಗಳಾತ್ ನಾವು. ಸೊ ಇನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಿಕ್ ಆಗೋಣ, ಆಡೋಣ. ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ಕಮ್ಯಾಕ್ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ತಾಳಿ ತಗೊಂಡ ಬಾಳ್ಯಾನ, ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇನ್ನೂ ಕಲಿಯೋದ್ ಬಾಳ ಐತಿ ಬ್ರೋ. ಐಜಲ್ಗೆ ಆ ಸ್ಕಿಲ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಬೈ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ನೋಡ್ ಬೈ. ಇದಂತಲ್ಲ, ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು ಐಜಲ್.
Day 2, they're like, oh wait a minute, we try and get into the smash zone. They get in the smash zone very early, pressure gets to them. Ulf is like, oh you're crumbling, you
ಕಿಚ್ಚ ಗೈಸ್. ಯಾರ ಕಡೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಅದಾವು, ನಮ್ಮ ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ ಹಾಕತಾರ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ರೆಕ್ಸ್ ಓಪಿ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ, ಆಮೇಲೆ ರುಪೀಸ್ ಬೈ ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅಂತ ಕಳಿಸ್ರಿ ಬೈ. ಖಾಲಿ ಆದ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬೈ.
I am scared if they do get into the smash zone once again, how are they going to perform? Because back in that last event it was
ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಚಿನ್ನ. ಯಾವ ರೋಬ ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಬೈ, ನೀ ಮೊದಲು ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಲ್ಲ ಬೈ, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಿಸ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಓದಲ್ಲೇನೆ.
Yeah, that team, they ended up pretty much just showing us what.
ಚಲೋ ಈಗ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬೈ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಬೈ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಹಾಯ್ ನಾಗರಾಜ್ ಬ್ರೋ, ವೆಲ್ಕಮ್ ಟು ದ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಬೈ. ಹಾಯ್ ರೆಕ್ಸ್ ಓಪಿ, ಆಯ್ತಾ ಬ್ರೋ ಕಾಫಿ? ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೋ ರೆಕ್ಸ್ ಓಪಿ, ನೀವು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಬ್ರೋ. ಒನ್ ಟೀಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ? 5 ಮಂದಿ ಇರ್ತಾರೆ ಬೈ, ಆದ್ರೆ ಆಡೋದು 4 ಮಂದಿ. ಅಣ್ಣ ನಿಮ್ ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಕಿಚ್ಚಾ ಬೈ, ಸುಮ್ನಿರ್ರಿ ಸುಮ್ನಿರ, ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ದಾಗ ಹೇಳ್ಬಾರ್ದ, ಸುಮ್ನಿರ ಸುಮ್ನಿರ. ನನ್ ಪ್ರಿಡಿಕ್ಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಚಲೋನೆ, ಸುಮ್ನಿರ್ರಿ. ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಬೈ ಆರಾಮ ಬೈ, ನೀ ಹೆಂಗದಿ? ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೋ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್. ನಮ್ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಬೈ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನೋಡಿ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬೈ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಸೋ ಮಚ್ ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಬೈ. ಬ್ರೋ ಇನ್ನ ಎಷ್ಟು ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಇದೆ ಬ್ರೋ? 2 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಇದೆ ಬ್ರೋ, ಬಟ್ ಈಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ ಇನ್ನು. ಯಾಕೆ ಇಷ್ಟು ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಸಾತಾರ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ ಅವ್ರ. ಅಣ್ಣ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ನಾನು ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಈಗ ನೋಡ್ರಿ, ಹೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಈಗ ಫ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂತ ಸುಳ್ಳು ಹೇಳ್ತಾನೆ ಕಿಚ್ಚ. ಪ್ರತೀಕ್ ಬೈ ಚಾಟ್, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ಅದೇ ಬೈ ಪ್ರತೀಕ್ ಬೈ, ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಗಾಡ್ಲೈಕ್ ಕಂಡ್ರಿ ಇಲ್ಲವ? ಹಂಗೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ, ಹಂಗೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ. ಬೈ ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಟೀಮ್ ಬೈ, ಇಂಡಿಯಾ ಟೀಮ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕ. ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದು ಬೈ? ನಂಗೆ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರಾಕತ್ತ. ನಾನು ಆರಾಮ್ ಬೈ. ಮತ್ತೇನಂತೆ ಬೈ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ ಬೈ? ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ನಿನ್ ಕಡೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹಾಕ ಬೈ ನೀನು ಅವನು. ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್ ಬೈ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಬ್ರೋ, ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಶಿವಕುಮಾರ್. ಯಾರ್ದ ಬಾತ್ರೂಮ್ನ್ಯಾಗ ನೀರು ಬರ್ಲಾತವ ಅಂತ ಹೋಗಿ ಒಂದ ಬಕೆಟ್ ನೀರು ಕುಡಿರೋ. ಯಾರು ಅದ, ಯಾರು ಅದ? ನಿನಗ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಹಾಕಿದಕ್ಕೆ ನೀನು ಒಂದು ದೊಡ್ಡ ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹಾಕಲ್ಲ ನಾ. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ನಿನ್ನ ತಲ್ಯಾಗ ನಂದ ಸಾಮಾನ. ಮತ್ತೇನಂತೆ ಬೈ ಶಿನ್ನು ಬೈ? ಮಾನ್ಯ ವಾಮಿಟ್, ಹೌದು ಬೈ ಮಾನ್ಯ ವಾಮಿಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ. ಫುಡ್ ಪಾಯ್ಸನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಬೌ. ಫುಡ್ ಪಾಯ್ಸನಿಂಗ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಭಾಳ ವಾಚಿರೋ ಬೈ, ಭಾಳ ತ್ರಾಸ ಅದ, ಭಾಳ ಹೊಲಸದ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ತೆಗೆದು ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಡ್ತೈತೆ ಅದು. ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಯಾಕೆ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಗೈಸ್? ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾದಾಗ ಯಾರು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ, ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ರಿಪ್ಪ. ಗಾಡ್ದಿ ಬರ್ತಾನ ನೋಡು ಮಾನ್ಯ ಬದ್ಲಿ ನೋಡ. ನಿಂಗೂ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇಯರ್ BMPS ದಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು ಫೇಮ್ ಸಿಕ್ತು, ಹಂಗೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ BMPS ತಮ್ಮನೇಲೆ ನಿಂದು ಇರ್ತಿತ್ತು. ಹೌದು ಬೈ, ಬಟ್ ನಂದು BMPS ದಾಗ ಅಂತರೂ ಟಾಪ್ 6 ಬೈ, ಟಾಪ್ 6 ಟಾಪ್ 5 ದಾಗ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಬೈ. ಅದು ನಾವು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿತ್ತು ಬೈ. BMPS ನೆನೆಸ್ಬಾಡ್ರಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಸೂಪರ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್ ಭಾಳ ಸಿಟ್ಟು ಬರ್ತೈತೆ ನನಗೆ. KD ಬೈ ಚಾಟ್ ಅವಾಗ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಾಕ್ತಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಕೇಳತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ. ಮೊನ್ನೆಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ವಾಮಿಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೆ, ಫುಡ್ ಪಾಯ್ಸನಿಂಗ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಅದಂಗ ಗೋ ಬೈ ಸಡನ್ಲಿ.
I love seeing that. I love seeing them just crashing.
ಬೈ ಇನ್ನೂ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಹೋಗೋ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
What's one thing, Lace? What's one thing that if you had the power to crush it, you would end up crushing? Besides Max Man's hopes for Team Flash.
ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ಲಿ 4 ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಬೈ.
Why?
No, I think you know.
ಇನ್ನೂ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂದ.
You.
Oh, wait, what?
I've got to take the shade off of Max at some point, and I need someone to pick on, and I just was kind of looking in your direction, and yeah.
How would you do that though? What's like?
We don't need to go into details, Max. What would you be crushing?
7 also.
ಟೇಬಲ್ ಟಾಪರ್ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಗಾಡ್ಲೈಕ್ ಕಮ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಬರೋ. ನೋಡ.
Can we do Niptra first? I don't know.
Technical power ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? ಇನ್ನ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ.
I would be crushing
ಯಾಕೆ ಬ್ರೋ ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಲಪಡ ಆಗೈತೆ
They're making me very angry. I would take it like this, and it would not. The tournament would not
ಏನಂದ್ರೆ ಲಪಡ ಆಗೈತೆ ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಒಳಗೆ
and turn into a paste and squash it under my feet. I don't know. I really don't like the hot drop, as you can tell.
Break ಕೊಟ್ಟವರ.
It's not fun.
ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬ್ರೋ 1 ತಾಸ ಆಯ್ತು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟೆ.
Looking at me very intensely is 7, and I don't have an answer.
Oh, you're gonna have to find one.
You know what?
You have to pick something.
Oh no! Don't put it on me. This is bullying. This is
60
bullying.
ನಿಮಿಷ ಆಯ್ತು ಬ್ರೋ.
What's it gonna be?
अपन जरा खुद के लिए भी कुछ मंगाते हैं यहाँ पे EWC के कैफे से रुको ऑप्शन ना बता दूं देखो
That's a good answer. That's a good answer, actually. Yeah.
Sorted green beans, garlic and chili with rice.
Mine, I would want to see how long it takes to crush the level 3 helmet for PUBG Mobile. That would be 6. I go, you know what? For next PMWC, how about we crush that? We'd love to end up seeing that, or maybe one of the
Squeaky chicken.
No. The what?
Squeaky chicken. Crush that. See what
ಬ್ರೋ ಯೂಟ್ಯೂಬ್ ಅಪ್ಡೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೀನಿ ಆದ್ರೆ ಡೈಮಂಡ್ಸ್ ಬರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹಾಕ್ತಿದ್ದೆ ಅರೆ ಬಾಯ್ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಇರ್ಲಿ ನಡೀತೈತಿ ರಮೇಶ್ ಬಾಯ್ ಸ್ಟೋನ್ ಲ್ಯಾನ್ ಒಳಗ WWE ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ರಾಯಲ್
honestly ended up working out for EA, especially because they jumped the
ಇವನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದಾರೋ ಇವ್ಗ
that was the only redeeming quality, but otherwise it was
ಇವ್ನ್ ಬೈಯಕ್ಕೂ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಹೇಟರು ಅಲ್ಲ ಸಪೋರ್ಟರು ಅಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಕೊಂಡ್ಬಿಡ್ರಿ ಅವ್ನು
So yeah, GG on that one, but
Tapia.
Hit the light post
a little bit.
You say they got the light knocked out of it.
That one, oh, that was my favorite one so far, Max.
That's so good.
You know how hard it is to do that? It's insane.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot replicate that. Also, XEY, when he was going over with the glider, he was actively getting shot at, by the way. Can't see all of the shots connecting, but some of them do. And before he explodes, he jumps out. That's some James Bond stuff right there in PUBG Mobile, and he makes it onto the tower. And actually, that position was really big for Nongshim Red Force in that game. I wish they got something similar in the finals, though. It's not been the case so far.
Oh, this one stinks. Yeah, that one stinks. Just because they're not here anymore. You can even see it with Blank when he brought up Alpha 7. I was like, ooh.
Oh, never
The reigning champions of PMGC, not in the finals of PMWC.
That's like, ooh, maybe not. Hora, we love self-nading in this household. It's just so much fun, and it's dumb. But here we go. You do have it occasionally. Here we go, Aleka. I mean, and it's, you know, any team can do it. We had A7, we've had Hora, 721 GS now.
Sometimes you're just such a powerful player that you need to be humble and eliminate yourself from the competition. God damn, we have some humble PUBG mobile players.
We do. Oh!
It's like what we do, Max. It's pretty much this is exactly the playing style when we end up playing. We're just so good at the game that we had to give the other teams a chance, give the other players a chance. We're like, okay, time to nade ourselves.
You have to intentionally throw sometimes. You know, if you want to give other people, the noobs, a chance, unlike us, they need to be given an opportunity at redemption in these games and get those chicken dinners. Because otherwise, they're just not going to get anything done. So, yeah, that's the best way to do it.
Yeah, and as we're going to be going into Miramar, we're still waiting for the matches to be ready here. That's why there's been a bit of a delay. As we're going to be going into Miramar, there is some drops that we've been kind of keeping an eye on, especially for Godlike and Hora, and you can see Max just starting to get even more and more, man. I love how the shade just went from
Diamond Tara re top ono ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಯಾವ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಅವೇ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವೇ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಸೈಡ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ ಗಾಟ್ ಫುಡ್ ಪಾಯ್ಸನ್ ಮಾನ್ಯ ಗಾಟ್ ಜಿ yes bro yes I know Peter 2 games postponed to tomorrow probably ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವೇ ಆಡ್ಸಬೇಕಾಗೈತೆ tomorrow ಮಾಡಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ
I like the fact that they're trying to make different decisions to see what can benefit them. Obviously, they need to capitalize on more eliminations, so seeing hot drops come out of them is better, but also they do have the power and the great positioning to go into these final circles. So when we bring into Smash Rule, and if obviously they can catch up that leaderboard in eliminations, this is a team that can finalize it and break it out by getting that win at the end of the day. So even though their eliminations are slow now, say we come into tomorrow, they can capitalize on these eliminations, moving on up the leaderboard. They are a team that will be able to smash roll because they can capitalize on the wins. What are you guys doing?
I believe so. I think they could put themselves into that position, and we're just showing our support here. We're looking at some of the teams that we ended up predicted, and for everybody currently watching at home, for everybody here in the arena as well, don't forget that you can go into the EWC Play app and put in your predictions. Turn in with just scan that real quick right here. Just go ahead and scan.
ಯಾವಾಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಬ್ರೋ ನಿದ್ದೆ ಬರಾಗತ್ತೆ ಬ್ರೋ ನನಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಡೇಂ ಬೇಡ 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್
being in the top 3. This is the first time that in a long time that
mostly matches cancel ಆಗೋ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಐತಿ हाँ bro.
I think that is fair. I wish they would win, but they're not. The way it's going, at least it doesn't look insanely likely unless they have a massive comeback in the next.
तुम्हारा अंत 8 matches. भाई ये ना थे.
Also a team that needs to step up because look, I've been supporting you guys for ages and ages, and you won PMGO, and I want you to have a back-to-back. I know you can do it. Do it.
Yeah, I mean, ages. So many ages.
Oh wait, this is fourth right. I thought I was horror. I can't touch that. Okay, I thought I was horror.
Bro, गार्ड वाला ಬರ್ತಾನೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ.
Okay, I thought.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಬೈ. ಚಾನ್ಸ್ ಕೊಡಲ್ಲ ಹಂಗ ಮೊನ್ನೆ. ಆಡ್ತಾನ ಅವ. ಆರಾಮಿಲ್ಲದ್ರನು ಆಡ್ತಾನ.
Okay, yeah, I can't touch any fourth rise merchandise. Okay, I need to.
By the way, huge shout out to Jackie because while we're waiting for the game to start here, Jackie has been running around getting some interviews, and I think he was able to get another interview with maybe a fan this time.
We're still roaming around talking to the fans. We're going to see what sort of teams people are enjoying over here and who they think's going to win. Excuse me, buddy. Who do you think's going to win the event?
Ulf,
Idea player in hospital.
Let's go. Big up for all.
Let's go.
How
about you, brother? Ulf. So we got some old fans in the house. Thank you, boys. Let's roam in a bit. Hey guys, 4-5s. Hey, okay, there we go. Got some 4-5s fans in the house. Who's your favorite player on 4-5s?
Of course, all, but I will go with Huzafa and Falak.
Okay.
Yeah,
but there's been a lot of fans for Falak. What do you think it is? Is it how he plays the game or just his personality? What do you like about him?
How is it played? He's an aggressive player, so and personality as well. Yeah, so yeah.
What about all 4-5s here in terms of thinking they're going to win it? You a big fan of 4-5s?
Yeah, we are especially came from Pakistan to support them. We are here for our team and we love them all. They represent our country and represent us, so we are here to support them.
Have you guys been getting?
Oh, ಟಿಯಾಂಬಾದಾಗ ಮಿಲ್ಲು ಅವನು ಆರಾಮಿಲ್ಲ, ಅವಂಗೂ ಮಾನ್ಯಾಗೂ ಆರಾಮಿಲ್ಲ, ನೋ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ ಹೊರಗೂ ಆರಾಮಿಲ್ಲ, ಐಡಿಯಾ ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಗೂ ಆರಾಮಿಲ್ಲ, ಆಲ್ ಫುಡ್ ಪಾಯ್ಸನ್. ಅಯ್ಯೋ ಇವ್ರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಫುಡ್ ಪಾಯ್ಸನ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಹಂಗ ಹೋಗೈ.
See what else we got. Enjoy the show.
ಮೇನ್ ಟೀಮ್ಸಿಗೆ ಆಗೈತಿ.
Hello, brother. How you doing?
ಏನರ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಲಬೆರಕೆ ಮಾಡಿದಾರ ನಡ್ಸಿ ಮಕ್ಕಳಲ್ಲಿ.
Okay, particularly I can't say anything for the first day because it's gonna be a tough competition. Is the EWC man.
ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಮ್ಯಾಚ್. ಗೈಸ್ 500 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಗೈಸ್, ಹೋಗೋಣ. ಏನು ಲೈವ್ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿ.
So let's wait till the tomorrow.
ಏನರ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಕ್ ಅದ ಆಡೋಣ.
Who can win? I know the game. I know how the game works.
So where are you seeing updates? ನಾನು ಇದ್ರ ಹಾಕ್ಲಾ? ಬ್ರಾಡ್ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಹಾಕ್ತೀನಿ ನೋಡಿ.
Let's hope my team win. Horror.
We want to see Horror win. If they're gonna, you'd love to see a big Horror victory.
Yeah. I love to see that, but still, I say no disrespect to any team, but I want my team to win. That's the motive of champions.
There you go. We're looking for a Horror win over this side. Let's go find out what's going on in the other sides of the arena.
Avli, I need you to cover the STC arena today.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough.
Why?
Because I have no interest in doing that.
Come on, we need you over there.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go to the beach just really quick, and if the games are still going on by the time I get back, I'll say a couple words.
The beach is 5 hours from here. I wish Avli cared about esports more than anything in the world.
That's a candy bar.
It's worth a shot. Avli, what are you doing?
I'm here for EWC. I love esports.
More than anything in the world? So you can cover STC Arena?
I'm gonna cover it all.
That's great. Well, let's get you over
I want a key.
No, you can't have a key. Keys are only for clubs. Yeah, okay. We'll figure out your key.
Great, let's go.
Okay. Avli, I just want to say you're doing a phenomenal job. Everyone's really excited about your work.
I just love esports so.
Well, I'm going to ask about getting you a raise because you deserve it.
I don't need a raise. I have my key.
अबे चिकन सलामी था क्या? क्योंकि वहाँ बी बर्ड्स फ्लू बहुत हो रहा है. अच्छा, मतलब इनका फूड पॉइजन हुआ है अभी. तो हो गया सीन
Avali.
ನಲ್ಲಿ ಹಂಗೂ ಮಲ್ಟಿಮೀಡಿಯಾ ಟ್ಯಾಲೆಂಟ್ ಬಂದಿತ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಸಾಂಗ್ ಡ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ನಿಂದು ಏನ್ ತಲೆ ಹಡ್ಕದಿವ ನೀ
No, don't do that! We were having such a nice tournament! Why does it matter? We were having such a nice tournament!
Okay, it's your key. It's your key. Probably would have got crushed anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to run into that because that is scary. Talking about scary, we had some hot drops that we were talking about with Godlike versus Hora. This squads, I mean, the only thing
European countries में
for those squads is that they're currently on that second
bird flu and rats are so common in Paris. अच्छा.
Nobody wants to be Ida 2.0. Okay, sorry. You know what?
It's fair.
If you're Ida fan, I'm sorry. I'm gonna start. I'm just memeing at this point.
Snacks say technical issue.
Didn't do the hot drop in their respective group, right? Was group A.
ಅದನ್ನ ಹೇಳಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅದನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಸೊ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ರಿವೀಲ್ ಕೋಚ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂತಿರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ನೋಡ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ದಾಗ ಅವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಹೇಳಕ್ಕಾಗಲ್ಲ ಅವಂಗ
I want to see a plane, right, Niptura, where it goes and reaches La Cobreria, and we see as a fact that Hora and Godlike, and hopefully also Chama, that might drop there, will not commit to the fight because, yeah, right now they're not in a good position. They cannot afford to lose points, and I think they're not going to commit to it, but it could get bad.
And for Godlike, I mean, you don't want to go up against a team that's currently being able to put up even more illims than you, that usually ends up being more aggressive, like you were talking about in the stance of Hora.
Yeah, no. Again, yeah, if they were doing much better in the last 4 matches, if they had, if they were top 5, top 6, something like that, and they were feeling really good and looking very confident, maybe you could try to contest the drop, right? But the way it stands, honestly, for either of these teams, I don't think either of them should really try and contest this. It really is down to who had it first and up to the other team to kind of figure out where else they want to go, because I'm not confident that either of those teams would win against each other. I think it's a 50-50.
20 member के फुट poison क्या पता वर्ष हो सकती है
yeah, I do think that Godlike, talking to S-Power, you and me, right, Seven, we had a bit of a chat with them. He's like, you know what, it's not worth it. They had that first hot drop onto, I believe it was
ये क्या हुआ कैसे हुआ
and I think that was one of the best changes of this entire tournament was from Godlike, and I want to see that bleed into
चलो boys mostly
from the first time being at a global
ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಅನ್ಕೊಂತೀನಿ ನಾನು
finals and well, during group stages it ended up happening, but maturity out of that player for S-Power saying we don't want to continue with the hot drops, we want to stop that. We see that it's going to end up hurting our performance. And Lace, I want you to put your mindset into a coach right now, into the biggest hype coach for some of their squads. Godlike and Hora, which team are you going to be picking, and what are you going to be telling them if they do decide to hot drop or if they don't decide to hot drop?
Just get it together, man. No. Look, Godlike, and because we were just saying S-Power, their adaptation to each and every game deserves to get a little bit further.
ಏನ್ ಬ್ರೋ ಯಾವಾಗ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಬೈ ಇವತ್ತಿಗಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾಳೆ ಅಂತ
Great little key that you need.
ಇನ್ನ हाफ आवर वेट मारो इन्नो अर्धा तास BMWC में नवरात्रि के टाइम जो हुआ उसको फूड सैंपल लैब रिपोर्ट अभी तक नहीं मिला ओहो मैं भी था वो उस पे वो क्या हुआ था ना वेज बोल के नॉन वेज दे दिया था वो एक बार हुआ तो वो अलग बात थी लेकिन वो 2 बार हुआ रिपीट तो इसीलिए वो जो टेंडर लेके आए थे ना मतलब वो जो भी वो फूड का लेके आए थे तो उनपे टेसरेट वाले कंप्लेंट किए थे तो तब वो लैब के लिए गया था अभी तक रिपोर्ट नहीं आया वो ऐसा था सीन वो स्नैक्स से पोस्टपोन yes bro पोस्टपोन आता
the group stage and the survival stage is done. Now we can finally kick back and save our voices for a little bit.
Playing some ball was a good time. It's been an incredible event so far.
So postpone आतंद्र ನಾವು ಏನು ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಬರಲ್ಲ एक साल लेकिन वो रिपोर्ट तो सच्चे है ना वो जो उसमें नॉनवेज आया था तो फिर वो क्यों रिपोर्ट देंगे ಈಗ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಕ್ ಆಡೋಣ ಏನು ಹಂಗೆ ಹೋಲೆ ಟೀಮೇಟ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಬೈ ಟೀಮೇಟ್ಸ್ ಕುಮಾರ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಮೈಕಿ ನಾನು ಸ್ಪೈಡರ್ ಅದೇವಿ ಬ್ರೋ ಇನ್ನೂ ಏನು ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಮುಗೀತ. Moral of the story: cook your chicken perfectly. ವೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಕ್. ಬಾಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಹಂಗಂತೀವಿ. ಬಾಸ್ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆಡೋಣ, ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಕ್ ಆಡೋಣ. ಇದ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್. ಬಾಸ್ ಬರ್ತಾನಂದ್ರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ಯಾಡ ಹೋಗ, ಇದು ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಬೇಡ. 500 ಲೈಕ್ ಆಗಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಸ್ಕ್ರಿಮ್ಸ್ ಆಡಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ಇವತ್ತು. ಇಲ್ಲ ಬ್ರೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಹುಡುಗರು ಅವೈಲೇಬಲ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾಳೆ. ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಚಿನ್ನ? ಯಾಕೆ ಚಿನ್ನ ಹೋಗಿಲ್ವಾ? ವಾಚ್ ಪಾರ್ಟಿ ಮುಗೀತೆ, ಅದೇ ಎಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಏನು ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ಲ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಬಾ ಆಡೋಣ. ಹೊಸ ಸ್ಟ್ರೀಮ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ ಹಂಗಾರೆ. ಇದು ಎಂಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಎಷ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ? 9ಕ್ಕೆ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ತಿಂದು ಬರ್ತೇನೆ. ಸರಿ ಗಾಯ್ಸ್, 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಕ್ ಆಡೋಣಂತ. ಮಸ್ತ್ ಫುಲ್ ಮುದುಕರು ಬರ್ತಾರ. 500 ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಕಂಟಿನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೆ. ನೀವು ಮತ್ತೇನಿಲ್ಲ, 9 ಗಂಟೆ ಬರ್ತೇನೆ. ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚಾಗಿ ಕುಡೋದು, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು 2 ರೌಂಡ್ ಚಾ ಕುಡಿತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಮಸ್ತ್. ಬೈ ನಾಳೆ ಕಟಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀನಿ ಬೈ. ಅವ್ನು ಟಗರ್ ಕೂದಲ ಬಂದಂಗೆ ಬಂದು ಬೈ. 15 ದಿವ್ಸಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅವನು ಬಂದ ಬರ್ತಾವ. ಫುಡ್ ಪಾಯ್ಸನ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಏನಿಲ್ಲ ಬೈ, ಸುಳ್ಳು ಸುದ್ದಿ ಇಲ್ಲೋ ಬೈ. ಫೇಕ್ ಅಂತೆ ಅದೆಲ್ಲ, ಆಫಿಷಿಯಲಿ ಕನ್ಫರ್ಮ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರಂತೆ. ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಫೇಕ್ ಅಂತೆ, ಸ್ನ್ಯಾಕ್ಸ್ ಬಾಯಿಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಹೌದಾ? ಮತ್ತು ಈಗೇನಂತ ಬೈ, ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಹಾಕೈತಂತೆ ನಾಳೆ. ಭಾಗಣ್ಣ ನಾಳೆ ಐತಿ ಬೈ ಮ್ಯಾಚಸ್. ನಾಳೆ VX ಅಮಿತ್. ಲೈಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿಪ್ಪ ಹೊಡ್ರ. ಬಟ್ 4-5 ಪ್ಲೇಯರ್ಸಿಗೆ ಏನೋ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತೆ ಬ್ರೋ. ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಬೈ, ಮ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಗೈಸ್ 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾನಂತೆ. ಬೆಲ್ ಐಕಾನ್ ಆಲ್ ಆಗಿಡ್ರಿ. ಸೊ 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಆಡೋಣ, ಕ್ಲಾಸಿಕ್ ಆಡೋಣ ಮಸ್ತ್ ಬಾಸ್ ಜೊತೆ. ಫುಲ್ ಫನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, 9 ಗಂಟೆಗೆ ಬರ್ತಾನಂತೆ. ಸೊ ಇನ್ಸ್ಟಾದಾಗ ಯಾರು ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಫಾಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊರಿ. ಬಾಯ್, ಟೇಕ್ ಕೇರ್, ಲವ್ ಯು ಆಲ್.